answer, probably Maokai Jace. Oh, Maokai's banned, Sejuani as well.
I'm down for the Nico, honestly. I think it works really well with the Rel, and I think it's pretty hard for Tristana to play into. Right, if you ever jump forward, you are going to get CC'd up. I'm a pretty big fan of this. I think Nico's, you know, with the nerfs, I think a lot of people thought she would just kind of fall off a lot, but it still feels like she offers so much. Corki. Don't think that'll be locked in, but I miss Corki.
Yeah, Corki's a fun champ. But with Nico locked in.
Jax could be the answer. I mean, it's Lakai's pretty much main champ at this point. And
yeah,
it feels like it's a fairly average response to Rumble. Does, you know, end up doing well later on, but you are kind of opting into a losing lane and then outscaling. And obviously, if you can win lane and outscale, that's normally better. But they're going to go for this. So if there's no... Oh, yeah, I do like the Poppy. Does feel kind of good. Although, are they worried about the Xayah? Maybe not. I mean, I think taking it could be good. Yeah, you can ban it away second phase. Maybe you want to try out one of those other combos. Something like the Lucian.
I mean, alternatively, you come out of bans and you have first pick, so you can still just take the Xayah as long as it's not banned from you. I do like the Poppy. I think it seemed pretty high highs and also pretty low lows, to be fair. But if you are able to pilot it well, it does seem like one of the stronger junglers.
Yeah. It almost feels like the kind of go-to tank/support jungler after Sedge and Maokai are gone, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what you want to do with the Rel and depending on if you want to play a carry jungler instead like Viego. They banned this area away from Betty, so I think they definitely realize where their kind of power is going to come from here. I want to see beyond. Are they going to try break up some of these bot lane combos or try and leave them open so that they can play some as well? You know, got the Milio combos, of course, as well as Xayah Rakan still available. So one of those is going to get through unless DCG are the ones to take it away.
Out of these two teams, who would strike you as a Milio team? I mean, in theory, obviously not picked yet, but I'd almost say Cascada or Orca.
Yeah, I think last split, Cascada played Lucian, right? Lucian Nami? I guess everyone was kind of playing it, but...
I don't even remember. I remember Cascada being a Caitlyn man.
Yeah,
Caitlyn
I remember them, Kate Lux. Okay, ban the Nocturne.
I guess it is kind of a carry jungler taken away from Kongyue.
That was also set up for Caitlyn Lux if they do want to play it. Definitely don't want to verse Nocturne if you're playing something like that.
I'd be surprised to see the Caitlyn Lux.
I'd be pretty surprised too. Doesn't seem super easy on the enemy comp. Beyond, I mean, do you ban the Rakan away? I mean, maybe they're just comfortable taking either one of them as well.
Yeah,
okay, Xayah, okay.
I think Alistar's probably going to be the answer anyway as a support. I mean, we generally see Rel's locked in, your answer is the Alistar.
It is still a flex though, although I kind of doubt Kongyue will play it.
Ooh. Okay, we're getting some interesting hovers. We've gone for the worst one.
I guess they kind of want to take it away from Betty, but I would be way happier seeing Betty on Aphelios, even if the lane is going to be harder. I just feel like what you get out of this Varus lane isn't enough. At least what we've seen on stage.
What are you building as Varus this game? Because I guess you sort of have the option of AP.
I think you build lethality.
I kind of agree, but who does the lethality affect? Like, it doesn't feel like...
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like you can't really auto, right? And I guess you could play AP if you wanted.
Maybe... yeah, I think AP honestly might be the better choice.
Could be.
Lethality isn't going to affect anyone in this draft at the moment. I mean, Kha'Zix, in fairness, it'll affect their Kha'Zix a little bit, but the Aphelios will... Oh, with Milio, it probably is going to be an on-hit.
Now they have confirmation, of course, that it is that Rel support. I think Alistar or the Milio is good. I would kind of like to see Alistar just because I think it sets up more for the Rumble. It's a lot easier the more CC you have.
Yeah.
So I kind of prefer the Alistar here. And I think also it's a lot easier versus Kha'Zix. So I think for them, I think Beyond have the better draft for them. You know what I mean? Like, I think Betty clearly on a hyper carry, 1116, very good on the Nico, of course. Kongyue, carry jungler. They've basically got all the pieces they want put together here. And DCG, I feel like Mission on Tristana is fine, but it's not his main strength.
Yeah.
At least in my mind. And I'm not a huge fan of the Varus. I do like the rest of the comp, though. I think the Poppy Rumble Alistar is a fairly strong combo, and maybe they can look to leverage that in the team fights.
Yeah, and I think, importantly, when you just look at the players that are going up against each other, Lakai has kind of seemed like the weak link of Beyond, and he's consistently been sort of given the weak side, but this game he had the choice to sort of pick whatever he wanted. He's gone again for the Jax, which is a losing matchup into the Rumble for the most part.
At least early.
Yeah, and so I feel like a lot's going to be on him to hemorrhage the bleeding sort of done in the top lane in the isolated 1v1. Maybe some of that comes on to Kongyue to see maybe if he can find something in the top side on the Kazakhs. I will say, obviously, being that it is the Kazakhs jungle, going to be pretty resource heavy. And so you can expect him to really want to be fighting over these early things like the scuttle crabs and whatnot. As well as, I mean, he'd really like to get his hands on the Herald, help get some gold, because in terms of what these champions do with gold, definitely Poppy has an easier job.
Yeah, have to agree. I think coming back to the Jax Rumble, I mean, we've seen a variety of different responses in the Rumble, right? The Udyr probably being the craziest one.
Yeah.
And it feels like pretty much no matter what, you're not going to get a winning lane anyway. Right? Like, it definitely feels like you're more playing for some other kind of win condition. Like, you're playing for split push or you're playing for outscaling. It's pretty hard just to go toe-to-toe against Rumble in the laning phase. And I think Jax, I mean, it does still give you the potential for ganks, of course, and I think it does outscale the side lane. But you do wonder if you kind of lose the game before that point, right? Like if there are too many Dragon fights, too many Herald fights, and you just struggle at that point. Because it's not like Rumble really falls off. He just struggles to match Jax later, but it's not like Rumble becomes weak.
No. There's not really a stage of the game where Rumble doesn't have a role to fill and fill it well. I think it's just kind of, as you said, after, like, let's say the 20, 25-minute mark, once Jax gets a couple of items, it's hard for you to go into that side lane against him. But in team fights, you should have a much easier time than the Jax. And so, yeah, I think really it is almost wouldn't be surprised to see Hana play around topside here. Because obviously you want to see your Varus getting ahead. It's kind of what he needs to do. It's also kind of that the Varus should be just getting ahead by himself. You shouldn't really have to be putting resources into this lane to get it ahead. And so I would like to see a little bit of pressure around the top side to ensure that this Rumble can get ahead and really push these team fights forward, especially when it comes to like the Herald, the Dragons. If you do have a Rumble that's at 1 items, 2 items, it'll be offloading so much damage in these team fights. We're back in the game now. First game of week number 6.
Yeah. Coming back to that point real quick, I wonder if you're Hana here, how much value do you kind of put on the matchup versus the players? Hold on, Kriskata is being looked at. Keres.
Yeah, Keres has done this before. He's gone for the little sneaky round the back. Does force out Kriskata's flash very, very early on. So definitely something now that Beyond can look to punish.
Yeah. As I was saying, though, I mean, I feel like normally when you're coming up against Beyond, you're definitely looking at Betty as a win condition, right? And I think, like you said before, many teams have identified Lakai as kind of the weak link. So you're looking to abuse that weak link, or you maybe just want to stop Betty from snowballing? Because I think now, especially with Kriskata no flash, it's likely that Hana does have to kind of play around bot, at least a little more. But maybe that was his intention the whole time, right? They do have a lot of ganks up, especially at level 6 in the bot lane.
Oh my
onto
God.
Betty's Aphelios. And what a nice guy, 1116. I would never do that.
Yeah, I'm also surprised. Like, I've never really seen a Kazakh start at Raptors, but starts with the W as well. Obviously, it will make the Raptors faster.
Does, yeah.
Definitely different pathings here from both these junglers, though. Kongyue opting for Raptors top side, and Hana starting Raptors and continuing on his top side as well. So likely that both these junglers will be finishing down on the bot side. Makes sense, especially for Kongyue can try and punish that flash, although Kazakh's not the best champion at ganking in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, it might just be pathing. I think for Kongyue, it might just be trying to path towards some prior. Kind of expecting that once Rumble's ticking level 3, that Jax will not be getting priority at that point, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So it's going to need to be around that bot lane. But at the same time, I mean, bot lane will get priority, at least for now, against that level 1 Alistar.
Yeah, the Pinata.
Once they kind of start to come online, could definitely reverse. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Scuttle Crab being contested this game, because I don't think the priors are super clear.
Now, how much do you think 116 starting that route affects his lane? Because in general, we don't often see Nico losing push early.
Yeah.
But here, Mission has got the push, at least it will be coming back to him now, but for the early stages, he had the push.
I mean, it still looks good here for 1116. It is just very hard to trade against Nico. It can be annoying as well, because especially if you start the D-Blade, right, you need to get orders on the wave to ensure you're getting that sustain. But if Nico can ever zone you off the wave, you're essentially losing out on that HP regen.
Yep.
Okay, look, he's got the prior. Will he go for the
proxy?
For the proxy. Looks like he
This
will.
is what we've seen a lot of Jaxes do when they're in losing matchups.
I'm surprised Hanami didn't try to put a stop to that. You know, give up 2 creeps and just make sure that can't happen, and then go back to the wave. Maybe that's what he's up to now, but I feel like this is almost too late, right? Because you have to go back to that wave.
Has chunked out Lakai a fair amount. In fact, Lakai won't be able to get to his next creeps. I think this is not too bad here for Hanabi. It should force Lakai to teleport back. And while you are down a little bit of minions...
I don't think he needs a TP.
Yeah,
he can just walk, right?
Is it a cannon wave?
I don't think he's just going to walk.
Yeah, he might get there in time. Yeah, not bad. Got a bit of a cheetah recall on. Hana's in the area, though. Hana is now up top side. I'm excited to see what Biddy can do here on the Aphelios. We haven't really seen many Aphelios games out of him. No. I think we have seen one before. And I want to say they actually lost that one, but I might be wrong.
Definitely feels like a very Betty champ. Just any hyper carry, really. I feel pretty confident when he's on them.
Yeah, definitely a lot better than when he's playing the likes of the Lethality Varus. Now, look, speaking of the Lethality Varus, not sure exactly what it is yet. Obviously, he has the Halo Blades and a Longsword start, but that can be either Lethality or the AP. So we'll have to see as this game progresses as to which one of the two he goes.
First Dragon's coming up. There is Prior currently in, I would guess, mid and bot here. Depends what Beyond want to do with the bot wave. They've got Kongyue pathing straight to lane, so I wonder if they're going to try to set up some sort of gank here.
Yeah.
Feels like it's kind of hard.
It does. You don't have a whole lot of setup. Obviously, you have the Rel, but it's not very easy for Rel to land that good of a setup against the Alistar. Although with how aggressive this lane is going, it's constantly going forward. Orca getting jumped on will be pulled back there by the Rel, and it is going to go down. Kongyue picking up the first blood here. Does find a nice path. Cascada does have the Gravitum on him, but Betty won't be rooting him for now, and it will just be that kill found.
How nice is that, though? First blood on your Kha'Zix. This is a champ that often can struggle in competitive if it can't find some sort of snowball. But I think Kongyue might actually be the best jungler at that, at just finding kind of random kills that don't really have any business picking up. That's why we always see him on those carry junglers. 1116. The trades are still going very well for him. Such an annoying champ to lane against, really. But he's got those boots to try and dodge some of the skill shots.
Yeah, I don't think that's an Aphelios. Walker. Oh, how broken's that champ?
It's pretty broken. Okay, it is going to be the Lethality Varus coming out. I think it definitely had to be something that didn't auto-attack, right? Like either Lethality or AP, but it just doesn't feel easy to be a Varus in this game either way. Never really does, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you have Alistar and Poppy to peel for you, but that almost is what makes me say it would have been better to just be the AP Varus. I guess it does feel nice kind of to have your Rumble to be solo AP, but it just also feels like, why do you have a Varus?
Yeah.
Player gold very heavily in favor of Kongyue. 500 up of anyone in the side of DCG.
Is doing it pretty well for himself. First Dragon yet to be looked at. Maybe another fight here on the bot side. Orca does not have sums, so he could be vulnerable.
Ooh.
But
before Kongyue hits 6, he hit it right now. What do you think he evolves before we see him?
Ooh.
Oh, we see him now.
Oh, it's cheating.
It's spoiled. This is cute.
All right, he's ready to battle. Are they going to try to secure this drag before playing for topside? They might. They currently do have Prio in both mid and bot.
Kha'Zix destroys us with the...
Yeah. I think he's level 6 as well.
Yeah.
Looks like they are just going to get this. The question is, though, will they lose anything on the other side of the map? And that's a big trade. Nice from Mission.
Must have dodged out of the route off our screens.
Okay, looks like this is just going to be picked up. This is a lot of tempo invested into it, though. I want to see, is he just going to recall and try and play for Herald, or is it going to be too late? Maybe he plays for bot side.
Walker's still sitting in bot, so Hanabi, though, over at the Herald now, and Hana just hitting 6 as we talk, so It will be the Herald started up here, and both bot laners seemingly will be staying in their lane.
They might just start running up.
Yeah, they are running up. Herald has been started. Mission on the way as well.
Looks like... Okay, Betty's committed back to bot, but Keres is on the way. I'm not sure if Beyond will be here to fight in time, but they can definitely take the fight after.
Oh, that's a big chunk there onto Lakai, so that's a nice way to start it up. Both supports will be here.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, now they definitely have time to get here. Keres is level 6, by the way, and Orc is only level 5. Betty, he might get... Oh, the flash forward.
Yeah, dodges out of that chain and will be just taking down the solo kill.
That's my goat.
Yeah, massive kill there. Looking to pick up that Gale Force as soon as possible. Kongyue looking up here to the top side. It is that Jax ult committed already. Hanabi keeping hold of the equalizer.
Level 6 on Orca now, so he can fight, but you really do have to favor Beyond, I think, with the Nico. Yeah, if Rumble can't get to this fight, it seems really good for them. Ooh.
They do have ult advantage top, and that'll be Pop Blossom. And now I think with that, DCG should be very heavily favored.
Yeah.
In fact, I think they should just start this Herald up now. That's a lot there has been lost. Both the Jax and the Nico ult should mean this Herald is fairly free for them to pick up. In fact, Hanabi continuing to harass this Jax, and oh my, what just happened?
I think he
just went for a little bit of a flight.
I think that's the end of his recall, maybe. Does he go up? But anyway, it looks really weird.
Yeah, and it is a kill there, so kind of feels like Betty's hard work down bot, kind of all for naught, with Lakai giving one back.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a massive pickup, though, I think, for bot side.
Absolutely, yeah.
Especially because, you know, you normally expect that Lethality Varus to get ahead early, and so falling behind a champ like Ophelia is the, without a doubt, will outscale. Get a replay on the bot play. And there was no flash on those Varus, so the aggressive flash coming out of Betty means... Oh, there was a flash on Varus. Well, either way, flashing the ult meant there was nowhere for him to go, and Grishkata could be in trouble again. There was a lot of tempo invested topside.
Yeah, his support is nowhere to be seen. They're piercing out is... I want to see Keres. He hasn't...
Yeah. I think maybe Betty should have just pushed faster. I think he was trying to get him to come further around the lane and have Keres flash the wall, but if they were aware of where Orca was, probably could have pulled the trigger and just gone for the dive. Maybe still can. Kha'Zix is in the bot river. They have a lot of vision in the bot side too, so this could be camps taken away.
We'll be going that direction. And now, looks like Orca will be trying to respond to this blue buff take. A little bit too late though. Kongyue will be picking this one up for himself.
Betty's got a full Gale Force.
Yeah, that solo kill, quite meaningful. Obviously, on the other side, Sunfire Cape at least picked up for Hana. So I think for the time being, Hana should be one of the stronger members on the Rift, honestly.
Yeah.
Perhaps Kongyue. Although Kongyue opting for more utility than damage at the moment.
This Herald will be dropped mid. Makes a lot of sense. Give it to Mission. There's a lot of Beyond members in the area, and they might not let it crash. In fact, they might just be able to stop it completely.
Huge damage. Yeah, they're trying. Orca does land everything. Pop Blossom comes out. And the Herald was stopped.
That's big.
Yeah, massive. Denying the gold. Ultimately, it wasn't really going to go onto Mission by the end of it, but even denying it from going onto the Poppy means armor's going to come through a lot later.
I think gold aside as well, just keeping up your mid tower for longer against, you know, a Pogue Varus when that mid game rolls around is going to be pretty important. Gold has closed up a lot here for DCG. I think they were down almost 2k at some point after Betty picked up the solo kill, but have managed to bring it back at least partially. A lot of that is in that top side.
Yeah. Hanabi really is going to be so important when it comes to any objective fights. And speaking of 30 seconds, Hextech Dragon will be alive. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Rumble come and join. I think he shouldn't teleport there. Maybe just walk down, teleport back to his lane when needed. Because you don't want to give too much over to the Jax. But having a Rumble this next fight definitely could be the difference between winning and losing. Also looks like he'll be very close to completing that Demonic Embrace as well.
I think that is a good point. Without the Demonic Embrace, and I think with plates still up, you probably don't want Rumble to come to this fight just yet, because you're just going to lose too much on the other side. I think if you're DCG, if you can just try and delay this Dragon being started for about a minute, you know, plates fall, Demonic should be picked up by Hanabi by then. I think maybe that could be a good fight. At the same time, it would allow Mission to complete his Mythic as well, so Does feel good in Cascada.
Kongyu,
No flash.
So much damage, and Gale Force forward. Moonlight Vigil confirms the kill. That's the second kill now for Betty. Third death down the bot lane here for DCG, so definitely struggling a little bit. But with the Moonlight Vigil as well as Gale Force committed out of this Aphelios, it looks like they are feeling too weak to compete.
Rumble has Demonic though. He could TP in. Oh, almost gets Kongyu. I think Rumble wants to TP.
This should be Dragon picked up by DCG.
Okay.
And
can they get out? Looks like they can.
Yeah.
Nice trade back there from DCG. I think it was nice by Hanabi to kind of be sitting in the base with that Demonic, ready for TP if he needed, but now can just walk out top and doesn't end up having to invest his TP after all.
And I have to keep asking, why are we even picking the Varus anymore?
I don't know.
You're just past. Already you're expired pretty much. How outscaled you get and now you're behind. It feels like you're just never going to be really that impactful in this game. Kira's being looked at, but
I definitely think the Varus is just a scrim champ, right? Like, it must have really good results in the scrims, which makes sense. Scrims are normally very fast-paced, and Varus is very strong early. But stage games, I mean, it's 14 minutes, and while this feels like a pretty fast-paced game, there's still only been 4 kills, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if, at this time in a scrim, you have, 10 kills or something. That kind of fast-paced gameplay definitely does favor the likes of the Varus. Mission, he completes his item. And it's good timing, as the Herald will be spawning in just over a minute from now. Top difference is starting to be pretty large, though. It's a 40 CS lead for Hanabi. That manifests in a 1.4k gold lead for him, but look at Betty. Almost 1k over Hanabi, who's the closest to him.
yeah.
And
Now,
remember, this is the guy that's kind of your late game win condition, and he's already online.
Yeah, I will say though, if Hanabi's able to have some well-placed, equalizers, as well as if he is in the right place in a team fight, can be far and beyond the most important and impactful member of the DCG side, and it can lead to Betty sort of getting taken out. He is in a mobile AD carry still, obviously does have Gale Force and flashes up at the moment, but in any given team fight, if Orca can find a combo onto him, put the equalizer on top of it, can find yourself going down pretty quickly as this Aphelios, as Lakai jumps forward. Kongyu in the area, just absolutely decimating Orca's health bar. You're already seeing how much damage a Kha'Zix that finds you in isolation can truly do.
Yeah, not only got his health bar, but got his ult out as well. So Orca is going to be pretty low pressure for a while. Hana might look here, but I think with the support off the map, it's probably not too much to get. He's going to try, though.
Yeah, okay, and in mid lane, Cascada is very far up, but doesn't look like 1116 had an angle there. And Mission actually almost solo killing out Lakai there. Even still had the Buster shot available, so it must have been pretty close to Mission all-inning on that one.
I'm not too sure what happened there, because I feel like even Jax obviously didn't have the Divine there, but should still probably be able to have kept up the tower. Either way, Beyond pick up this second Herald, and that's probably going to go towards mid. I think breaking that tower would be really nice. Of course, more gold onto Betty. You'd never say no to that, but they do need to do something about Mission in the side lane. 1116 shouldn't really be diveable and has decent wave clear, so he can probably manage it. But they're never really going to get much push, you wouldn't think.
And this is the no-static Shiv Tristana that's getting this much done in the side lane too, so he really was left alone there for quite a while. Obviously, stood up to Lakai and almost killed him, and then after that just had free reign, took one tower, half HP at another. And in the meanwhile, nothing really happening over the other side. There was the Rift Shield picked up, which is obviously an investment for later on in the game. And now Mission actually teleporting to opt into the Jax lane. So feeling very confident in himself to win out that one. Is up a level. Also, 40 CS ahead as well, so should be pretty strong. But you don't often think the AD carry would want to be opting into the Jax lane.
No, I think probably just wants to be able to hit this tower and then come down to drag.
That's slow. It feels like a zillion slow. I think it's 90% if it's isolated.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Jungle champs, man. They're all broken.
They are. Well, Kongwei's got his Dustblade now. A broken item for sure. Can Mission knock this down with Hana in the area? I think he might be able to. But he's going to leave this wave. So maybe can do it on the next one. Alternatively, that dragon is going to be spawning soon. And it looks like Mission is doing that camp with Hana. So he might actually have 2 items in base, or maybe he's just leashing him. Surely he doesn't have 2 items by now.
He has been sitting on this gold for quite a while.
We'll see. I mean, if he comes in with 2 items this early, he'll be matching Betty. Okay, Kongwei's coming up.
Mission is going to be found out. It's everything committed out of this Jax, and Mission able to just jump away. Feels pretty good. Kongwei in the area, but Mission with flash and ult available, you have to feel does feel pretty safe. Now, Shock. There's 2 Duskblades on the raft. Which one do you think is going to find more use?
I think Duskblade Kha'Zix seems pretty OP this game.
You don't think the Lethality Varus is just as OP?
I've given up on Lethality Varus already.
I think I gave up on it in spring. And we're still seeing it here. In the last week of regular split summer, as Orca flashes forward, but it got cancelled by the Rift Shield, so a little bit discombobulated, but ultimately, kill will be sniped away there by Cryscata on the side. Meanwhile, tower top taken out by Mission and Hana. So DCG finding some good gold around the map here. Betty, though, has that ghost. It's not even ghost, that was just heal. And he's just running.
Yeah.
Fleet footwork as well. But now Mission and Hana coming in behind. Kongwei might be a little bit out of position, although seems like he should be okay. Hana, though, finding the angle, flashes forward onto Betty. Knock-up is found, and Betty is very, very low. He's going to be taken out. That's Mission finding that kill. Magnet Storm used here for Kyrus to just try and run away, and Kongwei trying to find some damage, but it is just another kill here found for DCG, and importantly, it goes on to that Tristana.
Yep. Unfortunately, it feels like you have one fight a game like that as an AD carry where everyone just flashes on you, and there's not a whole lot that you can do about it, especially before you have the likes of the stopwatch or the lifesteal or something. But that's a big win for DCG. They managed to pick up some important kills, a second dragon, get sums off Betty. Question is, do they want the long game here or not?
See, the Rift
that was very unfortunate.
Oh, that's so sad.
Still though, I mean, doing this much damage to 1116, I think, yeah, Cryscata flashed forward to take it out.
And he was tanking tower, so I think Orca might have found the perfect timing to have CC'd 1116 there as he took tower damage. Kongwei continuing on with his invading, taking off the buffs away from Hana. Now again, Hana, obviously on the Poppy, doesn't need gold as much as the Kha'Zix, but being that your Kha'Zix is now up, 40 CS, so 10 camps you can equivalate that to. Feels pretty good to be the Kha'Zix.
Yep.
It is hard, though, in team fights for Kha'Zix to find any real use a lot of the time, because it feels like the Varus should have an Alistair near him, so won't be able to isolate the Varus. Tristana likely won't even be at a team fight, so maybe if you can find her in the side lane, but even that feels difficult as we go back to live. Well, not even live. To the middle of the map. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Betty finding himself another kill on Cryscata. I think that's his 3rd of the game. But on the other hand, Hanabi picking up a kill on Kongwei, shutting down this Kha'Zix just for the time being.
It's definitely decent. Now, Mission's got 2 items. I honestly think DCG at some point could probably just nuke the Baron. They do have a lot of damage, even with the Lethality Varus, just because of the Tristana and the Rumble. And wow, even with the pink ward next to him, Cryscata, just without that flash, didn't really have anywhere to go, but gets the 1-for-1. See there, the Varus Rumble combo makes it a bit easier.
Really good of Hanabi to react. Find that equalizer that ensured the kill. Now, I will say, Kongwei obviously is up a lot of camps. It feels like one of the quieter games out of him while he's playing a carry champ.
It does. And I think coming back to that point of maybe Kha'Zix not finding the most value in fights, I think a lot of the value is just kind of from the implied pressure, right? Like maybe the Alistair doesn't engage as aggressively, knowing that you kind of need to be close enough to your AD to be able to peel them or something like that. Or maybe just making Poppy position a bit more defensively. So yeah, sometimes it might not find of course, the same level of impact that something like a Maokai would. There's definitely a lot of invisible impact there as well that does add up. Now, 2 minutes on the next drag. Kongwei snipes away another buff. Yeah, how many has he had? He's gobbled up a lot of them.
I think
there's 2 horses on my screen. 3!
There's a lot of horses. The horse champ is broken. There's 3 of them. Hanabi is going to be getting taken out here. Not before he finds a lot of damage in return, but is it enough? Hana in the mid lane, getting sniped away at it by Betty. Is Orca going to be able to find an angle? Mission also off on his lonesome up here. Another 3 horses.
Okay, Hana goes bot to defend this. He needs to be careful because there's insane Baron DPS from Aphelios Kha'Zix. Do you remember what guns Aphelios had?
I think it was green-white, if I am correct.
Oh, if he's got the...
Now, the green-white doesn't do too much Baron damage. It's really the red-white that does a lot. But yeah, I think you've just got enough damage anyway. Now, Hana's not going to be here. They're going to try and steal with Cascada, but don't have the damage. It is just the Baron taken. Hana going to answer Lakai in the bot lane, and in fact, not even doing so. Lakai picking himself up that tower anyway.
Yeah.
Looks like they're trying to trade themselves here, the mid tower. Betty finding a lot of damage. Horses. Horses everywhere. There's 3 of them again. 116 finding the route. No, he will not.
Lakai's got a hull breaker now. I'm sure we'll get or maybe we won't get a replay of how Hanabi got caught out, but it feels like DCG there, kind of like a 2-step mistake where, you know, Hanabi shouldn't have got caught out, but equally Hana should not go bot there because you have to know how much DPS onto a Baron can come out of the Kha'Zix comp, especially if you're aware of what guns Aphelios has. So kind of out of nowhere, Beyond slingshot themselves really far ahead, but it does just feel like they are very firmly in control. Pretty much the whole game, right? Even though the gold has been even and stuff like that, it never feels like the Varus and the Tristana have kind of become issues. It just feels like Hanabi is sort of holding them in the game, at least for now.
Yeah.
Betty's got sums. He does not have a stopwatch for this fight, though, and that could be the difference maker.
Is it the classic tale of I died once, so we lost the game?
It could be. I know that all too well.
Mission getting pretty aggressive. I'm surprised he pathed that way. Is able to get away with it, though. Now, there is a reasonable amount of wave clear that can come out of your Varus. It's not that effective against the Baron minions, but again, also Mission does have quite a lot of range at this point. Also, second Dragon now going to be picked up by Beyond, so you still have 10 minutes to sort of get yourself back onto even footing if you are DCG. And in fairness, I think if they are able to take a teamfight win, and with their comp they certainly can, even though the Varus does get outscaled, if you are able to find a little bit of poke here, I think in particularly onto 1116, as you see Betty on your screen, does pick up that Bloodthirster. Doesn't really feel like poking him means anything anymore. So I think a lot of it's going to try and land Qs onto the Kha'Zix, try and land Qs onto the Nico. At which point, maybe you will have the damage in the team fight to win. Obviously, Mission can pick up a lot of that slack.
Maybe. If they do manage to win that team fight, though, they can take a lot off it. Just the Tristana living in Konga needs to be a little careful here. Seems that he knows it's kind of risky. Has carries around.
Yeah, DCG's tower damage would actually be insane if they win a fight. They've got Tristana, Rumble, Varus. All do impressive amounts of damage to towers.
That creep's doing funny things on the top wave. Cascada's not going to fall for it.
Oh, okay. It is going to be that Magna Storm lands onto Mission. And the Pop Blossom finds 4. 116 finding these fantastic angles time and time again. Equalizer does come through eventually, but it's Lakai who is guarding this Rumble and now is going to get the Poppy. On top side though, Kongwei managing to take out another kill here onto Orca. It's a cleaner 3 for 0. Massive Pop Blossom out of 116. It's the second time we've seen him on this Nico. Second time he's found massive angles. And it looks like it's the second time he's going to find a win on it.
Yeah, they might just go for the win right now. A lot of the wave clear is dead, and Hanabi does not have his ulti. There's a big top wave as well. I'm surprised they don't try and push in with that one.
Teleport coming through.
Bit of a mix. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think this was the play.
No, they definitely misplayed it, but I think they probably can only take inhib now. I think they might have been able to end if they'd used that top wave instead of the mid wave, and it wasn't quite big enough, and looks like a split call ultimately cost them. They kind of wanted a TP just to have that tank the tower.
Yeah.
But by that point, the rest of them had already moved away. So maybe not the cleanest in there. We're going to look at how Kara has found this engage. I thought this was really going to come from the Nico, but Kara, as he just smells blood in the water, flashes forward, and sets him up real nicely for a 4-man Pop Blossom. And it's just huge. So hard to avoid. You see it so late, and it's got such long engage as well.
Damn, Varus looked so useful that fight.
Yeah. Does feel bad, of course. You know, the Varus oftentimes isn't even finding that much value in the PCS when it's ahead, but especially when behind, it's always going to be really difficult to be a poke champ up against all that engage that can come out. Stopwatch now onto Betty. Does not have the flash, but kind of don't think he's dying again.
Yeah, you'd have to misposition, you feel. There is the flash now available for Hana as well as Orca, so if he does misposition, it's a potential angle, but his team does seemingly have enough damage now. Kongwei being at 3 items. certainly can eliminate one of these AD carries near on instantly.
Betty is level 15 and Cruscata is level 13. Feels pretty bad. Not often do you see a big XP. In fact, 1116 is level 11 and Mission's level 16. Oh, wait, has he copied someone?
Yeah,
he's copied someone. Oh, that gets me every time.
He's level 16.
Okay, last tower though. Staying up on the bot side. They have the top inhib wave pushing in.
Yeah, Baron's gone now though, so it should be cleared out fairly simply here. And it is. Not a whole lot of damage happening. Betty also running out of his guns. He will be going over to the blue-purple after this, almost certainly. Now he's the green-purple. Should be Infernum coming up after his last few bullets here. There he is. We do see it.
Jax is buffing these waves with the Hull Breaker, but I don't think they've done a very good job of sinking them. I think Betty probably should have not pushed this so fast and just wait for that top wave to crash. And I think maybe they could have done something here. Alternatively, they can play it out a bit slower, just pick up the Baron. It should be really hard for DCG to come and contest. They've got a lot of waves to get through, and there is, of course, so much damage as well as so much pick potential. Just makes it so hard, really, to walk in here.
Damn, Hana is behind enemy lines, even though he's in his own jungle.
Hey, he's watching that Kenny Chan highlight.
What is that circle around him?
Good question.
I've never seen that. Is it a spectator thing?
We'll check his items. Maybe there's something funky.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. See?
I've never seen that before either. It's not like a Locket representation or something, is it? Or maybe it's just
Locket's range should be higher than that, but well, I don't know. Hana in the aerial. We've seen a fantastic steal, yeah, from the same position, but I think Poppy a little bit less mobile than the Nidalee, and he is CC'd.
Yeah.
He has had every bit of CC from these two members of BYG thrown at him. He does survive, which I think is quite important. Conway, though, coming around the back. Hana might not be surviving for much longer. Does? Okay. So that's pretty important.
The Baron seems pretty hard to defend, though. I wouldn't be surprised if Beyond do try and play for the bot inhib and then the end. I think can just safely ignore the Dragon at this point and clean it out rather nicely.
Ooh, okay.
But look at all that lifesteal.
Yeah.
That's a bit unfair.
Importantly, though, it is the Moonlight Vigil gone. Very good guns here for Betty. But now that the Chakrams are out, I think if you're DCG, you kind of just have to fight now. It is going to be the cleanse out of Cruscata. Nice and early. Equalizer comes through. Doesn't really find anything all that much. Now, what is really left? Lakai up on the top side, handing Hanabi a lot of damage, and Betty does have to jump away. Is going to find one kill onto Orca and use that stopwatch to avoid any further damage, as all these minion waves are now crashing onto these towers. The defense is going to have to be massive here from DCG, and it's a 4v5. Hana does go forward, finds a lot of damage here onto Betty, especially with that piercing arrow from the Varus. But now it's Lakai going in. The Pop Blossom finds 3 again, and the stopwatch to secure his life. It's going to be no one but Mission left alive here on the fountain. He does survive, but his Nexus does not. It's going to be Beyond picking up their first win of the week.
They do, and you have to say, I think by the end of that, that was relatively one-sided, right? It didn't actually feel like at any point DCG were doing much proactively, right? Feels like they fell behind pretty early, and while maybe there were plays that could have been made around Hanabi, I think the difference in bot lane definitely showed here, and mid lane as well. I mean, Mission wasn't able to find anything. Admittedly, it's a hard matchup to get the snowball going, and I think when I look at DCG, I definitely see a team that isn't aware of its own strengths, right? I think that they really need to just hard force Mission on some winning control mage, right? I think you'd be very happy to give over the Tristana and just play something like, you know, a Syndra, a Victor, and Ori into it, just because Mission is so good, not just at this champs, but at the style. And I think the team of DCG really needs their mid lane to be hard winning to have like a solid chance against those higher teams, because they are just not outclassed in other roles, but you have to say they're slightly better, right, in those other roles when you look at Beyond. And I think you could maybe question the Varus, of course. I mean, you have to, right, with how far behind it fell. But I really don't think DCG are doing themselves any favors. It feels like they're drafting what's good on paper, not what's good for them.
Yeah, it definitely does feel a lot like that. And the Varus feels really worthless at this point. I mean, very, very rarely does it find impact. And so far, the split when it has, it's almost unanimously been AP. And I think that's Wako and Betty have been playing at AP. And it's looked fine when that's happened. But I'm still pretty sure we haven't seen Lethality Varus win a game.
Not this split, no. I really do think it is one of those kind of scrim win champs, because I've definitely had this experience of in scrims, there's a champ that feels just so strong in lane that it's like, okay, we have to take the Varus, because if we give it over, we're not going to be able to lane against it, sort of thing. And it just doesn't really play out like that on stage.
Yeah,
like people just
solo
play, people play a lot more scared, and that honestly like makes a really big difference. It means that if you give over the Varus, it's not going to put up as much pressure as it normally does, and also means if you're playing the Varus, you might not play to that kind of limit that you really need to. So I really wish they would kind of move away from the Varus, because it feels like there are other champions that can still pressure the lane while scaling, right? You even look at something like the Lucian Milio or the Aphelios, where like they scale very, very well while also putting up a strong laning phase. And I hope we never see Varus again.
Yeah, I think I'd be really interested. I don't think GOL will have the stats, but I'd be so interested to see the win rate of Lethality Varus.
Yeah.
This split. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen it win. And if we have, it's been once, because from memory, it's looked terrible. Even when Betty played it, who you'd argue as one of the best, if not the best, AD carry in the league, they played it and they just lost. Like, it wasn't even close. And at that stage, you're like, well, is this champ really worth picking? Certainly doesn't feel like it. I mean, in this game, Ophelio solo killing the Varus.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite, really. I mean, you're not really supposed to solo kill either way, but that is the complete opposite of how the lane really should be going.
I think so, yeah, because I think the kind of way you'd want that to be going is, you're getting Prior and Bot. That allows you to move up your support.
20
to
CS.
You get your CS, you move your support to Herald. Rumble helps you secure the Herald. You go back bot, and then, your Varus has kind of been chipping away at plates. And suddenly I can see it, right? If your Varus knocks down a tower at 12 minutes, really, really far ahead, it can be quite difficult to hold back the Varus snowball. But if he never finds that way into the game, you'd much rather have any other champ, pretty much.
Yeah, and in this draft as well, it feels like top 3, it wasn't bad. I don't think the draft was bad by any means by DCG, but I don't think you needed the Tristana. And you could have just picked the Xayah there. Cascada traditionally has looked like a very good Xayah player as well. And it just feels like, why not pick it? Like, Xayah struggles against poke, and there was no poke coming out there from beyond. I mean, it was actually a very good Xayah game, all things considered. You're against the Nico, does well into Nico, does well into Kha'Zix, does well into the Jax up in top lane. It's like, well, this was a really good game to be Xayah, but you got the Tristana mid, and for what? I mean, it got some towers in the mid game. That's almost a given. Didn't really result in anything more than that, though.
No. And definitely at this stage of the game, I mean, you feel how outscaled that Varus is, down 3 levels, and the poke doesn't even get through Betty's lifesteal. Has, in other fights, the red gun. And something we even forgot to talk about was just the Baron ended up going over, right? Because I think DCG might have had a chance to come back into that game, but it feels like once you just give over that Baron for free, that most of that chance is just kind of taken away from you. It ended up being 2 inhibs, and probably could have been the end a lot earlier for Beyond if they'd really wanted to force the issue. Ultimately, that is game number 1 for them. Who would you say MVP? Because I think, for me, I'd give it to Betty for probably the solo kill, but honestly,
Keres.
team fights. Yeah, I was thinking Keres and 1116 were the ones that were doing the kind of heavy lifting.
Now that you say it, it's probably 1116. He found that 4-man.
But that was off Keres engage.
Yeah, but Keres found a 2-man. 1116 found a 4-man. And then he found a 3-man at the end as well. Did the most damage, and that's the most important stat.
It is. Always has been. Always will be.
Yeah, I mean, your poke Varus doing less than the Aphelios. Just put this champ in the garbage, man. If you're not picking it as your AP champion, the solo AP bot lane Varus has looked okay. Varus as poke looks terrible.
And it is 116. Oh, nice prediction.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of damage, I think, which sometimes you see if the game goes too long as Nico, they don't end up kind of putting up the numbers. But if the game, is around this length before those big carry items are coming in, they remain very competitive. And I think as well, good job up against Mission, of course, is a difficult player to lane against. This was that 2-man initially found by Keres, sets them all up. I just feel like you still have very little time to react to the Nico, right? There is some time to react, sure, but feels like the engage range and the time you're given to react to that is quite unforgiving, right? Compared to some of the other champs in the game, at least.
And depending where she is in relation to when you see her as well, is often you can't even flash out of it because the range of the ult is further than the range of the flash. And so, I mean, in fairness, that does require the Nico to be setting up, well, the team around Nico to set up well for it, as well as Nico positioning for it. But, I mean, for 116, I think that's the second game of Nico, I want to say. And so far in his 2 games, he found a 5-man ult, and he's found a 4-man ult. So, good things, really, coming out of him. And I'm pretty sure going into the next patch, there is another Nico nerf, or maybe there wasn't.
I think
maybe
that was the Nico nerf.
Yeah,
and
so,
it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. And so we already see Nico is looking pretty good. But game number 1 now is done. Coming up next, though, CFO Duish team. I mean, at this stage, we got to see some exciting drafts, so you certainly don't want to miss that.
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. That's what it's like. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Game number 2. Duish team CFO, and now CFO are on a 5-game loss streak heading into this one, and honestly, you have to feel like they're going to be able to pick up a win here. But imagine the scenes if Duish team win.
Oh, I think if Duish team win, CFO's confidence will just be absolutely destroyed. You know, it would be such a horrible way to enter playoffs. I think, sure, you might be struggling recently. Hopefully they can pick up this one. I think CFO is also one of those teams that oftentimes makes things difficult for themselves, right? Whether they kind of don't draft to their players or they honestly just don't draft that well, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm honestly, similar to DCG, I'm kind of sick of seeing Jimmy play these AD mids.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll sort of take that back. I think he looks good on the Jace. I don't think he looks good on the Tristana. And unfortunately, how these drafts have been playing out is he's almost always been on the Tristana. And I don't think, I mean, he doesn't look terrible. Like, he's not losing lanes or anything like that. It's just he's not having any impact. And I think the end of last split was where Jimmy started really cementing his playstyle on these control mages. Honestly, very similar to Mission, where he would win his lane, and that would allow Gemini to play how he wanted, and he's quite aggressive. Like, he doesn't find a whole lot of damage, but he does like to play a lot of these sort of CC champs that can look for dives, the likes of the Vi, Sejuani, the Maokai, where you can look for a dive, and especially if you have that mid lane prio, it's a lot easier. And even earlier on in this split, he was playing the likes of the Ahri, going for bot lane dives alongside Gemini, and we've sort of seen them stop doing that and opt for the Tristana. It just hasn't looked as good.
Definitely agree. I think the Tristana is one of those picks that while the champ itself isn't super difficult, it's more the play style that comes with it that can be of just, it feels like I wouldn't say you need to snowball, but the champ benefits a lot from snowballing. Like, it just snowballs incredibly hard. And I think if you are up against something like the Nico, or any control mage really, if you do remain even, you are not going to be as impactful.
Functionally
right?
behind.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that some teams clearly recognize that. You see teams like J-Team where the Tristana always ends up very, very ahead. And other teams just kind of leave it on its own. And I don't think it's one of those champs that can just be played in isolation. It requires a team to play around it. And I don't think CFO is a team that wants to do that. So I honestly just think, pick your scaling, pick your control mages, just play what's like more comfortable, and I think they'll see much better results.
Yeah, and I kind of want to say that the two teams that have seemingly found how to insert the Tristana into their gameplay the best is J-Team and last split PSG. And like, other than that, it hasn't really seemed like anyone's able to really utilize the Tristana how they need to. And it's really just been, they've picked it simply because it's a strong champion, and especially if they see Jace pick, they just pick the Tristana themselves. But it hasn't really looked all that promising for the most part. Now on the other side, we obviously have Duish team here on your screens. How are they going to find a win? Not sure.
No, time's running out for them.
I think, yeah, it seemingly has been a case where they've now exhausted trying to play sort of the way that they did previously find wins, and now you just have to expect that they kind of lose for the most part. Stat comparison on your screen. WSL, couple of firsts there. Damage percentage, champions played. Damage percentage, probably because the rest of his team isn't doing all that much damage. As a steal, but
yeah,
3 for Gemini. I didn't even realize that.
And champions played there. I mean, you see it being really high for WSL, and I assume it's also very high for Zhao too. And I think that champions played can sometimes be a bait, right? Because I think if you have a big champion pool and you genuinely are very good on all those champs, then obviously it's a positive, right? But I think a lot of the time you see people with big champion pools also being relatively shallow skill, I guess, on those champions. And I think that's kind of the same with WSL. I mean, he's looked very good in his APs, but everything else hasn't really hit the same. Sejuani Maokai banned away by CFO though, so they probably do want this to be some sort of carry versus carry jungle matchup.
Yeah, interesting. Okay,
Tristana's the ban.
CFO banning it away
like
from
that.
themselves.
Yeah, I honestly like it. We see that a lot, you know, the likes of DCG and PSG like to ban away the LeBlanc from themselves. Azir is their last ban up against Jimmian. So will the first pick be the Jace? Or the Rumble, perhaps? The Rel? Oh, the Rel's banned. Never mind.
Renekton, yeah. Does JP... I mean,
Okay.
we've seen JP Gwen into it before,
Yeah.
and I was going to say,
I think
it
he
looked
should
good.
just do it.
It looked good last time he did it. It seems actually like JP's best champion is the Gwen, so I feel like he should just lock in the Gwen.
Yeah, I think you almost just take Gwen Jace just to make sure you have some sort of AD mid with the Gwen.
Oh, I don't want to see the Zhao 2 Jace
Well, I'm just
3
thinking,
times
like,
in a row.
we want WSL on an AP jungler, ideally. I mean, I guess they could take Gwen Viego if you do just want to still play a carry in the jungle, but have Zhao 2 play something else. Let's see what they end up going for, though. I just feel like they have looked the best when WSL is on AP carries, but, I mean, maybe he'll do well on the Viego, and that does mean that Zhao 2 can play something AP later on. So what are you going to take with this? Because the typical pairings with the Renekton are gone. Do we think there's any chance the Rumble can be played mid by either team? I think Zhao 2 potentially could play it. He's just kind of shown in the past that he's willing to play some weird stuff. And Lee Sin
yeah, I was going to say, Jim and I played Lee Sin last split quite a lot. LeBlanc hovered. I kind of would like to see this just be the old LeBlanc.
I was just thinking that. I think that there is probably not this patch, but you know, maybe next patch, a very strong argument that regular LeBlanc is just better again.
I actually think Duish team are putting on a bit of a drafting clinic here if this gets locked in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not as good up against Shiv LeBlanc for sure, but I think it's still a fairly solid answer, and it does do well against both Lee Sin and Renekton. So that's probably the best first 3 champs I've seen Duish team pick. And
well, you don't think the Xin Zhao first mid lane was the best?
No, I wasn't a huge fan.
Ah,
Points for creativity, but hey, results matter in the end. Blitzcrank is that ban away. They take it away from Xiaoxi. CFO, what will they respond with? Maybe some bot lane combos that could be broken up. Take away the Nautilus first.
Support's getting targeted here pretty heavy. Obviously, neither team picking up a support yet. Now, there is the likes of the Xayah open. It feels like if you're Duish team and you get the Xayah here, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Almost wouldn't be too surprised to see CFO ban it away for their next ban, but obviously first we have to see Duish team's ban. Will it be another support? I mean, Leona's still open. Alistair as well. Alistair taken out now. A lot of these engaged supports are being removed. Now, Leona seems like really the only one still... Oh, Rakan. There's Leona Rakan.
Yeah.
If one of them gets banned, you kind of get the other one and you feel like you've got yourself a winning combo. But it would mean the other team is able to pick... Okay, so Leona's open. So is Xayah. And so if you pick the Leona here... Likely to be answered by Xayah.
Yeah. I wonder what happens if you just take the Milio and then you last pick Lucian or Ashe, depending on what they take, obviously.
That would be exciting. I wouldn't mind the Zeri. I don't think I'd want the Aphelios.
I think there is a fair amount of peel for it.
Yeah, that's true.
But I wonder if this is vulnerable potentially to something like the Lucian Milio or the Ashe Milio that could make things really, really difficult for you.
Oh my, okay.
Let's not see Varus and...
Oh no.
It's going to be
They're
Varus
going for
and
the
LeBlanc.
6th. They're going for the 6th.
Please take Xayah.
I think they'll take the Xayah. I don't think they're going to force us through another Varus game.
No. Okay.
All right, it is the Xayah.
We're saved.
Okay, now, all of a sudden, CFO's draft looks a lot better.
Yeah.
Because the Lissandra is actually pretty easy to play around Lissandra ult as the Xayah. There's it's not the longest channel time, but it's very reactable, the Lissandra ult sort of channel time. And so you are able to pop out that Feather Storm and sort of leave the Lissandra standing there. Certainly we'll see this. Okay, now what's your answer for the support here? There is the Milio, there is the Braum. Braum does do well into both the Xayah and the Leona. I actually think Duish team's draft here is really, really good. I would have probably preferred to see the Xayah instead of the Aphelios. But I think, all things considered, it's a very, very nice draft. And admittedly, the Aphelios does have access to lifesteal within his kit that the Xayah doesn't. So
that is true.
In the sort of earlier stage of the game, will do better against the LeBlanc, particularly if it is that static Shiv LeBlanc.
And I think it will be. I think you would prefer to have the Shiv LeBlanc up against the Lissandra for sure. But yeah, I think like you said, Duish team have put together a draft that if CFO misplay their comp, right, especially this Lee Sin Renekton top side, I think you would give the scaling to Duish team.
Yeah.
Right, with the Aphelios and the Gwen especially. Maybe Jimmy and Shun can kind of take over in the late game, but I don't think it's super easy for them either. So while I think you still go in to CFO as the favorites just because they are a much better team, this could be Duish team's first
I was
win.
actually going to say, nameplates off, I think I prefer Duish team.
I think I might agree.
It just really is unfortunate that they're currently sitting 0-15, and it's so hard to give them the favor in any given matchup. Because even in games where you felt like they certainly should win. I mean, there was a 10-0 Ash at one point. Still were not able to pick up wins in those occasions.
Yeah, it does kind of just feel like no matter what sort of state the game is in, Duish team just can't quite close it out.
Yeah.
Especially against a team like CFO that definitely have a bit of experience behind them. But now, maybe the onus is kind of on CFO to close out, especially with that Lee Sin Renekton.
And they are on a 5-game loss streak, so I don't think CFO are coming into this game looking the strongest. I think even all things considered, their team comp, it feels okay. I think a big question mark is how this LeBlanc plays.
Yeah.
Because so often we've seen the LeBlanc picked, and it almost feels like the LeBlanc's getting picked just because of how well it can do. It sort of feels like a scrim champion again, as well as a solo Q champion, where it performs really well in those sort of uncoordinated environments. I don't want to say scrims are uncoordinated, but they're a whole lot less careful. There's a whole lot more going on, and you're able to get those items a bit quicker just because of how much carnage is happening.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with that, but I also think LeBlanc does farm very fast with this build, so she's still comfortable in games that are relatively slow. I think the bigger issue is that so many times in the PCS, teams just don't really play around the LeBlanc. They don't let her poke first. Jiaotu, he's got the heavy laning runes there with the Airy Scorch, and I think it's pretty good. Like, I think if you're playing up against the Shiv LeBlanc, you need to kind of delay it getting to that Shiv as much as possible. If you take something to try and match the scaling, I think ultimately you will just be outscaled. So eyes will be a lot on this matchup here.
Minions have spawned.
See what ends up happening.
Yeah, if Jiaotu is able to get push in this lane, especially up until the stage of that Shiv getting completed, certainly can walk around the map with WSL and look for things elsewhere. I mean, there's not a whole lot of setup really around the map, but being that you are Lissandra, you can find those things for yourself. If you're able to find a nice claw, Frozen Passage, I believe it is, into, you know, the setup, Frozen Tomb. I mean, any of Lissandra's abilities, really.
Are they all called Frozen something?
I don't think so. I don't know the Q name.
Frozen
the W
Claw?
name.
No shot, right?
Frozen Splinters.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Gemini, though, starting blue buff. Not really your traditional starting route for a Lee Sin, but probably just wants to head towards that bot side, realizing that things can happen there. It does feel like a fairly volatile lane.
It is volatile, and I think
Ooh.
if your Duish team especially, you really want the game to not be volatile early. I think if you can hit your 1 item, maybe even 2 item spikes, that's the point where you're in that kind of time where you're really strong, and that LeBlanc isn't super strong yet. I think that's that sweet spot, really, is that 2 items, and lots of trades coming out on the bot side. A lot of damage back onto Shalcy, but it was level 2 advantage, and
yeah, the level 1 trade back onto level 2 wasn't even that bad. Now, you do still have sustain, obviously. You've got the red gun alongside fleet footwork, so a little bit of that health will just come back naturally. 3 pots, though, available for Shun.
there is a lot more sustain there. Still feel like, though, Duish's team comp does scale very, very nicely.
Yeah.
Not even like ultra late game, just really feel like at the 2 item mark, maybe they haven't outscaled, but it feels like their comp is a lot easier to play at that point. You know, CFO definitely have to play the fights well. Make sure there's Lee Sin and Renekton are finding flanks. LeBlanc is finding poke before it starts.
Yeah, and I think, all things considered, if CFO overextend, it's very easy here for the side of Duish team to just cut off one member from the rest of the team. If Shalcy lands a Zenith Blade that he might not want, Brom can put up that wall as well. As you've just got so much CC coming out of Lissandra and Viego that it really can make team fights difficult. And I think, honestly, the best part about Duish's team comp for me is that really at all stages of the game, you've got a champion or a couple of champions here that do very, very well. I mean, early on in the game, Gwen, quite a strong early game laner. You've then got, obviously, in the mid game, the Viego, the Lissandra, and then late game, Aphelios Gwen again. It doesn't feel like there's any major weak points in terms of when you have to be giving up things. Now, really nice ward here to spot out where Gemini is. Being level 4 here on that Lee Sin.
They do force him away.
Ooh.
And a little bit of pressure put towards mid. We'll see if Jiaotu just goes for the reset with. Looks like he will. Drops that ward as well to get confirmation on where Jimian will be going.
Be a Grom stolen away, though.
Yeah, he's making himself home in the bot side. Looks like it was traded up though.
I really don't like this Lysandra skin, by the way.
Which one was it?
We'll see it again, but I honestly don't know. I don't play the champ enough, but it's like a pinky one. Like pinky purple.
one.
Pinky red. I don't know what color to call it. You'll see it soon, I'm sure. Now, not a very good first back here for Zhao 2.
It doesn't feel that great. I think buying the tier 1 boots might have been a mistake. Depends how much roaming you can get done, but obviously dodging the skill shots from LeBlanc isn't super important when she's maxing Q early. So it feels like a little bit of wasted gold. Maybe we'll see how the trades end up going. I think it would have liked just more early game power to put on the pressure, but it kind of feels like he's playing to pressure the wave. But it's quite hard, I think, when LeBlanc can just walk at you. WSL, he's wrapping around. He's got the mid prior right now.
We'll spot out Gemini shortly. He's actually not in the bush. Not sure if...
Oh, is he going bot lane?
Yeah, looks like he is. And Shun as well as Chelsea fairly pushed up, but...
Oh, it's a 4-man.
Okay, yeah, Zhao 2 coming down as well. Doesn't have access to that ultimate just yet, and the ward will spot them out. Are they able to find anything, though? Winter's Bite will land here onto Chelsea.
Ooh.
Nice work with the Zenith Blade, but it looks like the CC might just be too much. The Gravitum confirms first blood. It's going to be traded back there by the Ignite, but it's first blood here. 2 Pipero on the Sophelios. The answer back, of course, going on to Chelsea. Good start for Duish team.
It definitely was not the cleanest, but they got the job done. And I hope we get a replay of it because WSL, he goes for the predict, I believe, on the Leona and was actually pretty close. Yeah, he was pretty close to getting it there. And that ultimately did make a pretty big difference as they couldn't quite kill Chelsea without trading Inhao for it. Still though, I think you're probably happy as Duish team. I'm not sure. You did burn a lot of sums for it, but you get a kill on your ADC, so it does feel good. And
Chelsea,
Zhao 2, he has ult.
Okay, Inhao is here. Yeah, it does have ult. Is he going to be able to use it? Frozen Tomb does come out there just in time. Dodges a lot of that damage. And now it's going to be traded back. Frozen Claw, or Frozen Passage, whatever it's called. He's not going to go back to it, though. Yeah, this is the skin. I don't like it.
I don't even know what skin that is. I think it's a chroma, right?
It might be. I definitely haven't seen it until now. Now, I think, honestly, all things considered, bot lane remains fairly even in terms of gold, just because Shun has found himself at a fairly substantial CS goal lead, and JP here being looked at is stunned up, does have that needlework working, and he's finding a lot of damage onto Rest, but it won't be enough. Triumphs coming through afterwards will ensure he does not go down, but really valiant effort there out of JP on the Gwen to almost trade that back.
Was very close, but that is a really big death. He doesn't have the TP to get back to this crashing wave. He also used his Ignite there and didn't find anything with it, and of course Rest.
Gonna get stunned up. Gemini looking! Does go under the tower. Is gonna flash away. It's another death. It goes over to Gemini this time, so a killer piece here for that top jungle. WSL almost had the damage there. If he was level 6, maybe he would have been able to find something, but ultimately was not. It is just the kill going over.
Definitely is just bad news, really, for Duish team in that top jungle.
Importantly, it is the steel caps here for JP, which will make his life a little bit easier, especially knowing that he is against Renekton Lee Sin. Kind of finds double effectiveness in many ways. I think this is a hard game to choose which boots to itemize. Because you do have to go up against the Leona, as well as, obviously, the Xayah, who offers CC. The Renekton offers CC.
Yeah, I assume Gwen at least has a lot of tenacity from the runes.
Yeah, I think she'll have double tenacity. And Pepero...
He's aware.
Yeah.
Well, at least the Herald wasn't picked up.
I really want to see more roams going down bot. I think you've got a little bit of a window here where the static shift hasn't been completed.
Maybe, but ganking a Xayah with both Sums and 6 feels impossible. They could play towards Herald instead.
This fight does feel a little impossible too.
Zhao 2's got prior. I mean, he can be here first. And Renekton ult is close. Okay, so this is nice pickup for Duish team. Better than nothing anyway.
I almost wouldn't hate to see it just go to your Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have good places kind of across the board right now, right? I think you've taken a plate in top and bot, maybe? Oh no, just one in bot.
Damn, nice Q.
Gemini was very good on this Lee Sin last split.
Yeah, he was. I think one of the better Lee Sins from last split. Oh, Inhao.
I think he's should be fine.
Yeah. stand behind Braum. Winter's Bite. In fact, it's being turned around. Zhao2 finds that Frozen Tomb. And so much damage. WSL finds himself a kill. He's become the LeBlanc. He's trying to look for another one. Gets the reset. Will find himself that as he's now the Lee Sin. Not likely to be able to get out. That's what he actually does. Does he get the reset? He will.
Wait, he wins this.
Oh, Featherstorm coming out. WSL's crazy.
Oh my.
Oh,
He's
he
out.
dodges out. Oh my God, WSL.
That might be play of the week. That was really, really well played. I hope we get a replay. I
Yeah,
really
that was insane. Okay, WSL's winning. He is the best player in the league.
That is the first time I've seen a Viego pop off like that. You know, we
Yeah.
have seen the Viegos start to win games, especially Kongyue's, but that really feels that is
special.
why you're picking Viego, is for fights like that. Let's take a look at it again. And Hal's engaged on too early, and this is kind of the problem with LeBlanc early. You know, very good in isolated 1v1, not so good in these early skirmishes. Honestly, doesn't put out a meaningful amount of damage. CC'd up, and the follow-up comes through. LeBlanc is stolen, and I think everything connected, really. Manages to get all that
1v4.
damage. Yeah, and you thought he was dead to rights here, but manages to get off just a little bit of damage at the end there.
Oh, if he was able to
Yeah.
land either of those.
Yeah, and then decides to go out, which I think is a good choice. Even got the flash out of him as well, so really well played there from WSL and has himself a huge lead off of it.
And if all that wasn't enough, he got the scuttle too. And honestly, him being a jungler is probably his happiest he was getting that scuttle at the end.
Not wrong.
3-1 on the Viego. Where was this Duish team all along, man?
They're
Honestly,
still down
so
gold,
far
though.
in this game. Yeah, but I want to say they're looking pretty good. Zhao2. Actually down 20 CS, which is fairly significant. Being that he is the Lissandra, though, again, it's a champion that doesn't require the most amount of gold in the world.
No, I think it's still happy as long as your Lissandra can hit one item at a fairly comfortable time.
But this CS deficit's pretty much around the map, though. And WSL, while a little bit accelerated, does feel like he is still weaker than the Lee Sin in that isolated 1v1. Lee Sin just quite a lot of base damage on a lot of those abilities. Pepero now being looked at, does have ability to use both of those sums, is holding the cleanse for a very long time, is going to be finding a lot of damage in return here. It's going to be another kill for WSL. He's found his fourth. He's now the Leona. There is no flash on the Xayah from the earlier fight, and going to find himself another, and he's now the
He's
80
gone
carry.
crazy.
Gemini, he is going to get stunned up, and again, that's a triple. Zhao2 is in the area. He does have Frozen Tomb, but Jimmy staying safe. And while maybe CFO were ahead in gold just before, they're not now. WSL, he lands the Q, but he has to transform back. God, I wanted him to see that follow-up. Ran out of time on that Lee Sin, though. And Pepero claiming a lot of gold for himself, as well as WSL. He's 6-1. Teleport coming through, though. This will be Jimmy in. Oh, actually, his rest. Pepero will be going down here. Let's see if JP can trade much back on the top side.
I think Gwen can actually get quite a lot in top.
Yeah, Gwen
so,
does a lot of damage to towers.
Well, it feels like another kind of montage coming out of WSL here, but Pepero engaged on, I think holding the sums for a long time was actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
Gets them really to overcommit, and then so much CC and AoE can come through. WSL, he had the flash after all of this. It forces the cleanse out of Shun, and nowhere to go, really. Tries to buy a bit of time, and now did a great job hitting that Winter's Bite there at the end. CC'd up again, and I mean, like I said, this is what you're picking Viego for. It's just these constant reset montage moments, and it feels like it often does not happen in competitive games, but we're seeing it here.
Look, I'm going to say it. If Duish team managed to pick up a win here, it's going to cause some carnage
It is.
in that top six.
It really would.
I mean, it's absolutely nothing for Duish team. They are not going to make it to playoffs. It's impossible.
If they won all three of their games, they might not be last.
True, they could beat Impunity if Impunity lose all of their games. But I think more importantly, this game is just playing disruption for that top six. And I hope they win. Look at how much gold is on this Viego. It truly is on WSL to win. And I have to say, last split when they did win, it was WSL on scorelines like 10-1 that got it done. Now, Zhao2 under tower. Looks like he might be able to get out. I mean, this looks like a very difficult dive in any case. You have
bringing up
three members.
Chelsea.
Winners. Okay, Frozen Passion comes up. He does actually go to it, flashes away, so he will remain safe. Nice work there to not go down. On the bot side, you are trading a tower for this, so. First blood even. First blood tower. More gold onto this Viego. It
is
feels
a lot
like
of gold.
all eggs in the Viego basket.
Really is. On the other side, though, Jimian and Rest have been picking up gold all game long. That CS lead mid is getting even bigger, partially because Jiaotu is now weak-sided and kind of has to respect, give up some waves. But you almost feel like the Lissandra, at least for a while, is still going to be more impactful.
Yeah, especially in those team fights.
I think Jimian's going to make sure to use that prior really well, but Jiaotu with the TP can just stay in the side lane for a while.
Oh boy, Rift Shield's coming up. This should just be Duish teams, but if CFO contest it, we might see more montage plays out of WSL.
If Rest doesn't have TP, I wonder, is he going to base and walk to this Herald? It's kind of looking like he will. I think if you're Duish team, you might just try and waste the time and just send Gwen down bot. Alternatively, JP, he's walking back, so it looks like he's going to walk up and they're just going to have a 5v5, which I think they should win. You've got the problem, you've got the Lissandra.
Yep.
I think if you don't let LeBlanc land the poke, you should win the fight.
Yep, have white green gun here on Aphelios, which isn't the worst, but it also isn't the best.
Okay, it all comes down to execution though. This is getting lower and lower.
Harrowed Passage. WSL, what will he find? My eyes are glued to this man.
LeBlanc can't really find any poke.
Okay.
It should all start when this Herald gets a tiny bit lower.
It's so low, it might even just reset. It is the Herald going down here, not sure who picked it up, but a massive fight! 1 kill here for Duish team. It's a reset, most importantly. Shall see next on the chopping block. Double kill here for the Gwen. And it looks like Herald was picked up by CFO and they're just guarding it. So while CFO manages to secure the smite onto that objective, they aren't going to be able to find the eye. In fact, WSL looking for more. Much, much needed gold though onto your Gwen. Gwen went from 0-1 to 2-1 all of a sudden.
That is big, right? I think in terms of actual gold, the fight was pretty much even, but I think Gwen picking up 2 kills is such a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, goes to being now such a important threat, especially in a game where the Lissandra isn't going to bring much damage, mainly just CC. I think it was Jiaotu who started this off actually with an ult onto Gemini. You can see the follow-up that comes through. He also got the Featherstorm out of the Xayah, so even though you go down, as long as you get your whole combo off as Lissandra,
yeah,
you're not too upset about that. And of course, that Herald didn't end up getting picked up, the eye at least.
Now, I want to say it's a little bit sad for Duish team here, where they've got such a strong Viego, but they're still down gold. But I think ultimately, still at this stage of the game, they are just favored to win all these team fights. Honestly, a lot of the gold here for CFO is actually onto this Renekton as well, which, while yes, can have a lot of impact, it's pretty hard. You don't really want your Renekton to be hitting the Viego, and the Viego is the large portion of Duish team's gold, obviously.
Yeah.
They even have shutdowns, despite
They
being
do.
down gold. How sad does that feel? I hate when that happens.
I guess they're not down that much gold, but it does.
No.
Yeah, it does feel bad. And Rest has gone for the executioners. I guess just wants to be able to apply the healing cut and knows that
I guess there
Gwen
is-
could just Q as opposed to autoing, but... And I guess the armor doesn't really make sense, right? So
Yeah.
I guess you kind of have to.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense for the 1v1. Even, I mean, it works against Viego. Lissandra in theory as well as the Aphelios. Still curious though, I think. I don't think the 800 gold item all that valuable. Maybe he is just going to instantly upgrade it to the Chem tank, but...
Even that doesn't really feel like the best
Yeah.
second item, though. I mean, I guess
think
we'll
you
see where
probably
he
would
goes.
just prefer Steerax or Black Cleaver. But we'll see.
Jimian's up almost 2k gold over Jiaotu. So now LeBlanc is starting to get strong. She hits those 2 items, and it's really kind of this stage of the game where the poke starts to hurt, and then kind of that 3 and 4 item where it's really hard to deal with, especially before lifesteal comes through. So the Jimian
Oh,
on
Gemini
LeBlanc.
tagged by Winter's Bite. WSL won't look for it though. I think, smartly, he really does have to stay alive, stay healthy. Dragon is now spawning. It's going to be another 5v5. All 5 members of Duish team here in the bot side. Jiaotu going to be hit here by the Lee Sin. Kicked back even. Might have to commit ult to himself. Actually does get away. Gemini very, very deep here. Jiaotu still has his ult available. Will have to pop it on himself. Gets a lot of that healing come out of it. But, oh, Featherstorm comes out. WSL now. Actually,
Jiaotu can TP back, though.
yeah, doesn't have ult available, but Shun doesn't either. And Shun might just go down here. Although,
Yeah, Jimian lost a lot of health, too.
yeah,
This is looking not bad for
okay, yeah,
Duish team.
Jiaotu coming in. Now, Dragon half HP, and I think CFO really should be just running away from this. Rest might have a big fight to come out. Do manage to pick up that Dragon. Stunned up though is Rest. He's trying to find a lot of damage. He's finding a lot to JP for now at least. But that needlework coming through is getting a lot of healing done. JP staying alive will eventually go down, but it's WSL finding a kill onto Shun. He'll find one onto Shao C. It's another team fight win. It's 1 for 4 in favor here of
Baron's up
Duish
in
team
15.
as Baron spawn. And by goddamn shock, are they going to find their first win against CFO?
I think they might. Okay, Jimmy, he has to try and stop this. He has a lot of poke, but I think it might be too hard.
I don't think he can poke. It's going to be Red Gun on the Aphelios now, as well as you've just got the Braum to block at least some of it.
Lissandra almost has ult back up as well. Yeah, I don't think she's going to be able to do anything, but she almost has to. Rest needs to TP to this. He TP's to top. I think Duish team could just finish it though. Ignore the LeBlanc.
It might be. Oh, Frozen Tomb comes out. Pepero trying to find it. It's going to be flash out of Jimmy, and this is going to be the Baron going over.
Can they get out? I think
they should be able to. Yeah,
oh
they
my
are.
God.
Duish team. Are you going to do it?
Dude, they're so far ahead now. Only up 2k gold, but in terms of relative power, it feels really big. And I think fights for CFO, you see it here, right? The LeBlanc hasn't landed any poke. Everyone is full HP, and in a straight 5v5, Rest, he found so much. But you've got, just so much AoE. The Braum, the Gwen, the Lissandra. It's just too hard to team fight against Duish team if you don't have the flanks, if you don't have the poke. And this is why I think so often you see that, not always, right, but very often you see the comp that's just easier for those 5v5 team fights come out on top. Yeah. And that's because almost every single game comes down to, big objective fights, Dragons and Barons. Those are ultimately kind of what puts the nail in the coffin.
Now, we really got to see how Duish team utilize this Baron, because we've seen them with 7k gold leads before.
Yeah, they have lost these before.
Now, we really need to see them get these objectives, get themselves some sort of room to play on the map. I mean, so far, they've only got the one tower. Really need to get some of the standing gold. That really is where a lot of the gold is. Obviously, 2 towers found from CFO, but 4 members of CFO defending this mid-inner. And it looks like Pepero just too scared to even go up. But meanwhile, on the top side, JP finding himself a tower. Jimmy, though, pretty freely hitting away at this bot lane inner. And in fact, it looks like so far, CFO getting the better of the trade if Jimmy's able to cash in.
Yeah, they're actually getting quite a lot. I mean, the LeBlanc is just pushing so fast. It is more gold onto the LeBlanc, which is good, but it doesn't actually help your 5v5 that much.
No.
Duish team do need to answer that LeBlanc, though. I think they should just send Zhao 2 back, just have him hold the tower. I don't think this needs to be a trade. You can just be slowly winning out. Instead of... Ooh, that was a failure assault that just went wide.
Someone has to back. You can't be giving up.
Zhao 2, sure.
JP might be able to pick himself up a tower here, perhaps, but... Yeah, Zhao 2 should back, doesn't have TP, maybe that's what they're worried here. He does go back eventually. And so it looks like, honestly, all things considered, it is only the 1,000 gold, which is less than you get for taking the Baron. But they do, importantly, get rid of that mid lane inner, get rid of that top lane inner, which opens up the map a lot more. And they are also probably favored to win at least the next Dragon fight.
I'd say so. I mean, I think the Golden LeBlanc, it really depends, right? Because if the LeBlanc does land good poke, then obviously the Golden LeBlanc was super valuable, right?
Yeah.
But if she doesn't find anything, then the Golden LeBlanc is almost a complete waste. And so
it does feel scary to W forward as this LeBlanc, because if you do go a little bit too far, Zhao 2 can quite easily just ult you. And you can find yourself at a very peculiar position.
Jimmy, he is very strong in the side lane. I think that is going to be the key really for CFO. I think if you just take up straight 5v5s, it's not going to work out. I think using that priority in the side lane, taking vision, making picks, all that is kind of the path to victory. And CFO historically have not been the kind of team to do that. That's very kind of PSG game style, where they play it more slower, methodically. CFO do just like to fight, and that would be playing into Duish team's hands right now.
Yeah, I think even if you do play the split map though, and you have Jimmy on these side lanes, the 4v4 should favor the side of Duish team, at least for the foreseeable future. Now, this bot lane inner being worked on. Jimmy does join the fray now, and with that, Duish team should just back off and let JP work on the top side. In fact, he's going to go claim himself a red buff. Oh, no, he's not. He's just pathing on down. Dragon, 10 seconds away. And so he is going to join for that. There is no Jimmy on the side lane. He is on the bottom, but honestly, he can't really find much but waves for at least 2 more minion waves to come out, which is about a minute. In fact, he teleports top. Teleport available for Xiaotu as well as JP, and it looks like JP will immediately be rotating up there to answer. Gemini on the red buff, though. It looks like they are committing to just giving over this dragon. JP should stay safe. In fact, it feels pretty hard for CFO to really look for a kill on him.
Yeah, it feels like they just poked the tower there with the Lich Bane LeBlanc. It's a nice pickup for Duish team, but I think CFO do the best they can really to trade back, and the trade's actually fairly good. I mean, a lot of damage on this tower. Again, it's more gold on LeBlanc, and it really just comes down to execution now for Jimmian and the side of CFO. Of if you can find value with this LeBlanc in the team fights, then she's going to be a big problem. But if they don't play around it, she could quite quickly become useless, especially with Pepero getting some lifesteal now. Some more lifesteal, I should say.
I just can't believe we're in a timeline where Duish team might just be winning the game against CFO. Who had this on their bingo card?
Not me, that's for sure.
Obviously a lot to go yet until that does happen. In fact, you got to say Duish team making slower progress with a 7-1 Viego than the likes of perhaps Beyond would. But still, they aren't relinquishing the lead, which is a positive sign.
For sure. I mean, we've seen so many games where Duish team do kind of build these monumental leads and then just throw it all away. This game, the lead isn't as big, but hey, they still have it.
And I think importantly, the lead is on WSL. In the former. That's it.
Yeah.
We did it. The former games where they had the lead, it was pretty much mainly on Pepero. And it seemed like he didn't really have it in him to sort of get them across the line. WSL has done it in the past, albeit on those AP carries. He's now on an AD carry, and he's in a position to do so. Has a stopwatch for this next fight, so even more sort of disruption during the team fight, which can be so important, especially as that Viego. A lot of the times, all you really need to do is set up, try and get one reset, and the stopwatch will allow you to last longer in those team fights, perhaps get the reset and start jumping around, utilizing the likes of the LeBlanc. Imagine if you get the LeBlanc reset.
Yeah, it would be really, really nice. LeBlanc's starting to get a bit of AP now, so can actually be a credible threat in these fights. And I wonder what the Duish team play is here. I feel like finding some sort of engage early could be the way to go. I think you want to try get in before the poke lands from the LeBlanc. I think starting up Baron could be a mistake.
Yeah, these are really bad guns for Aphelios as
Yeah,
well.
I don't like this. I mean, it brings them to the fight before the poke lands, but also I feel like the pit is a... Well, I mean, if they don't take much damage from the Baron...
Yeah, okay. Inhal putting up that wall will dodge a lot of it, and Jimmy in now.
This is looking good.
Yeah,
I mean,
a bunch of the damage has coming out. Xiaotu, though, gets hit by a big one there, as well as WSL. Baron is reset, and with this, it feels like...
I think now you might have to pull away.
Yeah, this feels a bit bad now.
Gemini
WSL getting really, really low, and you do have to back out.
Too much damage, yeah.
I think you had to have finished it that first one. Pepero may be looking to try and get the gun swap. Now, admittedly, Gravitum, not the worst gun in the world, especially when you have so much CC already on your team. It can set up a lot, but Jimmy's just finding so much poke.
Yeah, this is perfect for LeBlanc.
Yeah.
The indecision is really costing Duish team here. I think maybe could have done the first Baron, but the moment you turn, there's now no more play
I think you've just got to make it out, and you are for now. Gemini actually, okay, does get the jump over, safeguards away. Now I think it's important you get a reset on these health bars without going down, and the Graviton lands on Jimmian. Won't matter though. Does Jimmian have mercs? It felt like he was.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, Pepero, no!
Oh.
For a second there, I thought disaster had struck.
It was very close. I mean, you felt there that Duish team were pretty close to losing the game on that Baron.
Yeah.
If they had kept playing it like that, I mean, that's the perfect fight really for the LeBlanc, where it's just pretty much 1v5 poking them out.
I think Duish team maybe could have just committed to finishing it the first time.
Yeah, because starting up Baron versus the poke comp, if you can do it fast enough, then it's really good. You know, if you can just kill it, turn for the fight, that's great. But the longer you take to do it, the more time you give, you know, the more poke rotations come out, then it suddenly becomes very difficult. And
okay, didn't spot that out. Okay, Pepero is quickly trying to burn through this Infernum Gum. Obviously, you do not... Oh, admittedly, Infernum plus a Severum is a lot of lifesteal. If you get access to a minion wave, you pretty much Q and you get 3 billion health back, but not really what you want for the Baron.
No, maybe they'll just look at the Dragon now. I mean, they might just try and play this out really slow. Play for the Drags, try and play the safest way possible.
Okay, they are trying to start a fight here, RCFO. That is going to be the Solar Flare. Out of the man, Zhao2 finds a 4-man snare, but he's taken so much damage on the side here for Jimmy. Is going to cost him his ult, as WSL is looking for Jimmy on the side. Is finding quite a lot of damage there onto that LeBlanc, and man, Zhao2 tried his absolute damnedest there, but there was just not enough follow-up. It is going to be the Dragon now looked at as CFO on the other side of the map here. Is going to be spotted out. There are enough wards around as Jimmy continuing on with his antics here in the middle lane. It is both the jungler as well as the AD carry here for CFO, who's starting up the Baron, down to half HP, and I think someone has to mark this LeBlanc and try and find a way to stop her from finding this poke, because at the moment, it seems like really what is the big difference maker. Zhao2 back though, is really going to have to wait for his ult to come back up to do anything. And I think Bloodthirster on this recall should also be finished by Pepero.
That would be a very big pickup here, of course. Jimmy should be getting closer to the Rabadons, though, which is going to turn him from not just being a poke champ, but back into a burst champ as well. That's going to be very hard to deal with. This Infernal Drag managed to survive this whole time.
I think Dewis should just give it. I think it's like...
I mean, they can do the Baron pretty fast as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They should just do the Baron. We have an Aphelios, 3-item Aphelios now. Zhao2 building into some MR here. Jimmy has to be careful. If he's found, then pretty much the whole team comp fails if this LeBlanc goes down. Now, Pepero, the white-green gun.
I like this.
Yeah, this is not bad. The Baron is so low. Is Gemini going to get marked? It's going to be the Baron going down. It is WSL who confirms it, and it's going to be Rest. He's stunned up, he's so low, but oh my god, the health comes back so quickly for this Renekton. It's a shutdown though. Pepero has 8,000 chakrams. Look how much damage he's doing. He's just running these dudes. He's Usain Bolt. Oh my goodness, WSL and the side of Duish team, they're doing it. They're going top side. It's where their minion wave lies. It's a low health tower.
Can they end? I mean, there's no wave clear,
no
really.
Jimmy
it's
in
just
as well.
Desire. She has no ult, flash, or cleanse.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb is coming up halfway through that cooldown. 5 members for Duish team against the 3 of CFO. Shunin base is regenning his health back up, but does he have what it takes against these Baron minions? Gemini doing good to sort of get these minions from hitting the tower, but it's too little too late, it feels. Duish team, in the most unlikely circumstances, are looking to take out our 4th place team. Although, have they? The Nexus is so low. It's just Pepero. The Nexus is on 1 HP, but CFO have defended. The game continues, and oh my god, what is going on?
This is incredible. If CFO somehow managed to come back from that and turn this game around, it would be probably the game of the split for me. Now, looking towards that Infernal Drag, they have managed to keep it alive, but they have lost the top inhib, and fights are getting so difficult. I'm not sure if you saw what Pepero did in that Baron fight, but he just annihilated Jimmian on the side. I mean, Jimmian tried to come forward and poke him and just got destroyed for it.
Oh my god. It's
is
a
Jimmy
naked...
gonna get an inhib? He is.
Zhao2 has teleport. Is there a ward? It doesn't look like it,
but... We have a game on our hands. Yeah, we don't even get to see the Baron fight because we really just see the ending.
Now, there had to have been a mistake. Someone missed an auto attack somewhere. Okay, Shun, I want to see this Blade Caller. Just absolutely quick scopes here. There's actually a massive ult there as well. Duish team lining up there for the triple collateral on freefall from Gemini.
So close.
It's 1 team fights in it. Either team win a fight here, the game will end.
Jimmian's got Rabadons. I mean, he's actually really strong now. Oh, this game is still feels on a knife's edge. You know,
I can't believe it.
They were so close to his team to just picking up their first win right there. And imagine the heartbreak if you lose from here.
No, they're not
still
going
so
to.
Ahead, right? It really is. Jimmian, I mean, Shun has gotten pretty strong. It's up to the CFO, LeBlanc, and the Xayah to take this one and somehow bring it back.
Okay, another tower. Claimed.
Okay,
it is Zhao2 matching in the mid lane here. Does have the teleport advantage for now. Will be committing it. Oh, I don't know about this. This seems a bit dodgy. coming in. It's going to be low health bars here already, and the kick does land, but it's onto the Braum. Is it going to be enough? It does look like it for now. Featherstorm does come out here of Shun on the Xayah. And Duish team now running away. Will Gemini follows out?
I mean, this would be a good place for Jimmy to chase. I wonder, I mean, 2 fights in a row, Zhao2's ulted the Renekton, I think mainly to peel, but it doesn't last very long because there is a lot of tenacity. I think it might even be better just to hold it for threat, but it is hard to say, right? Because if you can keep Pepper alive, he is doing an incredible amount of damage in these fights. Not the easiest game to decide how you want to play from here, really.
I think importantly, though, with this inhib being down, it means that the LeBlanc isn't as threatening because she does have to just sit in that lane and answer those waves. Now, out to mid lane. We tried bot. We didn't get it done. Top was 1 auto attack away. And honestly, I don't even know what to think anymore. It looks like it really should be Pepero able to carry. I feel like Pepero is the strongest late game champion in this game. And, oh my god,
There's
man.
a Gwen as well.
There is a Gwen.
Yeah, I think Duish team should win, but this Jimian on the LeBlanc and the Shunzai are very, very strong. Like, I think if Duish team make a mistake here, they can definitely lose fights. I still think it's very close.
Yeah, and 1 minute now on this Baron. 2 on the Dragon. I don't think either team should really care that much about the Dragon.
No.
I don't think this is going to 4.
Probably not.
There should be, I think there's one fight around this Baron. Probably decides the game.
Yeah, pretty much. Feels like as long as there's even maybe like 2 or 3 people alive, that's going to be enough.
Now, importantly, it is the bot lane inhib down here for Duish team, which gives, at least around the Baron pit, certainly an advantage for CFO, as well as the inhib was taken later. Ooh. Okay. Nothing really was used there, and Jimian is going to be able to escape. But again, we're back into the scenario. WSL trying to find some damage on the rest. Not bad, really, all things considered. But Jimian continuing to jump forward. The damage isn't too high when it lands onto the likes of WSL. You really just want to keep it from being onto Zhao2 and Pepero at this stage.
You do. 28 seconds on that Baron, and I think that
Top lane inhib up.
Duish team should be able to just set up and probably do this. I think starting it quicker is better. I mean, Jimian's poke now is going to really hurt.
Yeah. The Blighted Jewel coming through. Pepero managed to find his Lord Dominic's on that recall. Also has the access to the stopwatch. So this is a very, very scary Aphelios. It's a very, very scary Xayah. They're matching in items. So much of this will come down to execution. We've seen Zhao2 with a heroic 4-man snare that resulted in nothing. Pepero quick-scoping Jimian at the last Baron fight, which almost resulted in their win. And it's CFO this time, starting up this Baron. It's out of vision. I want to see the Baron. It should be very low. It's going to be spotted out. It is just going to go down. CFO going to find it. Oh, WSL looking for the steal, but won't find it. But there's a fight coming through. It's going to be Zhao2. He stuns up Shun. That's the cleanse coming out. And Jimian trying to find the damage on the backside. Pepero, blue and purple guns. Not perfect. They're in the pit. They're in the pit. And there's Pepero trying to do what he can. He's doing a lot. It's 2 kills here for Duish team. I thought it was a disaster. WSL claiming himself another reset. Oh my god, Jimian finds 2 on the back end. It's 2 alive. It's the carries here for CFO, but it's the carry. It's WSL. But Shun finds the rip back. He's going to stay alive for now. GA coming through as WSL. Might have gone a bit too far forward. JP now.
Shun just needs to stop this back.
Yeah, it's going to be Jimian trying to look for the end, but it looks like JP might be able to find the kill here onto the Xayah. It's a shutdown.
He does not have TP though.
WSL has already got the recall off though, so WSL will be able to stop anything from happening here.
We thought there was one more fight left in it, but
we got another.
We got another.
We go again.
I thought that fight was doomed.
I thought CFO had won.
Yeah. I thought just like the way it kind of played out, I thought it was just completely over. They were all kind of stuck in the pit, but I guess they just, I don't know, AoE them all to death. I don't even know. JP picks up a Rabadon's after that fight, which is a huge pickup, and importantly, that was the bot inhib picked up again. So they can't continue to pressure through there. We'll see how this happened. I mean, this was looking like there's Zhao2, he ult Shun, who's of course just cleanses it out. This looked so lost for Duish team. I mean, I thought the game was just over completely here. So what changed? I mean, I guess Pepero and JP. Yeah, it looks like JP does 1 million damage in that backline.
Yeah.
And Pepero manages to live for so long here. I think, honestly, Pepero kind of went the wrong way. Right into the waiting arms of Jimmy, and who so much
so
AoE at
close
this point.
for him to be able to pick that up too.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the dragon. Third dragon. Maybe we are going to make it to the soul.
We might. I mean, you just like it for the stats at this point. I mean, the extra damage actually does add up, right? Because you got so many stats at this point.
Yeah, I want to say, importantly now, no cleanse for Shun. If you're able to find a fight in the very near future, might be a good angle here for Duish team, but it's Jimmy and is just being an absolute pest here on the side lanes.
Yep. And mid lane item difference now is you're really feeling it. But you do have that really strong Gwen. Obviously an incredible amount of damage. These are the types of games where you really wish you had Gathering Storm, but
Yeah.
how often does it go like this? Not too often.
Man. Oh, look, I want to see Duish team pick up the win. I think not only would it be good to just not have a team that's on 0 wins at the end of the season, but I think it could mean so much for the standings when
really
it comes
could,
to the
yeah.
playoffs.
And I just think, I mean, if you lose after that Nexus is on 1 HP, you just can't ever recover, you know?
Especially, I mean, even in that fight, Jim and I found like a 3-man knockup, but that's old news. We're at 40 minutes here, and we have an absolute game on our hands. WSL playing pretty well throughout the whole game. Doesn't have his GA now. Obviously going down after some good kiting from Shun at the end of last team fight.
There's a QSS here for Shun as well, so he's really not in danger. I think a lot of this fight now actually comes down to JP. Because he is incredibly strong on the Gwen, but it's not the easiest champ to find damage on sometimes. I mean, especially late game when there's a lot of movement speed, and people do kite you out and dodge your ult, you can find yourself being, you know, lackluster, especially if you don't have the CC from someone else coming through.
Yeah, and without the Ghost, which is a really, really good team fight summoner for the Gwen, but
you still scale incredibly well. It's just,
absolutely.
it can become harder, I suppose, to find the fight that you want.
Now, Shun has his cleanse back, so makes this next fight a little bit harder here for Zhao too.
The tower.
Yeah, that tower's getting one shot. I think Duish team, they honestly don't need to find a fight. I think they can lose an inhib as long as they are able to find a fight around pretty much the next dragon. Maybe the Baron, actually. It might be too important now with how much damage Jimian's doing. JP, though, working on this bot wave.
And now Inhib will respawn by the time Baron's up. So I think we will definitely see one more 5v5. And you have to feel like, surely this is the last one.
Look, I'm not
now.
confident enough to say it. Inhale getting chunked out pretty low, but the damage reduction coming through that Braum wall.
Yeah, Braum doesn't have too much lifesteal, so will be sent back to base.
And is a Thornmail Braum, so really whatever damage Jimian wants to do to that Braum, it's almost true damage at this point. No boots as well, so Jimian's just full 6 items.
Yeah, that's a base build. Oh, Pepero, he's in trouble.
Pepero, he's in big trouble here.
Oh.
He does survive. Okay, that's big. And Jimian is really, really chunked out too, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. If Pepero doesn't get bursted, he will just heal to full, basically, straight after.
I think that was very close to the game being over, though. I mean, for either team, really, how low Jimian got. And that was just off auto attacks.
It is insane. I mean, there's just so much pressure on everyone in these team fights, because when you get to these ultra late game fights, even the tanks pretty much explode, right? They just really get taken out early. Now, Pepero picks up a GA, which I think is really, really important.
Yeah. Especially with that Gale Force down.
Yeah, there's like no chance to get randomly one-shot. You can always flash and Gale Force after and maybe lifesteal a bit. So that's a huge, I guess, potential for it to turn around in a fight. Now, Jimian, he's heading towards the bot side, wants to be able to pressure the bot inhib once again. But Duish team just going down mid. They push it up very far, and I think they want to just start this Baron immediately. I wonder if Jimian will just try and play for the end. I mean, it feels like you kind of have to TP to this fight.
This will be absolutely eliminated, though. This Baron already down to half. It's been half a second. This Baron's gone.
Oh,
unless Gemini doesn't get it. WSL does secure that one as JP is matching on the top side.
They should fight for it.
Yeah, Zhao Tu's looking. Shun, Featherstorm's early. That is so much damage out of the Zaya as Resh goes in. Does he have the damage to take out Pepero? He certainly does not. On the other side, though, it's WSL going into that GA.
I think they've
is
done
going to be able to get out. And now Jimmy is going to recall, but it's going to be ultimately Gemini who goes down. Double kill here for Doish team. It's 5 strong against the 3. Now Shun and Jimmy are still alive. It's a lot
have
of
a lot of
wave clear. But is it going to be enough? Pepero will be able to hold back up to full. He's also got the GA available. Jimmy trying to do what he can. Xiao 2 goes golden. It's going to be Xiao C in the middle of the team. And Shun is finding so much damage on the side. But JP will get his GA out. He comes back to life. But it's not going to be enough.
That's all they need.
They don't need anything else. It's Doish team taking the win over CFO.
What did we just watch? 45 minutes later, Doish team, they end their 15-game loss streak. They pick up their first win. And now the standings just got a hell of a lot more interesting. CFO on a 6 loss streak here. And wow, you said at the very start, you know, nameplates off. You favor the draft of Doish team. Perhaps even with nameplates on now.
Absolutely. I never doubted for a second.
I really like what Doish team did there. I mean, they just drafted a very simple to play 5v5. Let's ball up, press our ults. We outscale, right? We've got the Gwen, we got the Aphelios. They really just played pretty much the most standard League of Legends game you could possibly ask for. And that's super weird coming from Doish team, who all split long have played the craziest comps possible. And you have to wonder, you know, if you had just stuck to your kind of your identity almost of just like, you know, carry jungle or, you know, scaling top and ADC. Like maybe there's a chance they could have got more wins. But at this point, just playing for Spoiler, and Spoiler is exactly what they've got.
That was insane.
It was. That was such a good game.
I am beyond rejoiced that game played out how it did. Because ultimately, I think at the 30 whatever minute mark when they got the Nexus down to 1 HP, they should have ended there.
They should have.
They didn't. They managed to do it eventually. And what was... I mean, they struggled to make decision-making around that Baron that one time, but I think that last team fight was so decisive out of them, and if it wasn't, they likely don't even win at that stage, because they got Jimmy in to have to recall, because JP was so strong, he was able to stand up to that LeBlanc, and then realizing it's a 4v4, that they're favored to win, and just going all out, balls to the wall, taking the win. I mean, Doish team straight up outmanning CFO. Unreal. I mean, I feel like you cannot name an MVP for this game, because WSL's early game was phenomenal. I think that was the best early game we've seen out of Viego.
Yeah, it was really good.
The highlight plays that man had was insane. I think Xiao 2's decision-making in team fights was good, and I mean, a lot of the times he was just ulting the Renekton, as you touched on in the game. But that could have been the difference maker between a lot of the snowballs from the end of the team fights. And then JP, I mean, that one team fight around Baron where he just ripped the back line of CFO to shreds was a difference maker. And then Pepero just one-shotting Jimmy.
I mean, it was just a highlight reel from literally felt like almost all 10 players
he was
in that game.
Protecting everyone and like soaking up so much of that LeBlanc damage.
You just give MVP to Doish team at this
that's
point.
what I honestly, it's like, this is probably the hardest game I've ever had of being like, who's the MVP?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have any damage charts in that game, which I mean, in the team fights, because I really would have liked to see the damage. I think Gwen might have done some absurd damage, and I think Jimmy, and of course as well, poking on the LeBlanc, but some of it does just get life stealed immediately, right? I think JP's Gwen would have dealt pretty much all relevant damage, and it would have just been ridiculous. I mean, we've got to see the damage charts. I feel like there'll be, you know how we kind of have those big DPM games, but they're all like 20 minutes? This is a game where people can be approaching 2k DPM, because the fights late game are just, everyone heals so much, everyone has so much health, and of course, everyone deals so much damage.
Yeah, I don't know. What an insane game. I think there is not a single person that is watching the PCS here that's like, oh yeah, Doish team are going to beat CFO. I mean, CFO looking weak recently, 5-game loss streak, now 6. But did they look weak enough to lose to the 0-15 team in what was literally just standard draft versus standard draft?
Yeah, pretty much. And I think after that,
what a game.
That might be CFO now on the longest loss streak, right? Now that 15 loss streak is gone, and we'll get highlights. It feels like there's no way you can compile the highlights.
Here we go. This was crazy. I want to see, I'm pretty sure Gemini's kick here
saves it.
I like...
Oh,
Or maybe, it's a bit of Shun, bit of Gemini, in fairness.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, maybe if you microanalyze it, there might, surely you could have found that auto.
Oh, yeah,
but there
absolutely.
was nothing like glaringly obvious,
No.
right? Sometimes you just see some complete alien plays. I think was this the fight? I think
This was the last
one
fight,
where,
last fight.
Oh, very last fight. I mean, there was so many.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this was that very last fight where Jimmy was just kind of in the side lane and very happy his Duish team to take the 4v4
Massive damage
because
from
it's really
Shun.
just Shun. And I think Pepro was close to going into GA here, but at the same time, it never felt that close, right? Like even if he goes into GA, who cares really? He's just gonna spawn back up. And at this point, I mean, it felt like you had to have some way of getting your LeBlanc into the fight, but if you bring LeBlanc in, you're also bringing the Gwen, and I'm not sure if that's a trade that's even worth it at that point.
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel like it. And I think at that stage of the game, it really is just, by that stage, you really are not doing the damage on the Renekton and the Lee Sin to threaten the Aphelios. And damage graphs there, Pepro doing the most in his team. I don't think that's all that surprising just by nature of a 45-minute game as an AD carry.
Yeah.
But I think the fact, I almost am surprised that Jimmy didn't do more damage.
I'm a little surprised too. I think as well by the Gwen and maybe even the Viego. Like Viego damage is, I suppose it's somewhat normal, right? I thought Gwen would have done more, but maybe it was just the team fights were pretty far between, I suppose. Like they were very explosive,
Yeah.
right? And we saw, those fights drag on a long time, but they didn't actually happen too often. WSL though, he picks it up.
Yeah, I think fair enough. 80% KP in that game was,
You really could just give it to anyone on Duish team, though. It did feel like a team effort, and just because the game was so long, there's so many opportunities for different players to shine. So,
yeah, I mean, without his heroics in the early stages, this
is
game
true.
probably was just a loss. I mean, we'll see. This was the big one, really. It ends up as a 1v3 and he wins it.
yeah, and this fight really is an example
There
of
he is, the hero.
the man, the myth, the legend. He comes in. These fights really, though, are the weakness of LeBlanc, right? Like, with this build, you just don't deal a lot of damage early. You really struggle to burst anyone out. You've got a bit of DPS, but it's not the best. And this kind of fight where WSL
his
manages
health.
to live. I mean, he was so low. And shouldn't even flashed after him here. And he still managed to get out. And like he said, he snuck away.
And got the
scuttle.
crab.
Yeah, the scuttle crab. The most important thing.
That's what all junglers love. And I think maybe the Scuttle Crab was the difference maker there, perhaps. What do you think?
Well, he got the move speed from it.
True.
No, I think he was out. But hey, I mean, the Scuttle Crab gold, who knows? Maybe he bought an item and that changed the fight later on. You never know in League of Legends.
That's
especially
right,
not when
and-
Duish team are playing.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've gone through, what is it, Zinzal mid going 0, or like maybe it was like 1 and 9, 1 and 10, some very bad scoreline. And 2, now Duish team beating what was the 3rd place team of spring. CFO, let's talk about them. They started 8-2 and are now what I believe is 8-8. 8-8
pretty
from
absurd.
8-2. That is terrible. But I mean, the PCS never disappoints, and you just witnessed Duish team beating CFO. Up next, we have West Point versus PSG. Is it going to be back-to-back upsets? You'll have to come back and see.
If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do it for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause
action. Headlines and cashin', just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big.
taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Welcome back, everybody, and I wanna ask you, Shocker, are you settled down from what just happened?
Oh, yeah, I need a rest, to be honest, after the last one. It was a crazy game, and if you guys just missed Duish team picking up their first win up against CFO, no less, I would go back and watch it, because it was an absurd game. It was probably the most insane game of the split.
It honestly makes you wonder where that team has been the rest of the split, because they played extremely well pretty much the whole time. And I mean, it's hard to stop talking about, but ultimately we do have another game coming up. It's going to be West Point versus PSG. And I think for West Point to reliably keep their playoff chances alive, have to win this game. Now, do you think we're going to see another upset? Because I think personally, this is even more of an uphill battle, I think, than beating CFO is. Because CFO were coming off a 5-loss streak. PSG certainly are not.
Yeah, I think PSG are probably the hardest team to upset because they just play a very slow standard style, and they don't really have any obvious weaknesses, whether that's in draft or as players. So I think it is going to be very tough for West Point to beat PSG. Although if it is one of the bottom teams to upset PSG, I would say it's probably West Point. I feel like they've been looking fairly strong lately, and I think that mid-jungle Ulspelong has been looking good, and Rel here on the low ping has also been looking a lot better. So while I still heavily favor PSG, I think there is at least some chance for West Point.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I think the biggest concern with that is that West Point truly have really found their wins through that top side. But the problem is that PSG's top side looks so sturdy. I mean, Maple, especially the last couple of weeks, has really, really come into his own, I think, really carrying a lot of these games. I think he went from 0 MVP points to now second, tied with Arzer.
Wow.
Only behind Minji, I believe it is. And honestly, that's for good reason, because there were even games where they were behind and he pretty much single-handedly brought them back into it. And the bot lane for PSG looking a little bit weak, you'd have to say, but it is not where West Point shine. I think they just sort of play standard and don't really look that aggressive and look to punish all that much. And it really is just the top side of PSG at the moment that are doing so much for this team. And I think that in itself sort of stylistically counters West Point in a lot of ways. We'll have to see, though. Obviously, Rally on the low ping has looked good on the likes of the Jax, the Aurelia, as well as the Fiora, really opting into those side lane split pushes and making good use of them.
For sure. And I think it is a lot harder to get those split pushes on what I believe is blue side here for West Point, which is going to make things a lot more difficult, because I think at least the last few games feels like they have been, red side last picking. I know there was one game where they blind picked Fiora, but I don't think that's the kind of thing you can get away with versus Arja. We will take a look at the mid laners here, though. Nuli and Maple, and I think Nuli has actually had a pretty good split. It's not reflected that well in the stats, but I think he's been playing fairly solid. On the other side, I mean, Maple, at least initially, was lackluster, but it was never like he was doing bad. He just wasn't kind of performing up to Maple's level, right? You always think of this guy as a very accomplished mid laner.
Goes to Worlds every single year.
Yeah, but he's really been coming back this year, or the tail end of the split, second round robin, I guess, and has been looking a lot better. I think a lot of that too is just kind of getting what the champs they're more comfortable on, right? Like PSG, definitely one of those teams that have moved away from LeBlanc and probably will be banning it here because West Point, Nui, he's been loving it.
Yeah, it does seem like a viable strategy here. I think at this stage you have to take away Maple's Jace as well for West Point, because he's looked like a whole new beast on that champ and he's been getting it every single game. I don't think it's something you want to give Nuli Tristana into Arja's Jace. You might look to just first pick it here, but it does feel like Maple may just have an answer. Even the likes of the Nico, really. We'll have to see, though. LeBlanc is banned, though, up against West Point.
Rumble?
Yeah. Arja did play one game. Has he played 2 games of Rumble, maybe? One of them didn't look that good. It was the one against... who'd they verse? Was it DCG? I think it was DCG. And he did fall a couple times early. Did end up winning the game, though.
Yeah, one of those champs that, even from behind, can still be somewhat useful, especially because you can just ult waves on the weak side, and that stalls out the game a lot. Kai'Sa is that match ban, and I'm curious to see what happens with, yeah, the AD mids. You mentioned the Jace before, but also that Azir is still available. Okay, so Nico banned away from PSG. I wonder if West Point are going to ban Nico and try pick away the Jace, because it feels like that might be the best way to try and shut down Maple. That would give him an Azir, though, if he wanted it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Still waiting on this last ban. I think this will tell a lot about the angle of draft for PSG.
Ban the
Sejuani.
Sedge.
Okay, so
Okay.
Maokai is open, so you can take the
Yeah.
Jace, but you lose the Maokai.
Yeah, I think you take the Maokai.
I think so too. Well, it feels pretty rough giving over the Jace, because Junjia is capable of playing the Ivern.
Vern, yeah.
Alternatively, Arja can play the Kennen. Oh, okay, I hate this even more.
Yeah,
okay.
I hate that as well. I'm not a fan of Tristan unless your name's Minji pretty much at this point.
Yeah. It does feel like he's the only one really utilizing the strength of the pick, but I'm pretty... Oh, okay. Well, this would be interesting. I kind of expect this to just go around and end up being the Jace Maokai locked in.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised. Especially because what AP jungler will 665 play? Because I'm not sure if he plays the Ivern, does he?
I don't think we've seen it out of him so far. But, I mean, it's always possible. I mean, there's the Lilia as well. We've seen that a
That's
couple
true.
times. Nidalee. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of setup for the Nidalee, though, which makes it not that strong. But, yeah, I think PSG have one draft and we're only 2 picks in. You could take the Rakan and...
Yeah, I mean, maybe you take the Xayah Rakan right now. It does mean, though, your jungler is going to suffer a
And
lot.
the problem is, Xayah really struggles into poke. She really does not do very well into poke champs. And honestly, she does well into hard engage, but you can engage as Maokai without hard engaging. So it feels like Xayah doesn't do too well here into what PSG is showing. Because if PSG just round out their comp to pick against the Xayah, it also picks against the Tristana in many ways, because she doesn't do well against poke either. She's kind of just picked into Jace because of that superior side laning, as well as, you have to say, the lane phase going a bit favorably.
And what
This is
are we
Rallia.
doing? Is this just blind pick Yone top? Because it feels...
It could be AD carry Trist.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
flex.
true.
It's a flex.
I mean, honestly, that just doesn't feel very good to me. Like, I don't know.
Oh, it just feels worse
Yeah,
now.
now, I don't know. I'm really not a fan of... I want to see where the Yone ends up going, but I feel like it's hard to enable Yone in this comp. The best junglers with it are already gone. And I don't feel like it's an amazing matchup, really, into Jace either. So I'm not too sure why we did that. I think just felt like they're out of options, maybe?
PSG just ban AP junglers here and hold top till 5 and look for a poppy game again. And that's what it honestly feels like at the moment.
It's hard to say because I think this Yone, if it goes top, right, you can play an AP mid into Jace. The mages are fine into Jace, so there's still a way to get AP even if you ban out the AP junglers, but I'm honestly not too sure what the plan is with Yone. We'll have to see.
I feel like even that, though, is a win for PSG, because then you just get to counterpick a Yone.
Yeah, I mean, I think last pick for RJ here should be big. I think West Point, maybe you ban away stuff like Gragas Cannon, just like feels like stuff that can really slow down the Yone in the side lane. Or maybe the Jax ban. Okay, so they're going to ban Rel. I wonder if that means it is just going to be Yone mid, because surely you would ban for blind Yone top, right?
You'd have to think so. Honestly, though, the support bans, I mean, Rel obviously seems like she's a tier above in many cases, but it does feel like, obviously you've got your support, so you're trying to limit the pull, but there is just still Nautilus, Leona, Alistair even,
Yeah.
Blitzcrank, which we've seen a lot.
Yeah, banning out Engage Sports, I think the Rel is a good one, but maybe we'll ban a different one.
Do they ban the Milio? There is still a... Oh, it's already the Xayah picked, actually. But to be fair, Woody looking fantastic on that champ. It's the Nautilus band.
Sure, you take Leona here, right? Leona into a car.
Even Alistair.
Yeah. Now, let's see
I
what-
think you've just got so many options.
You do. I mean, I think PSG's comp almost just builds itself from here. I mean, you've got such a strong first 3, and rounding it out shouldn't be too hard. Okay,
Yeah.
so they're going to go for Alistair instead.
Now, to be honest, this is impossible to predict because we don't even know where The Trist or the Yone are going.
Yeah, so they definitely need to pick up some AP. Like, that's really the main thing. And I think it would be better to have it in their mid or jungle. I don't think... Relia seems to be much better on, like, the melee AD carries as opposed to something like, you know, the Gragas or the Cannon. Jarvan? Is this going to be, like, Jarvan Orianna?
That is some attack damage.
Surely this is AP mid, then. And we're thinking, like, Victor or Orianna or something weird. Annie.
That is not a very good solo AP champion.
Yeah, I mean, it's good with their comp, right? It gives them a lot of AoE.
Yep.
And it's okay as a solo AP, right? You can go to Leandri's build. Honestly, I don't mind the Annie. Ooh.
All right, now I just don't know where anything's going.
So this should be Malphite mid again versus Jace, because Nuli's played this matchup before.
Oh,
The question
Lord.
is, can Jace go top and we last pick the Sylas?
Oh, yeah. That would be pretty nice. There are a lot of nice ults. I mean, there's really only the Malphite and the Rakan.
That's all you need, but looks like it will be the Poppy top and the Yone, and I have to say, I do think PSG's draft is better. Like,
Yeah.
it looks very solid all around. But I think, to West Point's credit, they have drafted very much to their strengths. I think they've got, you know, a couple of pocket picks, and those pocket picks are good. But I do kind of wonder, right? I feel like Tristan and Desire, not that great. Malphite and Jace obviously is very good. Pretty worried for Yone Jarvan up against Poppy Maokai.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It feels like West Point might have got what they wanted, but I'm not sure it matters, to be honest. It feels like PSG's draft is just too strong.
I guess if West Point remains somewhat even, the Malphite can pretty freely just get like a Jack Show, for example, in full armor. And he will be very, very difficult to deal with because it is solo AP Maokai. And while obviously around objectives it can have some impact, but if you're able to find just an instant engage, which certainly as a Rakan, Jarvan, Malphite you can have some really, really tough times up against the Malphite. So we'll see. I think if they don't get too far behind early, West Point might have an angle in the game. And in fairness, PSG often allow you to scale. It could also be important that Wako doesn't die early again.
I think so, yeah. I mean, Wako being strong is really important in this game because there is a lot of just heavy engage, right? The Malphite Rakan that can come out. And Xayah is really the only one who can guarantee survival of that.
Yeah.
And so Wako, if he manages to get strong, is going to be really hard to deal with. If he falls behind, though, you know, let's say it's Maple's Jace that gets ahead. Feels like it could be quite easy to just engage on it.
Yeah. I think importantly, too, it is like the Xayah not only can survive it, but thrives, really, against people trying to engage on her. Because as long as you aren't caught and you are able to get out that Featherstorm and then freely hit, you do output so much damage onto people running at you. And this is really all West Point can do, is run at you. There's not really any other play. It is press R. Try and find what you can. Now, Runes, anything take your surprise? I think everything's very, very standard.
It looks pretty normal to me. The only thing I'd question is maybe the first strike on the Jace. I think it probably is the best pickup, but I can't remember what the Jace took in the last Malphite matchup. I think it might have been Phase Rush? Could have even been Conqueror, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't first strike. So mainly just looking to see how this one plays out differently. Because the matchup last time, I mean, as we know, it's pretty hard for Jace, especially if you don't manage to get any sort of MR or anything early. Level 1 ward there dropped in the river. I guess mainly respecting Jarvan starting red and trying to cross to blue. That is the main reason. Not going to be that, though, anyway, as Relia will be leashing on top. Junji is going to solo start these Raptors here.
Now, Shock, do you think West Point go into their scrims now that Rally is in Taiwan and just don't even bother practicing with him on tanks? They just put him on whatever carry he wants to play and see how it goes?
I guess so, because I mean, him just picking the Yone here up blind, especially against RJ, who's like, I feel like RJ's top pool might be the best into Yone, right? He's got the Poppy, the Kennen, and the Gragas, all which feel matchups that are kind of hard.
Yeah.
So I'm impressed, I guess, by Rally's confidence, but I do wonder if maybe it's not bravery and just a bit of stupidity.
And you have to mention the Renekton and the Rumble as well that he also plays that were banned. So like you can't even expend bans onto all the champs he could have played. I almost would have liked to have perhaps seen the Gragas just to round out their damage profile a little bit better. Because again, I think it is a huge loss con for them. Really, if anyone's to fall behind, I guess in particular Gingier and Maple, it will make dealing with this Malphite really, really hard.
I think so. And Malphite is just one of those tanks that once it gets ahead, you're pretty much never going to kill it ever again. Mainly because of the attack speed slow. You know, normally your ADs are the ones that can eventually deal with the tanks, but feels versus Malphite not to be. It's kind of vulnerable early on, though. I mean, you don't often see Malphite picking up CS leads or anything like that. Against Jace is sometimes a different story. Just the cheese wheel poke can be too much.
I want to say this lane is going better for Maple than the last time we saw the Jace Malphite.
It does seem that way.
And top lane obviously going in favor of Arja already. We saw the early trades going on not so long ago. Both junglers finishing their clear now on the bot side. Is it going to be a fight over the scuttle? It looks like 665 will be first to it if it is to happen, as well as the smite was just used by Gingier.
Oh, Flag and Drag was just used there.
Yeah, and if you feel like Jace is stronger, but without mana, certainly cannot join. And so it will just be the scuttle going over. Now 665, is he just going to cross mid and get the other one? I think he can too. Although it is priority here for Arja. And Arja on the Poppy should be a lot stronger than Yone at this stage of the game. A lot of it can come down to how many lethal tempo stacks can be built up early, as both smites will be available here. But 665 confirms himself both of these Scuttle Crabs.
Nice little pickup for him there. Top has been trading fairly heavily. Arja doesn't have any Corrupt Impulse left. Still has a couple biscuits. That's a big wave. Can he hold it off the tower? Because if he can, it would set up nicely for Gingier to come have a look, have a go at top lane later. Phase Rush was just used though. Does that stop him? I think it does.
Looks like it didn't.
Oh, wow.
Oh no. Oh,
Where's he going?
Oh my goodness, there's so much going on. Every summoner has just been used, except for Woody's flash and Marco's flash, but it's going to be a stun now landed onto Char, as Char will be able to just jump on out of that situation.
Yep. Feels like you're pretty happy with how that went as PSG. Although, you are forced to recall first. Maybe they're staying for more.
Oh, okay, this could be really bad. Is the root going to land? Char will use the Ignite here. Doesn't look like Woody...
That was very one-sided.
Yeah, that was an int.
Without even having to invest flash.
Oh, 665's here, though. There is still flash available for both of these bot laners.
Yeah. That's a big problem, right? We said that if the Xayah does get strong, it's one of the hardest members to deal with, especially with your pretty much full engage comp. And now picking up the first blood in an isolated 2v2 without even having to invest any flashes. Feels like Waku kind of got away with it there.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, you've been seeing the opposite kind of happen to Waku a lot lately, of falling behind early. So nice to see that he's able to pick it up.
Yeah, it feels really weird for Char to just walk into the bush. I guess he thought that the recall was going on in the bush behind it, but just face checks, gets pulverized, and... Oh, Arja finding a really nice trade. Cancels a couple auto attacks, though. Fate Sealed will be used, and Rallia will be able to get out, but that is a big cooldown utilized here out of the Yone. And with the Berserker Greaves up against this Balmy Cinder should certainly favor Arja. As long as not too many of those W trades come out. There's a really nice way for Yone to poke away at tanks.
Nobody's got the wave frozen there, and there's a lot of gank threat. They're going to maybe look for something in the river. Woody needs to be a little careful here.
Well, Flag and Drag misses though. Now Maple finds the Shock Blast, but doesn't do all that much damage, as Grand Entrance will go wide.
Feels like a lot could happen around this dragon fight, though. There are ults here for some pretty key members.
Oh, okay, this is a big trade there for Arja.
Okay, Prage and a flash.
Yeah, Woody, though, doesn't have any cooldowns anymore, and Gingier will utilize that phase rush, flash away from the Flag and Drag. Malphite in the area is just hovering. Maple just above him, so keeping good tabs on where this Malphite has gone to.
It feels very hard for Jace to enter the river. Jace is pretty low on mana. He does have the TP, though, and Nui does not. I'm not sure how that happened. I guess he just forced him to base first, but that's pretty good. I mean, this Jace can just base CP and honestly might need to. I'm not sure if he knows about this. He at least suspects, but I don't think they ever got confirmation.
Are we getting an AP Malphite, by the way?
No, I don't think so.
Well, they have no other AP.
Yeah,
I guess,
mean, maybe he will.
and
Because I think it's pretty common that you go these just for early game anyway. I'll hold that thought. We might see a fight onto bot side.
Oh, this might not be so good, although 665's in the area. Wako trying to trade back. Doesn't have the flash. He wants to confirm it. In fact, Woody gets that one.
Wako is 6.
Yeah, Wako is 6. It's going to be Praise going down as well. Is he going to be able to find the kill
Oh my
onto
God.
665?
We win those.
Storm. All right, Wako doesn't have the confidence in himself, as well as Nuli coming down.
He's
This is probably
2-0 now,
smart.
though.
Yeah. This can be very problematic here for West Point. Pretty much the one member you don't want to get fed.
Especially if you're going to play
Oh,
AP Malphite.
It's Tank Maokai. So this
Oh.
Malphite,
That's weird.
honestly, now it does feel like... We'll take a look at the replay first, but I'll come back to that.
And it feels like West Point's bot lane is just a bit too weak to do this. I think they probably shouldn't be the ones to engage either. I think no flash on Alistair means that if you let Jarvan go first, pretty good chances. In the,
Well, Fate Seal comes
what
out.
happened here?
Junjia just getting absolutely annihilated. Arjun now trying to run away.
Oh.
Keep his verdict, will land, but it's only going to land there onto Nuli's Malphiters. Rally
Oh, he
getting
got a
so
shield.
low. Arjun's so close to winning it, but won't have it in him. It was the 3v2. Charles roam up there, saving the day, really.
Pretty nice there. And okay, it looks like that Malphite will be going tank, which I think is the best choice.
This is like 2 full AD team comps, button heads at this stage.
Okay, maybe they can stop here. Cooldowns
Woody-
have already been used.
Yeah, Maple. Oh my God,
Oh,
look
he's
at the
gone.
damage.
Yeah, that is the Dirk Jace that comes through. Can they sneak this away, though? There is no smite.
They need this to
They
reset.
need to play this really, really slow. I like what Maple's doing here.
Junji is here with Nature's Grasp. It's vulnerable. Oh, they're going to get it, as
Wow.
well as Maple picks up a kill again there onto 665. And while Malphite should have a good time into this Jace, the Jace is now 2-0.
Yeah. It's really sad there for West Point. This initial engage onto these two PSG members here was really, really good. They've just got so much CC, and Arjun lived for so long, but didn't end up mattering in the end. And you feel like after that, you can just give the Herald if you need to. You've already used so many cooldowns, so many ults, and you're a very ult-focused team. But now they give over 2 kills to Maple, which is... I mean, he was really good at snowballing on the Jace.
He's got an Eclipse, so I think I like that.
Yeah, it's a good pickup.
Yeah. Instead of going the Duskblade, having a bit more percentage health, as well as the armor
Yeah, the armor
penetration
pen,
it
I think,
offers.
is the big one. Nice little trade there. It's 43 gold. I am glad it is Tank Malphite, though. I'm a little surprised by the Barmies on the Maokai, though. Feels like you would much prefer something like, you know,
I
just
think-
a demonic Leandry game.
You know what's like difficult, right? Is like you're up against a full AD team comp, but by going tank, you are also now a full AD team
That
comp.
is true, yeah.
So there are going to be at one stage of this game, if it goes late enough, some absolute mega tanks that will just never die.
It's going to be pretty crazy.
it's
I
gonna
mean,
end up-
Barmies is magic damage.
That's what I was
right?
going to say. It's going to end up being PSG who pick it up because they have the Sunfire capes.
True. They have a 2-1 advantage in the Sunfires.
Although Yone does do magic damage.
That is true. So does Tristana ult.
And Rakan. Imagine if we just saw the Rakan and Woody and Char just going full AP support. That would be so
It
good.
could be the Everfrost Rakan game. Maple, though, he has Flash, is looked at. And Maple managing not to die at all early game to this Jarvan Malphite at level 6 is pretty good. This fight is starting up. I think this is a very PSG-favored fight, unless West Point can find some miracle engage.
Yeah, Nature's Grass comes out now. Pretty much means West Point can't do anything. Woody, though, Hex Flash over. Tried to look for something. Oh! Nuli takes 0 damage there from that poke. Does take a lot when you go all in, though.
Yep. Nice trades for Maple. Definitely looks a lot better than the last time we saw this matchup. Oh yeah, he trades back a fair amount of gold on the top side, and I think Brelia's Young could be a problem later on in the game. But it does feel like for now, I just got him under control.
Yep, already a lot of armor coming out for this Poppy. It's the second time now that Arja's been able to pick Poppy into a full AD team comp. Herald comes down. Going to get gold there onto the exact member you want that gold to be on. Oh,
He's going to be forced away.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
The mega tank.
he actually got some.
Yeah,
I
okay,
guess he
hitting
hit
the...
it recently, yeah. Okay, now there's the Sunfire on the Malphite completed. He's TPing back to mid. 2v2s around them should be decent.
Does have 3 Dark Seal stacks.
Oh,
okay,
he's gonna
nice.
take a lot of damage here. Cleanse,
Yeah,
wait.
Cleanse used on nothing, so is going to force out that flash as well, as he didn't have the cleanse available for the Alistair stun.
That is a huge loss. Both your Tristana sums for no reason, especially when the jungler is kind of trying to set stuff up in your lane. Ooh, Barco almost found there. Did have sums though, so probably would have been able to get out eventually. It's a lot of gold on those PSG carries. And they've got a first dragon as well, so everything's kind of looking good there. It really just comes down to can West Point find their wombo in the team fights, as well as what can Relia get done in the side lane. You probably will expect him to go towards something like the Hull Breaker.
Blade of the Ruin King,
Yeah, I think, what did he do last time? Was it Kraken Bork
was
Hull Breaker?
No, it was just Kraken Hull Breaker,
okay.
and then I don't even know what he got after. But he's not having such a good time in these trades.
No, feels like you might have just needed to go for the Bork first, almost.
I mean, you are up against... Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Unstoppable Force comes out, but there's no
Woody.
follow-up.
Yeah, Woody stops that
Woody's
follow-up.
just crazy. Maple very low, though. It's the Mega Tank battle. Char is just going to get that shutdown there onto Maple, utilizing that quickness and grand entrance. And
No one
look at
takes
this.
any damage.
This is an insane team fight. Health bars are not moving as Arzek comes in to make them not move a little bit more, although he will claim himself a kill. And on the backside, Wako picks up a solo kill there at some stage against Relia. Oh, RJ locates himself a Malphite. Wet noodle fight continues up here in the top side of the red jungle. And after all is said and done, it's 4 kills there for PSG.
Yeah, I do not know what happened, and it might not be
it
done here.
continues.
Wait, I think you should go for the tower, no?
Maple's coming.
He has no sums. I think he should have gone for the tower.
Junji is here as well. I'm so sorry, little Prage. Oh, you're getting absolutely demolished, and Maple's picking himself up another.
Damn, that's PSG really coming out big after that fight. They got so much gold. I'm not sure what even happened. So, take a look at Woody here. I mean, he stops this follow-up engage from 665, which is pretty important.
Yeah, that was very nice.
Because that would have been Maple's flash forced out very early. Crucially, though, Maple did step up a far and was charmed up by Char and taken down. Nothing but tanks really left over here, but I think 665 somehow ended up under the tower against Jujia.
I want to see Wako just killing
that's
Relia.
out.
Oh,
he TP'd on a half HP and just died. Wow.
and his fate was in fact sealed.
And Char tried to get out. He even vested the flash and didn't. So big misexecution in that fight cost West Point big. They're now down a pretty significant amount of gold. And Wako, the one member you really didn't want to see get fed, is now 4-0.
Yeah. Very, very strong Zaya here. Has his Kraken Slayer almost on the Navori. I want to say, if you saw that team fight at the end there, Wako just wailing away at Char without any feathers stacked.
Yeah.
I play a lot of Zaya, and it feels so pathetic when you run out of your feather stacks, especially early game because you don't have the Navori, so they don't come up very fast. It feels like your autos are just doing like 10% damage, even though they're not doing that much less. It does truly feel like you're such a weaker champ. Meanwhile, though, in the game, it is going to be a tower there found, picked up. It's going to be Nully claiming that one. Rift Shield, though, going down mid, and 4-member strong of PSG is going to force out the recall here from Nully. It should be 665 coming back soon, although he hasn't channeled it yet. Maybe he's going to look for a flank. In fact, he is. But there's just so much vision around it. Will not matter.
Gets a charge out on that tier 3. I believe that one heals up, though, to 33% maybe? I can't remember quite how that works. Baron, or not Baron, Dragon. 5 more seconds here. Looks like PSG. Oh, Wako. He's being engaged on. Has everything, though.
Okay. Oh, my God. Is it a follow-up? Okay, there is. This guy should be going down. It's 800 gold there picked up by Nully. But the tank battle begins. Arzek comes in from the flank. Maple, maybe the only damage left alive on either side, although Relia now turning up. Nully getting down fairly low. It is going to take a while for him to eventually go down. He will, though. It's Junji who picks up that one as Relia doesn't really have the damage to answer back at this point. And while Wako was found there, it is a nice shutdown onto Nully. It's still PSG picking up the win.
They do, and will they set their eyes on Dragon? Looks like resets will come out first before they do so. Maple's just going to head to that bot side. And the gold on Nully, I think it is pretty useful, especially up against a very AD-heavy team comp. But I do wonder if maybe it's better on someone else. I mean, ultimately, there was no one else there that really could pick it up that it would be valuable on. So you do the best with what you have.
I think the 80 carry item discrepancy is just going to be what really seals the deal here.
Yeah, and I wonder why they forced so hard on Nawako there, because he had everything up. And while they did get his shutdown, they didn't win the fight. They didn't get any objectives off it.
I also wonder why they have a Tristana as their 80 in a full 80 comp. It feels like she almost offers the least in terms of just straight up damage when it comes up against armor. Maybe I'm just delusional, but it does feel like other 80 carries have some form of magic damage in their kit a lot of the time. Or even can utilize things like the static shiv might have been good here.
Is it getting forced away from this tower? And while they're trading back gold onto the Malphite top, it feels like you're giving too much gold to PSG carries. I mean, maybe you just have no choice, but this does not feel
Relia.
good.
Oh, buddy, you've missed the Fate Sealed and...
Oh,
he's finding a little bit of damage, but one auto attack should...
Yeah, nice little tap. Gets him.
Nice patience by Maple. Manages to find that one out there, and with that, feels like this mid lane tower not long for the world. Wako in prime position to start auto-attacking this. Bomb does go onto his head, but...
Are they just going to walk up and take this inhib?
Only recalling.
Okay,
but...
Jarvan, 665's got the longest flank of all time.
Yeah, he's going for the long con.
Rallia's not up, though, so he can't TP just yet.
Yeah, meanwhile, Maple getting to work there on that bot side tower. Char going in, will find the knock up on a Woody, but he is just stunned up. He's going down. Even uses the quickness there.
Yep, and still just disappeared. I think Jarvan has been spotted out.
Oh, Praise now does flash away, but
no.
he's grounded and he's gone down as well.
That looks fun.
This is just unreal. This game is so confusing. There's so much CC on both sides and so little damage. Although with PSG's gold lead, it does feel like they just are a step above. 665 actually looking like he's going to win this trade, is forcing out the flash and the Q.
Oh.
The shield from Eclipse might have been what made the difference there. As it's going to be Maple picking himself up yet another. It's 5-1-2 now on this Jace, as well as Wako, of course, 6-1-2 on the Xayah. Feels like you're in a pretty unlosable position.
Yeah, I think the 80 gap especially now is just far too large. And the score somehow feels like just a couple team fights later is 5-17. There's 2 dragons already picked up for PSG.
Now, question, do you think, like in a game like this, do you think that going LDR before the Navori might just mean you do more damage? Because I get that you're going to have longer cooldowns, but the percentage health alongside the armor pen might just mean you do more anyway.
I'm not sure, to be honest. Oh, another engage comes out.
More CC. 665 does get the flag and drag channeled there, but it's Azir coming around the side, will find the stun. Junjia probably has a Bramble smash. In fact, he doesn't, but Woody now. Oh, nice headbutt pulverize. Finds 2, Rallia being one of them, and then he takes the accelerated shock blast on the back end. Means he's now at half health. It's alongside Char. But PSG turning their attention towards this Baron. In fact, maybe just setting up a death bush. Will be spotted out, though, by this control ward.
Love how after all that was used, no one went down.
Yeah, Junjia coming in.
It's not over, though.
Well, that is not the guy you can do damage to. Oh, nice stun there found by Wako, and it's going to be Azir on the back line. Grand entrance will not be found here onto anyone of importance as Praise. He's trying to do his best, but he's not really doing anything.
Oh, look at the
1, 2, 3. He's getting in 4th. 4. Oh, Buster Shot 4, 5. 5 auto attacks and Azir's at full health.
I think he might have been doing more damage to himself from the Bramble there. But now PSG can just go and pick up this Baron. Really doesn't feel like there's anything to stop them.
2,000 damage.
Oh, he actually did more than I thought.
I think a lot of that was not when we were seeing it at the end, but yeah.
Does feel like the Yone is having a very hard time, though. I mean, there is just so much CC, and he's still so squishy. That's really the thing with the champ, is that you kind of have to build damage early, so it's not until 3, 4, even 5 items that you're getting very tanky on this champ. And so if there is a lot of CC, especially the Poppy Maokai though, it is really, really tough to find any sort of damage here. There's a nice shock blast. I mean, look at this. Rallia, as a champ that needs the DPS, is already basically dead before the fight starts. And there really just is no hope of winning these fights, not when you're this far behind. I mean, you can see Argus, he's untouched. Rage would need a good, I don't know, 30 seconds of hitting him for free, and Arja would still probably kill him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think by then the Thornmail might just end up killing the Tristana.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty out of hand here. Now a 10,000 gold lead. How much will PSG go for with this Baron? They are going to find Nuli here.
All right, let's see all the damage. All right.
The Sunfire
When
is
does it
ticking
start?
away.
Oh my god, it's Maple.
Oh, he has no flash.
Uno reverse card. Maple has absolutely decimated 665 in his own pit, and Rally has teleported in. You're not going to want any of this smoke. He flashes forward, but misses.
Oh, no.
Absolutely everything.
Oh, he's gone.
He's back on 80 ping.
All right, I think it's done. They have Maple's TP. I think they will just play for the end. Oh,
Yeah,
TP
just
comes
teleporting in. Maple does have teleport as well. Is going to commit that. So this mid lane inhib should be not long for the world. And yes, you have 2 members alive, but you barely do any more. It's more like 1 member alive, and even then you don't do any damage to these absolute mega tanks of PSG. And it feels bad. It feels like at this point, West Point should be losing this game, and now it's really, really going to be on Frank losing some games, as well as Halpigs not being able to win more than them, for them to be able to get a playoffs berth. Fight does break out though. Charmed up. Stunned up his Char. He manages to get out, but it's 665 who pays for it. And whoa!
What the?
Arja will send them back to their base as Nuli does go in. Wako is finding quite a lot of damage, and despite the mega tanks, it's a triple kill here for Maple. He's looking for a
going for
Penta
the
on the
Penta.
base. Oh, it's a
Wait,
Quadra.
he got it.
It's a Quadra. Rally is the last alive. Go in there, boys. Get in there. In we go. It's
He
the
got it.
Penta. He gets it at the end.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't know he was going to get it.
wow.
But right on time.
Right on time. Yeah, well, it ended up being a pretty one-sided game. It was kind of close early. Like, I think the first 10 minutes weren't too bad, really, but I think the West Point draft was a little bit scuffed. I think the Yone coming through so early wasn't that great. I think Tristana ADC, even Tristana mid, was a pretty big bait here in the PCS. It really just only a handful, not even a handful, like 1 or 2 players that have made it look really good. And the teams, of course, around them. So PSG, they pick up that win, kind of to no one's surprise, but standings-wise, it does impact West Point quite a bit, because now are relying on games being lost, really, to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think now, if Halpigs or Frank pick up a win in the remaining 2 games tonight, it means they are 2 wins behind.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be 1 win behind Halpigs, but there'll be 2 wins behind Frank if Frank were to win. And that means that really you've got a huge uphill battle at this stage. And in fairness, when you're drafting like that, yes, Nuli got ahead, and maybe if the rest of the map didn't fall so far behind, there was the chance to win. Because ultimately, as we sort of touched on, it was just 3 mega tanks versus 2 mega tanks, and then you had the Yone and the Tristana to try to deal with it. But honestly, I feel like Tristana is one of the worst AD carries at killing tanks in many scenarios. Especially, maybe it's even better if you do just go static shift, because at least it gives you a bit of magic damage when you first auto attack. But yeah, I felt like they were a bit behind themselves in the draft. Even the Jarvan felt a bit weird, really out of place there.
It felt like they were just kind of like, the Jarvan was, there's not many jungle champs left, we're just going to try pick as much AoE engage as we can. But
Yeah.
the problem with that, right, is you've given over the Xayah. Like, I think you very easily could have just taken Xayah Rakan. Like, do we really think Yona's going to get banned out 4-5? I don't think so.
No.
So I really wonder why they did that, right? If you look there on your screen, it was Rakan Yone picked up, and I think that should have just been Xayah Rakan. It should make it pretty hard for Wako to pick an AD carry that could survive, and then you could very easily just, pick up some different stuff later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually for PSG, it's quite important, I think, that Wako and Woody had a very solid lane phase, in fact, picking up a 2v2 kill, as well as then just transitioning that into more, because I think we saw that a lot in the spring. We haven't really seen it yet. We have every now and then, there's glimpses of the spring PSG bot lane. But for the most part, they've actually been falling behind quite a lot and not really finding their zone. And then this game they really did, and I think it was very important because some of those early team fights, they were able to win despite how tanky everyone was, just because of how, I think it was 2 items Wako had finished when it was just the Kraken Slayer and a longsword to Prage on the Tristana. And that was really the difference maker a lot of the time, I feel.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And I think when you're talking about MVP for this game, it has to be one of those two carries. I think it'll probably be Maple just because he picked up the Penta,
Yeah.
but I think you could make a very solid argument for Waco, who had a very good game.
I almost feel like it should probably be Waco.
I
but-
was thinking that, but I think also just based of how the Jace Malphite lane went last time, where it just looked completely unplayable, and Maple comes out and he's actually ahead in the 1v1. I think that was pretty solid, and managing not to die to any Malphite Jarvan ganks. So, I don't know, it could be some mid lane bias, but I think they both play very well.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, honestly, both of them deserve it. Honestly, you could really give it to anyone. It just feels like when you've got 3 tanks and they're just being tanks, it's like,
They're just doing
did you
their
do
job.
much? Yeah, they're just playing tanks. And I think Waco as well in that mid lane fight, where he was just able to solo Rallier as soon as he teleported in. That was a bit important moment as well, because it really did feel like if anyone on West Point was going to be able to do damage, it should be Rallier. And he just never got to. We'll go to replay. I think this is the exact fight I was talking about, by the way.
I think this fight here was really where it started to fall apart for PSG for West Point, because you get this kill, sure, but it feels like the back end of it is so misplayed, right? 665 pushed into the tower here and dies. Bell here, TP's in on half HP, immediately rooted. Waco solo kills him out. Char flashes the wall, only to be taken out by Waco as well. And I think after you give that much gold to PSG, especially because after that, there's a TP onto Prage, mid tower picked up, bot tower picked up. I mean, I think it's that big spike you see there at around the, what is it, 15-minute mark,
yeah, like
14-minute mark.
yeah.
Where you just get out of control and damage there. No one's surprised, really. It is those 2 PSG carries that are putting up the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually somewhat surprised by the amount of damage Jarvan did. Well, I get it's not much, but like, I feel like Jarvan doesn't do damage even when he's like, you know, doing fairly okay. But for him to be in a full AD team comp against all armor and do 8k is honestly not that bad. And it's going to be Maple picking up that MVP. I think this was almost entirely because he got the Penta. He did do the most damage, but you expect the Jace to be doing more damage than the Xayah at that stage of the game anyway. But yeah, I think honestly you could have just given it to anyone.
Yeah, it feels weird to have 13 kills and not be the only candidate for MVP. You know, 13 and 1 pentakill, you're like, okay, this guy turbo 1v9. But honestly, Waco Xayah was doing so much, and it was such a good pick. You can't really, I don't know, it's weird to think of Xayah as like a good pick into the comp, because they do just pick it because it's OP, and this was Ral here just in that bot side getting taken out. There was that other one where he tried to find Maple as well.
Just
and
missed
he just
everything.
Missed everything.
That was a funny one. I like that one personally. It was quite funny to watch. But yeah, I mean, I'd say so far today, some surprising games all around, really. I mean, the one before that one was obviously very surprising. And then this one, I don't think the result was surprising at all. I think I very much expected PSG to win. But the drafts from both teams, as well as just how the game ended up playing out, and items, because I think I'm surprised that Junjie didn't go AP.
Yeah.
And I guess, again, I said it in the game, but you've gone from, you're against a full AD team comp, you're a full AD team comp. It's like, what's better, having armor or having AP?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, but that is game number 3 now in the books. Up next, we have Halpigs versus J-Team. Both of them, really important games for them for standings, so stick around.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face.
myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare, if I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and cashes. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up,
this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, warning, a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Welcome back, everyone, here for game number 4 of the night, of course, between Halpigs and J-Team. And implications are big here, because J-Team, if they want to compete for first, they have to win here pretty much. And if they want to not have to fight in a tiebreaker for second, also really have to win here. And so I think, yeah, both teams need to win. And honestly, it could be an exciting one, because Minji looking really good on Azir and Tristana. Adiogs has also looked very good on Azir and Anivia against
Yeah,
Tristana,
that's
so
true.
it could be exciting.
I think so. The reason okay, obviously you heavily favor J-Team just because they're a stronger team.
Yeah.
But I do think the J-Team being on the red side is going to be a really big advantage, because we saw when Adiogs was kind of forced into picking things, we saw, I believe it was Newly that went for the blind pick Victor. I can't remember who it was.
It was.
Blind pick Victor. And so it had to be answered by Kog'Maw, which feels, sure, it's like a decent answer, but it's not as good as his other counter picks, right? The Anivia into the Tristana, the Victor into Tristana, even if he wants to play it. So it feels like making the game uncomfortable for Adiogs goes a long way, and I think having red side last pick for your mid laner can do that. Now, Minji's not the type to red side last pick, right? That almost always goes to driver. And that could be the case when you come up against Taco, because Taco also is a pretty strong top laner. But I think that J-Team just having that red side will give them a lot more options to choose, which way do we want to deal with the hell picks.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good points to raise. And I think for me, we've seen Halpigs cement sort of their playstyle. We've seen it a lot, but I really want to see Godtone off the Sejuani and just onto Maokai, which does get banned a lot. But honestly, I've said it a lot now. I think his best game he's had was on the Nautilus. And he played it once, looked really good, and has never gone back to it. So I'd honestly want to see him go back to it and try doing that again.
I'm just down for whatever kind of point and click he picks up. I think, you mentioned the Nautilus, the Maokai. Those feel like the kind of best ones. I mean, he could play the Vi again, but it doesn't feel as easy, right?
No.
You're still very squishy when you go in.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think, honestly, around the Rift, it's like Driver seems to be... Driver and Mission really seem to be the carry... Oh, not Mission, sorry. Minji seem to be the carries here for J-Team. And on the other side, it is really Taco and Adiogs as well. So we could have an exciting matchup on our hands where if either side of those solo laners gets ahead, it could just be that team that end up picking up the win, because I think Bruce and Enzo have looked good, as well as the bot lane here of Tide. I don't want to really say IC8. I think he's had some pretty bad games. I think Tide has been fairly consistent. But I think ultimately around the Rift, these teams are fairly comparable in terms of their playstyle. We'll take a look at the top lane comparison though. Driver really winning out in so many of those stats, but Taku with 7 solo kills here. Pretty insane stat to have in his own right.
Yeah, this is going to be an explosive top lane matchup. I mean, 7 first and second, 7 and 8 solo kills there for the 2 top laners, which is really, really impressive. And while Driver is ahead in the rest of the stats, Tucker's not super far behind, especially given that he is on a much weaker team. So it's just naturally going to have his stats be a little bit lower. But I think the just top lane champion pick will be really important. I mean, if you look here, right, Taco very much just strong on the meta, right? Especially the Renekton, whereas Driver not only strong on the meta, but has lots of weird counter picks available to him. And I think he will know, he'll go into this game with a plan of how he's going to exploit Taco in the draft phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got his dancing shoes on too, so he's going to want to finish up the game and give us his little post-game celebration dance. We'll see though, heading into the draft, we are banning Poppy immediately. Milio as well, taken away from J-Team. On the other side though, Kai'Sa, pretty stock standard side first ban.
I'm just impressed that Hellpig's got Godtone to ban a champ.
Yeah?
Okay, they banned the Renekton away from Tide.
Well, which
Definitely
coach do
makes
we
sense.
have? Is it Chicken Shot Man?
It is.
Oh, it is. This guy has a lower win rate.
It's fine.
Oh, it's not. Wait, it is.
It is.
He's grown his hair out a little bit.
It's been a long time since we've seen him.
We'll see though. I always do wish we could read that. We did have one last week, I believe. Ooh. Lava has pretty much only played Sejuani, Maokai, and the likes of. So interesting to see the Nocturne banned here. Maybe it's signaling something that might come out in their draft, but
Yeah.
I
mean,
can't think of anything in particular.
I'm not sure either. I mean, that suggests something kind of strange. I honestly think they should just first pick the Maokai, probably, though.
Oh,
No
I don't
shot.
want to see the Cassante. No, man. Okay.
Okay, I'm fine with that too, but I don't really think this is a flex for Hellpigs. So I do think it loses quite a lot of its value, but they might be trying to set it up with a Rumble or something later on. I'll be interested, because I really don't think the Godtone would play Rel Jungle. Maybe
No.
though.
Do they? Okay, they do lock Minji with his Tristana mid. Now, Minji's looked like the best Tristana in the league, but Adiogs seemingly has the best champion pool to deal with a Tristana. So we'll see if that matters, and Lalva going to get his Sejuani yet again. And I feel like on the opposite side, Godtone in the next rotation should be picking up Maokai.
Yeah, I wonder how much of taking this Sedge is just to make Taco's life more difficult. You know, make sure there is no pairing you can get. But that means obviously Godtone can just take the Maokai if he wants it. It would break your Rel flex. I'm still surprised by the Nocturne ban, because it doesn't really feel like it sets up for anything.
Yeah, it kind of feels like maybe it means that...
Oh, he's gone and done it, finally.
Oh my goodness.
He's finally gone and locked in the Lee Sin. I do have to say, I'm a bit worried for the Lee Sin, especially if something like the Xayah can come through and then, you know, an AP top like the Gragas. I think it could be a very difficult game for Lee Sin. But
No, he's about to Giga Smurf.
I hope so. I really do. Okay, taking away the Xayah, I think that's good. This does mean, though, that J-Team will get the opportunity to ban away mids. I think that could be okay.
Oh,
no.
Disaster has struck.
Why did they do that?
These guys aren't trying to win.
Okay, what if Varus goes mid up against Tristana?
True, Adiox has played a game of Ophelia. Seen it. All cards are still on the table.
I'm sad, though.
Me too. That's all right. You get those on the big jobs. And now Ash looking like it will be the lock-in here for Bruce. You feel like... I think it loses a little bit of power being that the Milio is already banned.
Yeah.
But I think it is just a strong champion in its own right at the moment.
Yeah. And it
Also-
feels like it gives you the ability to lane against Varus
Yeah.
while also not really... You know, like we see the Varus kind of become useless as it just becomes too hard to play against the engage. But Ash never really feels like that.
I also wonder how much... it shouldn't be, but maybe this Varus is to allow for the opportunity for the likes of Jace to be picked mid, so you still do have AP on your team. It does feel weird, though. It doesn't feel like an Adiox sort of champion to be looking for Jace mid, but we'll see. Braum banned away, taking away that Freljord synergy.
It does feel like that Braum Sejuani would be really, really tough to deal with, especially because you got 2 melee champs already.
Even with Ashe, it's so easy to land those stuns.
Nara's taken away as well, so a lot of pressure put towards Taco. And they ban away the Syndra, which I think is a good choice, but I wonder if it actually gets value just because of how many picks Adios has that are good into Trist. I think Syndra is one of the best, but you know, the likes of the Victor, Cassio.
Oh, I'd be down with
the
Cassio.
Anivia.
I don't even know if it's that great into the champs we already see, but I'd be down to see it. Honestly, the Anivia would be pretty cool too, but here we go. Rumble hovered should probably be locked in, although you do feel like you can just lock in your support here. It doesn't feel like Rumble's much of a Taco champion.
So I think they just took that away because maybe they were thinking if Rumble is picked up, they don't have a good counter into it. Feels like they just need to secure it. That, or they have a, you know, some 1v9 support counter pick. I mean, maybe they want to try pick up a range support with Ashe and try bully.
I was going to say, imagine if it's just Trist AD carry, Ashe support. Imagine if they just really throw us for a loop, and then it's actually Rumble mid.
That would be the juice.
It's unlikely, but oh my goodness, we've got Mordekaiser locked in.
I mean, that's another real interesting answer to Rumble. We've seen the Udyr, now the Mord.
I can tell you
see
what,
how it goes.
Our producer's going to be pretty happy backstage with that one. He's a bit of a Mordekaiser connoisseur.
I'm sorry to hear that. Annie.
Oh, this doesn't feel like an Adiox champ, though.
I guess he feels... Oh, no. Okay, so we haven't seen Adiox play the Jace, I don't think. But it doesn't strike me as a champ he'd be super comfortable on. And I think just handshaking the Jace Tristana matchup up against Minji is a bad move. I really think that even if it's difficult to play, something like the Victor would have been better, literally just because it's Adiox. Like, I think, you know, on paper, the Jace is very strong, but I don't know. I think Victor may be too hard to play against all the engage that can come out, but I don't have high hopes for Hellpigs. I feel like they've gone away from a lot of what's found them success. You know, control mage mid, make sure God Tone's on something relatively point and click, easy to play, and Taco on a top laner that can get prio early and around that Herald fight, and I don't think they have that.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how the Mordekaiser versus Rumble matchup goes, because it feels like early stages of the game, it should be Rumble really taking over, but as items come through, you almost feel like it's pretty impossible for the Rumble to deal with the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser not too bad at side laning, as well as just having that ability to eliminate someone from a fight. There's not really anyone there on the side of, was it J-Team, that can stand up in the 1v1 in the death round. Maybe Minji? Feels like Ashe really can't. At least maybe she can once Wits End and some lifesteal comes online, but even then, it also will come down to what items Taco decides to build. You can go sort of AP tank, you can just go kind of straight tank.
I think the sums he takes as well.
Yeah?
I'm not sure what sum you take against Rumble. Maybe you take the Ghost? I'm not too sure. Or maybe the Ignite even for the just straight all-in power. We'll have to see. I mean, Mordekaiser versus Rumble definitely feels like pretty uncharted territory here. But I think it is important that teams start to find answers into Rumble. Because I think that right now, Rumble's not being picked as much as it could be because it's difficult to get AD, right? Like, it feels like the best junglers are Sejuani, Maokai, and they're both kind of magic damage. And so,
First strike.
If more AD mids come into the meta, there could be a lot more Rumble. And yeah, first strike on the Rumble. So Rumble makes a lot of gold with first strike. I've tried this. And you make a ton of gold because obviously you're classed as a melee, but you have a way of proccing it very easily, of just harpooning your opponent. Now, I do wonder how it will do against the Mord, because I feel like not bullying Mord early is normally a mistake. Like, champ's quite weak, and especially the first few levels.
Yeah, and you want to feel like at level 6, if you are just 1v1ing driver in that death realm, the stats you steal will become very, very important. I almost feel like as soon as 6 is hit, especially if Equalizer is ever used, Taco can probably just death realm driver and win. It is Conqueror as well as just the flash teleport. So pretty standard, I think, summoners for the top laner. I guess Eyes as well onto God Tone. Lee Sin is one of the champions he's known for from early days. The season 3 times, it's the Gragas and the Lee Sin is what he has been toted to play. And we're finally, for the first time, it's coming on the last week here of the PCS, in crunch time, shall I add. They really have to pick up wins here because they're one behind 6th. So losing any games has major implications for their chances of making it to playoffs.
Now some trades coming out on both side already.
Tied.
Yeah, a lot of damage put down.
Just the power of Halo Blades.
Now, this Bruce forced to use a potion already, but with the Prior, they might just look for something as they hit level 2 here. About to get it one more creep.
I do think this will be Lethality Varus again.
I think it could be AP Varus.
Maybe. I mean, we'll have to see.
I think you want more magic damage, probably.
Oh, I think so too, but I just feel like teams, as soon as they have a Jace and pick Varus, they just want to go for double poke. It just seems to be so commonly the play.
Oh, Lava's skipping this buff to just come top.
Yeah, and there's no answer. There's no way that God Tone can be anywhere near this. Is probably going to get the flash, if not a kill here onto Taco. Flash forward and with the overheat. Gets away, but the Arctic Assault should all but confirm it. It's first blood here, picked up by Lalva on the Sejuani. Disastrous start really for Taco up in the top lane.
Yeah. It's forced to flash as well. And this could even get taken away.
Oh, God Tone has failed his smite.
That's really rough.
Thought the execute
Lava
on Q.
forward though.
Yeah,
is there gonna be...
he does have flash.
Yeah.
It's not going to get hooked back here by Taco. And they might keep looking, but Minji's on the way.
I think they'll probably leave it at that. Do need to go back to their lanes here. Lava's got a lot of camps to farm on his own side as well.
Big pickup though. First blood, as well as that blue buff taken away from God Tone.
I think on top of all that, forcing Mordekaiser into a first base boost feels really good, right? That feels basically 0 combat stats. Maybe the movement speed can be used to dodge some harpoons, but you're never going to be able to get aggressive with that. And if you fall behind at this stage of the lane, if you never get to that point where you can just ult your opponent and win, there's not much value that you're really adding as board. Maybe you can ult someone and just kind of waste their time in a team fight, but there's much better champs at doing that. Might as well play Lissandra top at that point.
Yeah, Lalva really punishing God Tone here. God Tone skipping out on his Gromp to get that Scuttle Crab, but loses the Gromp, obviously. Driver doesn't actually take a tower shot, but will continue to proxy here. It has got himself a reasonable lead, and a lot of that has come off of course, that early gank found by Lalva. Great pathing from him to realize the opportunity. Still has all of his top camps available as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of CS there to be picked up. Driver is going to be able to get a reset here. He gets a full Sork Shoes, and I don't think Taco is even going to be able to base and buy anything. So this is going to be a really big top item gap, and it's going to be hard for Taco to navigate, especially as his wave pushes back out while he has no flash and Love is on that side of the map. So maybe keep your eyes on top, because I wouldn't be surprised to see it ganked again here, especially if Driver can get to this wave and freeze it.
Lethality Varus also will be coming through here for Tide.
Oh, no.
Yep. So they've committed to not making playoffs.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, okay, this is a disastrous top lane.
Yeah, you can just keep
State
it
of
like
affairs.
this. I don't think Taco can really get bailed out either. They don't win the 2v2. Godzone's got himself a pickaxe. He's going to run top, I guess, but for what? Your Maud's not even there.
He kind of has to help Maud, but it feels like it's just not really the right timing. Nice trade by Tide. Lalva in the area will be picking up this first dragon. 6 minutes, roughly, will be when it's picked up. And nice and early start to the dragon stacking. Also means that you should have tempo to be able to make it to the 8-minute Rift Shield spawn. In which case, you are certainly favored, especially with how strong this Rumble is at the early stages of the game. Dirk, though, picked up by Adiox without committing teleport. So, or did commit it just then. Yeah.
Still, though, that's pretty big. Getting both Tia and Dirk on your first base is always a nice pickup.
Against Trist as well. We don't often see that.
Yeah, I think the lane must have just stalled out. They couldn't really kill each other, and they both stayed.
I will say that was when we did pan to the mid lane, it looked a bit unique where Jace was out of mana, like we do expect to be the case, but both mid laners had pretty much full HP. And usually it's not really like that. It's like both mid laners are low HP. Jace has no mana and so has to recall, and that's where he misses out on being able to pick up that Dirk.
Oh,
but
Taco's used W. Yeah, I think
yeah,
he's...
level 6. Oh, he hit level 6.
I think he's still gone though, right?
Yeah, it might be. Doesn't have the ability to use the W and is just taken out there. Adding 1 to the tally for the solo kills there, Will Driver.
Yeah, I think it was a big mistake there by Taco to use the W in front of him.
Yeah.
Should probably just save it and regen.
Inso and Bruce looking for a trade here onto Tide. It's definitely a favorable one as Adiogs and Godtone look here into mid. And it's Lee Sin not finding anything early game. Definitely not what you'd want.
Oh, Minji takes a bit more damage. I mean, Adiogs is doing a pretty good job. He's not letting Tristana get any plates or... Oh my god, the perfect timing. Gets the plate, gets the recall. Now an alternator picked up for Driver.
Godtone, you're down a level.
He's gonna feel it.
Is he going to be able to get the Q? Yeah, he does. He gets stunned after Arctic Assault does come through.
Gone.
Does have flash available, but does not use it. Ends up getting taken out by that permafrost that has landed from the Glacial Prison. Manages to pick himself up some more camps as well, and Godtone now likely to lose his buff. Also, as Lava comes up, and there is a fairly sizable jungle gap at this stage of the game.
It's a jungle canyon, really. It's getting kind of run over, and Godtone also just face checks a level down. And Sejuani is so strong here. I mean, this was not close whatsoever, especially before any tenacity can come through. Benji, maybe in a bit of trouble. Does need to go for a reset at some point, but Adiox is actually doing a very good job in this lane.
Yeah. Honestly, it feels like he's ahead when he probably shouldn't be yet. But the problem is the rest of the map kind of falling to the wayside. Bot doing not so bad, but with how far behind your jungle and top is, bit of an uphill battle. Admittedly, Maud can be 0-6 and still solo kill a Tristana.
Probably. But not Minji's Tristana. Hey, Godtone, I don't think there's anything proactive you can do. You almost have to trade on the other side of the map. Because I think if you start any objective here, J-Team will be happy to fight you on it. And Godtone even, I'm surprised he's looking top. I feel like Driver is very difficult to kill. I mean, they could invest double flashes, but even then, it doesn't feel that easy.
Yeah, and Enso Lava on the way. Godtone, you have to leave that bush.
Oh,
Does he have a ward available? He does have a trinket ward available.
I think they know he's here.
Yeah, okay. So Lava comes through. It is going to be a trade here up on the top side. Death Realm is used, and it looks like Taco's getting the better of it, at least for now. But the overheat coming through means Taco getting so low. Comes out, immediately will be stunned up. Godtone tries his best with that Dragon's Rage kick. But it's not going to be enough to find any kills, as Taco will just be the only one going down here. 0-3.
This is really bad for Helpix because the way they almost always win games is from Taku kind of winning out early, they secure the Herald, they use it top, and then they use that to kind of bridge into the mid game, and then that's when Adiox kind of starts to perform. They have kind of monstrously failed the early game. They're going to lose top, they're going to lose the Herald. So maybe Adiox can carry later on, but he's not on one of those super scaling control mages like he has been on the other times. He's on the Jace, which, while it does scale pretty well, it's a lot easier to deal with late game than something like a Victor or something like he's been playing before. And maybe
Adiox,
a gank onto mid.
Okay, they do not land the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Adiox might have to just commit the flash. Nice, does it at a really good time. Magnet Storm comes through. Godtone in the area. There's a big trade coming through. Adiox lands a lot of damage, but honestly, it's not enough as Godtone looks like he'll be going down. Minji flashes forward. He's looking for more. Adiox on 1 HP. Doing a dance around this tower. It looks like he's trapped. There's no one really coming through as Minji takes another tower shot for his troubles. ICA will remount, so he will have access to that shield if he is to commit the W, but Tide turning up too little too late. Somehow Adiox survived. I'm kind of surprised, but well played by him to sort of dart and dodge out of all that damage. It is just one kill found there from J-Team, but ultimately 0-5.
He might go for it if he's a Chad. He's not.
Tide does have Chain of Corruption. Speed is used, Rocket Jump's used. Is he going to be a flash follow? Hail of Arrows will be used, but it's going to be the flash from Minji. So getting the flash out and holding that Varus ult could be important for this Dragon, but it feels like it should just be J-Team picking this one up as well.
Do you think so? Arrow misses from Bruce, which would have been the clean kill on Adiox and nothing more to say really, but instead Adiox forced to flash. Re-engage looks good, but there just isn't enough damage. It's only Adiox. Godtone adds virtually nothing with no kick in this fight. And this is where you're really wondering if you just had more consistent jungle pick, something like a Maokai, and it shows up in that fight, it's going to be a very different story. Trade back at least a couple kills. And crucially, Ninja now has the snowball he's been looking for all game long. And is going to, I expect, start to pull ahead of Adiogs. Especially with no flash on that Jace. He can be quite vulnerable if you use a lot of cooldowns. Trist can just jump forward. God Tone.
Oh, you don't want that. Oh, you do not want that.
Oh, he went back in.
He did. And he will be going back to his base. Oh, I speak too soon. He gets over the wall. Is safe. But it will be the dragon picked up here for J-Team.
I like how Enzo decided there that kill wasn't even worth his flash. And actually top lane.
Oh, Taco. Does he have flash? He doesn't.
Wow.
But that is a big trade. I don't know exactly what happened there, but...
It looks like Driver's ult wasn't up until just now. I think that's what happened. Not
Okay.
too sure though.
Now,
But it's a big win.
Alistair has ult. Sejuani has ult. Ash has ult.
Yeah.
And there are two vulnerable men down here. Gold Tone on the way, though. This could turn into a 3v3. And honestly, all of Halpigs have ults available, as well as both Sums here on the Varus. Glacial Prison comes
Double
through. Teleport
TP as
also
well.
coming through. Cleanse, Flash, but is it enough? Tide is still alive. The Equalizer comes through. It's going to be a kill picked up here from Lalva. 3 kills for Lalva as Adiogs tries to hunt for himself, but it's not going to happen. Driver picks himself up one for the teleport, and it's a clean ace.
And a solo kill in top lane.
Yeah.
Out of Benji. This could be a perfect game, by the way.
Oh, it is on
It's
track.
on the cards. And they're going to pull insanely far ahead off this.
Oh, it... Wait. What? Look at Varus's item. He had a tear and 2 longswords before.
What?
He
And
is
he
swapping
sold
them.
them.
Well, he kept the 2 longswords, but he decided, you know what? I'm not going lethality.
I mean, I think that's the right choice.
Do you think it was because his Mordekaiser got so far behind, he was like, I'll be the AP?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's why he thought of it, but he should be doing it anyway.
I think... Oh, okay,
Yeah, Taco just, no sums, no ult, doesn't really add anything. And Minji's just a bit too strong. Has that full item.
Damn.
Can just face tank him in melee range.
Oh my...
Wow, this
Taco
actually
almost
lasted.
won that. If Taco didn't take a tower shot there, it actually might have
But that's
been in favor of him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Without
Considering he had
death
no
round.
ult, and he's got Merc Treads. You know, nothing at all for dealing with that Tristana.
What is he building? Is he going Nightheart? No.
He's probably going Proto Belt for
Yeah.
the dash, I would assume. That used to be picked up on Mort a long time ago, but I don't think anyone really builds it recently. I think everyone goes Riftmaker.
Yeah, or Jack Show.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
I guess maybe feels like it really needs a dash, especially for the Tristana. I mean, I can kind of see it.
Maybe it's even to get out of the Equalizer. Could also help. Who knows? He's down 2 levels onto Driver, though, and Driver picked himself up another kill. Bot, 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Do you think we'll see a Magi-Eyes out of a Rumble?
I'd be down. I mean, the movement speed's really, really good.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Ooh.
Taco.
Taco, be careful how many cooldowns you use. I think he's fine.
Driver is just making that solo kill stat further and further away.
Does eventually have to reveal himself there. But J-Team, I mean, they are still on track for that perfect game. I think it'd be the only one of the splits so far as well. I think we might have had one last split, but I don't recall one this split.
It was a close one with CFO.
Yeah. This tower feels like it's not long for this world, but it should be pretty easily able to walk up to this. And I do worry for Hellpigs, because how are you going to deal with this 5-0 Sejuani, who's just frontlining? And there's no way really to kill her. Maybe Varus has a chance. That's really the only person.
Yeah, good of Hellpigs' bot lane to not just walk up there and die. Although, it wasn't the bot lane, it was Adiogs as well as IC8. Able to keep this tower alive, at least for the time being.
They clear that all up. And where are you looking for Hellpigs? Feels pretty tough. Herald spawning in 5 seconds where you got no chance of contesting. It really has to be a trade on the other side of the map. Try sending someone bot and try kill Minji. It's not even that easy because he has a Shiv to clear out all the waves. And if you go on the Rumble, I mean, Rumble can ult the wave too. So it's really hard to strong side anyone here. But there's no way you can take a straight up fight. It does feel like you kind of just have no options as Hellpigs. I don't think you outscale. And I don't think you can really win anywhere on the map. Such is the reality of being down this far in gold at only 16 minutes. Almost feels like you just have to wait for J-Team to overreach.
Yeah, at least you have the saving grace of Baron's not alive yet. So your static Shiv wave clear as well as Jace is meaningful enough to mean that the game doesn't just end. I'm so surprised by Taco's build though. He's just so squishy.
Yeah. It's probably just playing for the 1-for-1 at this point.
Yeah.
If that. I mean, if he can just flash ult someone so it's not a perfect game, that would be good.
Yeah, I feel like at this stage he will be able to just take out this Ashe, especially once he does complete an item. Ashe obviously building Tabis, which isn't something we often see, but will happen this game. I honestly think it's not even a very good game for Tabis, but...
No, I miss the old Bruce.
Actually, I think it's a pretty terrible game for Tabis.
Yeah.
Proto Belt now completed, as well as the Merc Tread, so...
He saw the tier and got baited.
Yeah. This is actually a really bad game for Tabis, I feel.
Oh, on top
Oh,
side,
here he
Taco,
goes.
He's getting
The
aggro.
Proto Belt.
His health is pretty gone.
Yeah,
though.
I think he wins this. Equalizer does come out. The Q. Oh, driver. But Eddieox is here.
Oh, it's not a perfect game though. That's all they needed.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I see it. The power of the Proto Belt Maud.
Yeah, it looked good.
Void Staff though, the driver did just die. Ruined the perfect game, but picked up a Void Staff for his efforts. So, you know, doesn't feel all that bad really.
No.
But that was almost 2-item Rumble.
Yeah, and 2 levels up as well.
That just, look at this. Look at Taco's damage.
Yeah, I mean...
Sits on the Equalizer too, by the way. Just eat up that damage,
that
no
is
worries.
Crazy.
Good reactions by driver to not just instantly fall, but Eddieox picking up that kill feels pretty nice. Bit too late that time though, Minji picking himself up a kill there. It's the 5th death of the game for Taco. Single-handedly ruining his own KDA this one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it does just come from that very first gank, right? Because after that, so hard to recover Tide.
Uh-oh, flash. But
Enzo
Enzo follows it with his flash. What an insane play, and they're able to take out Bruce. That was disgusting.
That was really, really well. Oh,
and
my
Lava,
God.
it continues.
They're going for more.
It doesn't end.
Does it just end now, the game?
Or maybe. Taco's up.
They have a Herald.
God Tone is also up, but he's dying down bot to driver.
It might just end right now.
Yeah, the Herald. Taco's alive, though. He's going to be able to take out the Herald at least.
It's still alive. Okay, it died.
ICA gets it.
I think that's it.
Okay, they don't end. But by God, were they close. 19 minutes. And now they'll be able to go back, get their 3rd dragon. They even maybe be able to just take this Baron on spawn.
I think they can.
They have a very far ahead Rumble, 280 carries, and a Sejuani. Certainly not lacking in damage.
Look at Lava's score. 604 as a full tank Sejuani. What a beast.
Yeah, picked up the triple kill. Oh,
no.
God Tone.
He's being... Oh, they're making clips out of him and posting them on YouTube or something.
I'll be honest. God Tone has felt like a post-6 Evelyn pretty much this whole game.
You meaning really impactful and deals lots of damage?
Invisible, unfortunately. Look at this.
That
oh
was...
my God.
What an absolute monster.
All right.
Enzo's actually the GOAT.
Enzo is the MVP. Even though Lava 604 got a triple kill on Sejuani. That single flash.
You know, we're only on day 1 of week 6, and I feel like we already have our top 5 plays of the week.
Yeah. 4 of them came through Duish team.
True. Okay, starting up a 20-minute Baron here. I don't think there's any way for Hellpigs to contest. And it feels like with that, the game pretty much ends. I'm not too sure what you can do as Hellpigs.
What does Elisa ever do for the rest of this game?
You flash kick someone on the fountain, that's about it. Is Lava really going to end up something like 10-0 on Sedge? He's 7-0 right now. He could hunt down Godtone a few more times.
Yeah.
Imagine you have a 10-0 Sedge game. That's so crazy.
Oh, this guy's just drifting through walls now. All right, Baron's here. Now, question for this fight. Who does Taco choose?
I think
it's Bruce. It's got to be
no
right.
flash on him.
Oh, he's coming in. Oh, he's going. Oh, wait, he's going for driver. Oh, God, you've just... Wait, he's winning. Oh, my God, it was close. In the meantime, though, it is the side of Hellpigs just getting absolutely eliminated. Lava looking for another kill. It's Minji who steals it away from him. Greedy mid laners. Although Tide is trying to find damage. Chain of Corruption comes through, but he doesn't have the cooldowns. Minji stunned up. Is going to be CC'd for a wee while. Tide, though, missing that piercing arrow. Spells the end here for Hellpigs. They are going to fall down now. Unfortunately, after 21 minutes, it is going to be J Team who take the win there against Hellpigs.
I think it was almost a foregone conclusion, honestly, after seeing the Hellpigs draft, because I think, again, on paper, it's not that bad, but I just think for their players, it makes no sense, right? I think Godturn's Lee Sin was just not it. Needs more point-and-click champs like Maokai, the Sedge, the Nautilus, the Vi, all those sorts of things. I think Taco, the top matchup, I think looked like it had potential, right? Oh, what's this?
Oh, we got memes.
Oh.
Sad piggy. What's happening in the bush?
Is that Godturn getting killed or something? I can't tell, but... Yeah, I think the Rumble looked like it had a lot of potential. Or sorry, the Mord looked like it had a lot of potential into the Rumble. But just dying to that first gank from Lava, who skipped the buff to be there as well, was really, really important. So I think, yeah, Adiok's not a control mage. Godturn not on a point-and-click champ made the game pretty hard for Hellpigs, but crucially, it was Lava with that really smart pathing to come and punish Taco out early. Just, yeah, made it look super one-sided.
Also, Varus picked.
True. I hate to see it.
I need not elaborate. I think,
the win rate must be getting pretty low.
Was it picked all 3 games today? I don't think it was picked in BY. Oh, Chris Carter played it. It has been played in all 3 games, and it's lost all 3 of them.
As it should be.
Oh, wait, no. CFO's Jewish team. They didn't play it. But other than that, 3 out of 4 games, and all 3 of them are losses. So at some stage, we got to learn that Varus is not working. I think almost every week, it has just been loss after loss, excluding Betty and Wako.
It's literally like the Varus gets picked, everyone, it's awful, it loses a bunch of games, and then someone has a good Varus performance, and everyone's like, okay, like maybe we can make it work this time. Bunch of new Varuses come in, surprise, surprise, it doesn't work, and they lose a bunch of games.
Yeah, that's kind of felt like that. I mean, looking at draft, I just don't know what happened there. I think, honestly, though, as you sort of said, the Mordekaiser looked like it would be good against the Rumble, but the fact that he died to that first gank and then died to another one very soon thereafter really put him at such a deficit that it didn't look like he could come back. And even then, he was almost winning the 1v1 in the death round.
Yeah, it was close.
And honestly, even though he wasn't, he was eliminating the equalizer from some of those fights, which, if he was even and able to then take out the Rumble, pick up those stats, by the way, and then maybe would have been able to just rampage through the side of J-Team, but it wasn't that. Lava, intelligent pathing, well-executed gank, meant really, I mean, from there it was really when J-Team just won.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you can clearly look at the gameplay and say, hey, if Hellpigs played better, they might have been able to make this work, but I still think the whole draft just doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like, Adiok's playing Jace, it looked fine, but it's just nothing like what he's found before. I also think the Rel first pick, when this is never going to be a flex, right? There's no chance Godturn plays Rel. Just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I think it might even be better if you do want to take the Rel early, just take something like the Rumble first pick, and that way at least you have something to kind of pair with it. So I'm not too sure what exactly, I'm not sure why Hellpigs drafted like this, right? You've had so much success with your style. I don't know why they suddenly deviated from it.
It felt like it felt like they drafted for the fact Driver would pick the Rumble and they could pick the Mordekaiser and show this strength, but it didn't end up happening like that. I mean, even you can tell there was a lot of uncertainty just through Bruce's build. The fact he went for the 2 longswords into tier and then sold the tier later to go full AP. I mean, there's not much to see. I think Adiok surviving here was pretty impressive. I feel like he should have just died.
Benji went for the drive-by and didn't quite get him. I see some damage. Oof.
Oof.
It is, the Doctor is in.
Yeah, the Doctor certainly was, and he did 15k damage there, and a 21-minute game as a top laner, and cementing himself as the highest DPM, as well as the solo kills. I think he picked up like 2 or 3 this game, so really padding the stats there.
Yep, always nice performance from Dr. Ivor, and I think it should be Lava, though, that gets the MVP. And he just put that game on his back. And you have to feel so good as one of the J-Team carries that you see your jungle and support just making those like super plays the whole game long. And wow, all you really got to do is sit back and last hit the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels pretty good. It is Lava who picks it up. What did he end up? 705. I mean, only 66% KP, but that's mainly because there were so many solo kills going on. Yeah. Taco, Dynaminji solo, Dyna Driver solo.
I think very quietly, by the way, Lava might be the best jungler in the region. What do you think? You still think?
I think that's a pretty hot take. I think Jinjia probably.
I mean, Lava's been playing very, very well.
I also think I think you still have to get through Kongyue as well.
True. I mean, he's definitely very different styles.
Yeah.
Right. Even between the 3 of them, like I think Jinjia is the only one who's likely to play the Vern for sure. will be really interesting to see when they come up against each other again. And
Yeah, it
was
looks
very
like-
close to being a perfect game. Look at that.
It was.
Beast.
The Poro Rider Sejuani.
I don't know if
Poroing
Poro's
on
even
out of
got
there.
that big.
Yeah, well, apparently that one did. I mean, he got pretty big that game. He was like 4K up against Godtone's Lee Sin.
8-0-5, was it?
I'll tell you what, if Godtone's known for his Lee Sin, I don't want to see it again.
I think it's a real tough game to be Lee Sin. I don't know why. I don't know. I guess he prioritized it because of comfort.
I think you can look bot, maybe. Like, you have set up down there. You have the Ral alongside the Varus. They're set up there for a Lee Sin gank, but he didn't look for anything. He got his blue buff stolen away from him level 3, and from then on in, he decided, you know what, I'm not playing the game.
Yep. Did feel like that.
Well, that is it for game number 4. That is now in the books, and ultimately it is J-Team picking up the win. But coming up next, another important game, Frank taking on Impunity to secure that 6th spot.
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and cash. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the final game of the night between Impunity and Frank. And it's an important game here for Frank because if they do win it, there will be 2 wins above who are currently fighting for that 6th spot in Hell Pigs and West Point. And that pretty much all but confirms that they will be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so. We're getting very close to our top 6 being locked in, and this last game, I guess, is a big step towards that. I think Frank, they should be heavy favorites up against Impunity. You'd especially say the Frank of last split, and this split, they've started to kind of find their stride, but I think similar to, honestly, a lot of other teams in the PCS, they still kind of deviate, I guess, a little bit from what has been working for them, and that kind of, it has come back to bite them before, right? So we'll see what they come out and draft up against Impunity, but I do think as long as Frank plays something that they stylistically are comfortable on, they should have no trouble taking them out.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like that. And honestly, so far, Impunity haven't been able to pick up any wins other than against Dewish team. And so it does feel like this team isn't really strong enough to take on Frank. But again, as you sort of said, there have been times where Frank are just losing to these weaker teams, and there is a chance, I guess, that Impunity can pick up a win. It won't mean anything for them. They don't have any chance of getting into the playoffs, but it will mean things for Hell Pigs and West Point. And so I think if you are either of those teams, you really are supporting the side of Impunity. And if they are able to get what they like, maybe have a chance here in the game, but we'll have to see. I think a lot will come down to draft. If Frank can get sort of the stuff they like, then you do feel very, very much in favor of the side of Frank, who are now on your screen.
Yeah. And I've been liking a lot more what Frank have been putting forward for the most part. I still worry a little bit about the kind of mid-jungle pool because I feel like they look very good when they get stuff like the Annie plus Viego, for example. But I think while there are a lot of mid-jungles that are kind of like, supported mid-carry jungle, you think of stuff like Lissandra Kindred, you think of Ari plus pretty much any ganking jungler. I think the problem is they have shown like an over-reliance, I'd say, on the Viego. It feels like that's the champ that Kenny Chan's really been performing well on. And the problem is Viego is a contested pick, right? People can pick it away, and obviously they're fine to ban it.
Yeah, even here in the jungle comparison, you do see both of these junglers having the Viego up there. I will say that for Arashi, it does seem like he's better suited to play those more facilitatory junglers like the Maokai, like the Sejuani. It seems that those are the sort of champs he has the best games on, but it does still just feel like an uphill battle regardless of what he gets. Kenny Chan, if he is able to get the Viego, has looked better than I guess perhaps he looks on other stuff, but even then, if he is on the likes of the Sejuani or the Poppy, which he has looked good on as well, it feels like Frank have pretty much what they need to succeed. I guess a lot comes down to also what solo kill and Pretender play.
Oh,
already
in
into
draft
draft
already, yeah. Okay, I want to see, is there going to be a Viego ban in the first 3 from Impunity? Because I think that with the Maokai ban already, it would be a good ban away. Okay, ban the Azir away from Pretender, which feels like it might almost be a self-ban too, because Sherr's looked very good on the Azir, and so it's, I don't know, it's unfortunate, I guess, to have to ban it against Pretender. I wonder if that's like a scrim ban as well, because I feel like Pretender hasn't shown much Azir this split, and when they have it, it hasn't been the kind of thing that gets them over the finish line.
We'll see.
Fiora is that last ban. So they just ban away the blind Fiora.
Yeah, LJW played a couple games on Fiora, but ultimately to no success. Kai'Sa, though,
Yeah.
if there's ever a time to be able, oh my goodness, I'd love to see it.
There's no chance. Not yet.
It's not yet. Next patch.
Next patch.
It's a playoffs pick.
Okay. What are you taking on the Kai'Sa? I mean, something that's strong like the LeBlanc is up. And I think LeBlanc, while difficult to play for sure in terms of the team playing around it, I think it does at least give ganks up for Kenny Chan. Okay, they take the Zarya into it straight away. Now, it's hard to say, do Frank just do this out of ego? You know, can they just be Impunity kind of playing whatever they want? if they're willing to do this, if they think that Zeri versus Kai'Sa is actually a really good trade, that would give them a really big edge in playoffs. Because every other team just bans the Kai'Sa. But if they're happy with this, then it would be very good, basically, if they could make this trade.
Yeah.
Annie locked in. I really like it. I think it works well with basically whatever Kenny Chan wants to play, and I think it's a super hard champ to deal with. You know, the champs that kind of beat Annie are not super meta, right? Like, it's a lot of control mages, and when there's just so much engage in the meta, it can be really hard to bring that through. And also, just a lot of people don't really play them. And I am glad that that gets prioritized here, because Pretender's Annie, I think, is one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's what they've found the most success on thus far. Ooh. Is it going to be the top LeBlanc?
I would be surprised.
Or the mid Zinzao?
LeBlanc Vi seems good. I think Vi against Zeri is kind of a classic at this point. But maybe going to look to take away the Rel. Now, I don't think you can really play Rumble with this comp. I think it'd be too much AP. Although, I guess you could have your Kai'Sa go AD. So we should pick up a jungler here, I would guess. Poppy seems like a decent pick. Viego is still up, of course, so could go for that. Alternatively, you could take the Alistar right now. Ooh. Nocturne. Okay, I like the Alistar a lot more. I think the Nocturne was pretty random. Don't think it would have fit that well in this game. Okay, so what do you ban away? I think Rel's still a flex. You could ban away top laners, but the question is which ones. I think you probably do just ban away junglers, honestly. I would say ban away junglers. I don't think Arashi... I mean, he might play Rel jungle, but it doesn't seem a very Arashi champ to me.
We'll see. Rakan, though, the first ban.
Okay. So just want to make sure that can't be taken away there. Nocturne ban... I swear that Nocturne wouldn't be that good in this game. I don't know. I ban away the Vi, which I think makes a lot of sense. Means your Zeri is going to have a lot easier time, especially when there's been a lot of engage picked already. And what would Impunity's last ban going to be? I think probably the Viego. Even though it doesn't feel that great against the comp, I think just any Viego feels really strong, and Kenny Chan's obviously very good on the champ. Yeah, there's banned away. So what do you pick up now as Frank? I think you probably just pick your jungler, unless you want to play something really weird. Yeah, I really like the Poppy.
Oh.
Poppy would be good too, especially because it's a flex. Can, in theory, go top. Yeah, I really like this. I think Frank's draft is looking scrumptious.
Yeah, it does look pretty nice. As you touched on, can be a flex pick, but I would expect this to be Kenny Chan's pick. Has looked good on the Poppy already. Now, what is the answer? You're going to have to blind a top laner here.
Yeah, I think the hard part is actually the jungler. I mean, do you just send Rel in a jungle and then pick another engaged support? You can't just pick something like the Nautilus. Okay, the Kha'Zix. I've seen it once today already from Jinjir, and I think it's one of those champs that if you're a team that consistently gets ahead, you can maybe make it work, but I would be very surprised if Kha'Zix finds value in this game. I feel like there's so much threat onto him, and I feel like Impunity will be playing from behind. This could be a high-death Kha'Zix game, I would expect.
Certainly could be. Sitting at 100% win rate, though.
And would you go the Jax blind? Feels like you immediately invite the Gragas counterpick to come out of solo kill.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it'll be the Greggity Graggler. What do you think?
The Griggity Graggler?
Yeah, I think so.
We'll see. I mean, could also be the Rumble.
Could be, yeah.
I guess it depends what you really want to go for. It looks like the Rumble, I mean, the
could
Gragas...
also be Poppy top.
Yeah?
Oh.
Oh. We were all wrong.
Yeah.
It's the Giggity Gangler.
All right.
Solo Kill already playing one of these...
I feel like he just wants any excuse, really, to lock it in.
Yeah, he did lose the last one, but it wasn't really his doing. The whole team kind of lost around him as he weak-sided his Gangplank. But, I mean, I like it. I like Solo Kill's Gangplank, I think. One of the biggest highlight plays that came out of spring was Solo Kill on the Gangplank. Always an exciting thing to watch. And overall, I mean, team composition-wise, I think I have to favor Frank. Especially, especially because no team really has worked out how to actually play the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
It seems like...
I feel like West Point are the closest, and even then, it feels like you could still pick other champs.
I even feel like it just... If any team should be good at LeBlanc, it should probably be Frank, because Pretender already was a LeBlanc player. Whereas a lot of other mid laners, it feels like they've just picked it up because of the new build that came in. But even so, like, even with the new build, obviously it has a different playstyle. When it comes to using combos and using sort of LeBlanc to her best ability, you still want to have that sort of ground knowledge that you would have already had, like Pretender certainly does. But we'll see. I mean, if there's ever a time to do it, it's today. We've already seen Duish team take a big win over CFO. Against all odds. Can Impunity do it here against Frank?
We will see. I think Frank do kind of have exactly what they want again, though. The only question mark really for me is giving away the Kai'Sa. It feels kind of unnecessary, I guess. Like, they banned away the Fura Blind, which I guess makes it easier for solo kill to counter pick top. So I do kind of understand that. But at the same time, I mean, it makes the job more difficult for the rest of your team giving over the Kai'Sa. Will it be a problem, though? We'll see. I think the Zeri has been looking good when we've seen it played in the PCS. I think it's an underrated champ, to be honest. You know, definitely kind of falls to the wayside. It feels like you kind of have to see their AD before you pick it. But when you get a good chance to pick Zeri, it does feel really, really impactful.
Which iteration of the Zeri was your favorite? Because for me, it was the Minji AP.
Yeah.
AP mid lane.
That is pretty ridiculous. AP Zeri. Okay. So it is the Airy Absolute Scorch for the Annie. Pretend they're going to try and put the aggression onto Shera early, trying to slow down him getting towards that Shiv.
I'm kind of surprised by the grasp of the Undying Gangplank. It offers you a little bit easier time in lane, but you don't get gold as quickly. Admittedly, Gangplank does just print gold.
It does. I think this is a game that Frank, despite having the scaling, also has the ability to get pretty aggressive early. Their mid jungle is really strong, and while both their side lanes are scaling, they can definitely fight still early, especially with the Gangplank goal often dropped on the other side of the map, you know, on a dragon or on a bot lane dive. So while Frank, they're scaling pretty hard, they're also deceptively pretty good early game, especially because on the side of Impunity, you know, champs like LeBlanc are now not as good early game as they were before. While LeBlanc has very good isolated 1v1, I think LeBlanc now is very similar to Victor in a way of just, yeah, the 1v1 is great, but your skirmishes aren't very good, and you kind of need to hit those 2 items before you really come online.
Pretender kind of getting punished by minions there.
Yeah. I think Annie D is such an awful ability. I hate Annie. I mean, Annie D is very strong, don't get me wrong, but I hate playing against it.
What did it used to do? It just used to give you a little bit of magic-resistant armor, right? That was
and it didn't used to have like a Thornmail sort of effect on it.
It was
so
literally just
annoying.
the armor and magic resist. I don't even know. Did it give you a speed up? I think it gave
Yeah,
the
I think
speed
it
up
did.
still.
Yeah.
But yeah. Annie got made into a pretty ridiculous champ. Bot lane, though, heavy trade. Kaiwin getting extremely low here on the Pinata. That is Alistair level 1.
Oh,
Blaze
he's
flashing
gone.
forward. That's first blood on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, don't think it can be traded back. Maybe regretting their decisions. I feel like that's just a case of playing way too aggressive, right? You've got
Yeah.
Zeri, Alistair. You really don't need to do anything early, and here you are giving over first blood. Not what you want to see from Frank's bot lane. I think normally Frank's bot lane very, very good, but that's not it, as they say.
No. Definitely not ideal. Top side, though, as well as mid. Going pretty normal. But yeah, giving over the Kai'Sa in the first place and then first blood to it. If there's ever a time to win as Impunity, it's probably now. Take a look what happened.
I guess they just hit level 2 and immediately went. Yeah, it feels like Frank just are way too greedy for this, really. And Kaiwing also, I mean, he had flash. Could have flashed away a lot earlier. So just disrespect ends up costing them, and it ends up costing them big because look at Kai'Sa's items. She's got a lot of swords.
Certainly does, and at least for now, Pretender having his way really in this mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to
Very,
force
very
Shera to
good.
base first. Picks up a carrot.
Now,
Can Kenny Chen go to double scuttle? No, he's going to go bot.
Okay.
I feel like that might have been a mistake. I mean, maybe could have stopped the scuttle.
Okay, Pretender, you do have to be a little bit careful.
Oh, they could 2v2 this.
Yeah, Kenny Chan in the area. But Pretender losing out a lot of health. It's okay, kind of. He can still recall and teleport, but certainly lost a lot more health than he probably wanted to.
Yep. But Pretender will manage to crash this wave, and we'll be able to go for a reset. Not sure if he has enough gold for Chapter, don't think he does. But if he can just pick up some AP and look to kind of bully Shara, who's already used one of his refillable pots and TP'd back, would be nice for him. And top lane, I mean, it's remained relatively quiet, but I think Solokill is happy with the way it's going. As long as he gets a Sheen first base.
And he did.
Big spike.
It is, and it makes laning against Gangplank a pretty miserable experience as a melee.
Yeah, that looks fun. Now, there is still the TP for both sides. Solokill, I think he should pull the wave. He might barrel it down after, but I think at least pulling it for now would be the right choice. Shara, I guess some very deep vision. Really nice. Let's walk back to mid, so we're kind of happy, I think, with how things are going so far as Impunity. Maybe it's not the biggest lead in the world, but the killing your Kaiser is nothing to scoff at. Okay,
Yeah.
LJW did TP back, and Solokill still has his, so at some point, we'll be out of base for a pretty big item advantage, and he keeps the wave in a very favorable spot. While this will end up pushing out, at least that next wave, LJW is going to have to walk up pretty aggressively.
I think things should be a bit quiet here. It feels pretty hard for either team to really look at the Dragon unless something happens. LJW finding a big trade, though. Now, this is really where this teleport advantage can make a massive change.
Oh, least selfish Gangplank player. Ult to the wave. Kind of makes sense. I think he used the W a bit poorly there and didn't get out of that stun, and that does force the Gangplank onto his own lane, which is honestly kind of a big deal. I feel like it adds a lot to fights on the other side of the map, a lot of damage, and perhaps more importantly, the slow.
Eminem quietly has found himself up a substantial amount of CS here, despite going down, and I guess the Gangplank ult used top also kind of makes sense, because you're probably not going to be wanting to find fights as the Frank bot lane.
Yeah, pretty contentious scout on Rashi.
Although,
he's in big trouble.
Yeah, Rashi face checks the bush, does manage to flash out, also receives the heal there from Blaze. Kenny Chan in the area should mean that nothing is to come from this, but the flash forward does find a three-man stun there, as Kenny Chan is also going to have to answer with a flash out of his own, but the three-man from Kai Wing, he made a mistake early, but he's making up for it as a double kill now picked up for Eminem.
Oh, no.
Make that a triple, and Shearer running with his tail between his legs to get out of there. You had an advantage, but you certainly do not now, and that's a 15 CS lead as well as the 3 kills now onto Eminem on this series.
Yeah, Eminem is about to go crazy. I mean, he has an absurd amount of gold here. He might even be able to pick up the Shiv. That's how fed he got. And Arashi, you know, having to flash away from a Zeri Alistair, that's the state of the game right now. He face checks them, and while it is Shara who has that mid move down here first, it's Kai Wing who finds the 3-man engage. Really nice flashes from the side of Frank. Bait out a lot of damage and then turn it around with Eminem still being full HP. The triple kill going on to Zeri, if you're Impunity, that's not too good, you have to say. It is the Shiv picked up, and it's also AD Kaiser.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a little bit how you're going.
Yeah, it does feel like you would like a little bit of range here, poke away at some of these health bars, but oh well. Will be the AD Kaiser. I think in almost every situation, the AP Kaiser is just a better build.
Yeah, I think so as well. It does feel like unless you're a full AP comp,
Yeah.
you really should be going the AP Kaiser.
Because you just off, even if you go the Ludens or the Leandries or whatever item you want to go, you do just still do DPS in team fights anyway.
Wow. Oh,
And
no, not another one.
Bad to worse.
Oof. I mean, the item deficit in bot, you're really feeling it now.
Yeah.
And a Zeri being this strong this early is a problem. And I do wonder how this Zeri Kaiser matchup would go up against one of the better bot lanes. Like, is this Kaiser really something you'd let through against the likes of Betty or Wako? I'm not sure.
I wouldn't think so. Are we saying?
I guess a chance to experiment. Wow, look how much damage that does. Zerial is pretty ridiculous.
Oh.
Oh, what an annoying mosquito champ.
There's also just the demount there, meaning movement speed missing from that Rail. Results in Eminem eventually catching up. Herald now secured on the top side for Frank as Arashi's trying to start this Dragon, but this feels a little bit illegal.
I think he gets it. There's a lot of Frank members in base.
Yeah.
Game point goal is up, though. I don't think they'll get here in time. I think Kha'Zix does that a bit too fast. And Solico, he was actually behind a little bit in CS earlier, but is turning it around, and I think he's about to gobble up a plate for himself as well. There it is.
Ah, how interactive.
Yeah, they have Annie and Gangplank there. 2 of the 4 horsemen of annoying laning.
Who's the other 2?
I'm not sure. I'll think about it.
Junglers.
Ooh, nice timing. Yeah, junglers. Blue side jungler and red side jungler.
All right. Now, I mean, I think as Frank, you can probably just play it a little bit slow. Wait for opportunities that you can involve your Zeri in. And really, Zeri backing now. Berserker Greaves picked up. Should be all. Wasn't really in lane for all that long. But it does feel like any fight that Eminem's involved in should just be Frank favored with how extremely far ahead he is. And also, again, I have to say, it feels like AD Kai'Sa this game. Probably not the best decision.
No.
I mean, it just
Especially
always
because it feels like there's not much lifesteal that could come through either.
Yeah, not only that, who as an AD carry wants to be in auto attack range have to be auto attacking against an Annie?
Does feel really weird. Because I feel like solo AP LeBlanc with this build isn't even that great either. Because it's not like you can really one-shot people, and it's not like the magic damage matters for killing tanks.
Yeah, Philia is being found here in his jungle. Kaiwing should. Actually, will choose not to land that stun.
Yeah, he wants that support DPM to get higher, but he can't find it. Pretender. He's got 2 books.
Oh, Blaze is having the time of his life.
Maybe a gank on mid.
If only... Oh.
Okay, never mind. Let's go back to bot. Just forced away from this tower is Impunity's bot lane. And there's a Herald here as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if this entire tower falls. And we need to see some player gold soon because Eminem is just... He is rolling in it.
Yeah. Especially after the bot lane died, level 1.
Yeah.
For Eminem to be this far ahead, something's gone extremely wrong, and that something was a skirmish.
They have GP ult if they want to try force this.
There it comes. Cannon Barrage does come down. Blaze does have access to all of his summoners as well as the ult, and Magnet Storm being available.
Blaze?
Should have been well. Kaiwing goes forward, but Blaze inexplicably walks up. Eminem actually not able to really find any damage because of that tower being in the way. A teleport will come through from Shearer, but a massive Tibbers denies any further damage happening to Kaiwing on this Alistar as Pretender. Will land the stun here onto Shearer. Will eventually find the kill through auto attacks. And now, Philia, you're not long for this world. You're not going to have the damage to take out Kaiwing. In fact, you're just going to get CC'd up, and it's going to be a 5th kill now onto Eminem.
I think we could have another 20-minute game on our hands because it feels like the game just... If it wasn't already exploding, now it's well and truly exploded. So much gold there picked up for Frank. And I think... I'm not sure what Blaze was thinking. I mean, the gangplank ult was even still going. So there is the slow there. And he had flash as well. So if he really wanted to commit to that, could have flashed the Alistar combo. But just didn't. And it was punished for it. Ooh. Triforce here for solo kill. He can get pretty aggro.
Yeah, I think Solo Kill might realize that his job is done. He put a Cannon Barrage bot, and now all he has to do is not die, and he'll win the game. 5-0 on the Zeri. Looks like it's going to be IE this game.
Seems pretty good. But yeah, such a big lead for Frank already.
What if it's Gale Force? What if Eminem just really goes for it and just Gale Force Zeri?
Be pretty Chad. I mean, he might. He could just run around and kill them at this point.
Yeah, there's not even really any CC to lock him down. Obviously, you do have Failure on the rail, but it's pretty hard to land the knock up, and it's not the easiest to land the Q either.
Well, next Dragon's in 40 seconds. Herald's still a minute away, so there's nothing really to fight for right now. We'll most likely just see kind of AFK farming. But I think even the AFK farming benefits Frank. You'd have to say that they're the team that outscales, or at least I think they do.
Oh, Solo Kill is now the target.
He does have GP ult very soon. It's about to come up. Needs to be careful, though. I think he knows he should be the target, but this wave just evaporates. Oh, he might be gone, though.
Oh, solo kill.
Oh, he wins
Is he going to be
those.
able to pick up a kill for himself, though?
Oh.
Arashi is living, but so is solo kill, and everyone's here. Blaze is able to find the kill, but ultimately is taken down by Eminem. Solo kill with an absolute heroic effort to almost turn that one around. And on the other side, it is Kenny Chan finding himself a kill onto failure as Shira does arrive, but it's, again, too little too late. Nothing else can be done here, and it should just be another tower going down.
No.
LJW might find one of his own down the bot side, but even then, certainly a huge gold advantage found by Frank again.
Yeah, that felt like Frank's or Impunity's one window to try and force something, try and get a kill on
Ooh.
a solo kill and get out cleanly.
That was awfully close.
Oh, this tower goes down, but I think LJW might go with it. He's gonna run for the hills.
Oh, Kenny Chan's here. Oh,
he made
flash.
it. Good for him. Navori is picked up there by Eminem real quick. And yeah, I mean, this is the play that you're going for. I think, honestly, just takes so long to kill him and just so much damage. I mean, there's a level 11 Gangplank and the highest level here is level 9. So it feels like Impunity, I mean, they are desperate and for good reason. They're extremely far behind. Rashi got ganked.
Oh, back to live.
Oh,
That's another one. It's Kaiwing picking up that one. He's sick of everyone else getting the kills, finds himself as first. And Pretender again, it's the top lane.
He has
Impunity.
ult.
Keep looking at it, and it looks like
nice flash.
Shira will not be going down. At least for now. He's looking back onto Pretender, who will claim himself a kill as Tibbers gets angry, but 1-for-1 again. And when you're committing 2 people for a 1-for-1 trade, yes, you get the shutdown, but is it?
Huh?
Oh, Kaiwing, I think he thought he had Hex Flash.
Yeah,
Or maybe
those
he
are the
just
big
wants
jobs.
Hex Flash because you're allowed to do it more often.
Oh,
Yeah, big fight comes out and
can we call
exploded.
these fights?
Okay.
These are, I don't even know what these are. This is, yeah.
It's a shellacking.
A shellacking,
As a
exactly.
wise man has once said.
Well, they managed to pick up a tower on top, and it was an objective bounty, but they lost tier 2 mid, they lost tier 2 bot, and now a TP coming in from Pretender.
Pretender. He's getting his revenge.
Oh, I think he's out.
This
I think
could
he just
be
executes.
LJW. Does he get his first death?
No.
Oh, hey, pal. Oh my God.
Mechanics.
LJW is the best player in the league.
He is. You're only as good as your last death, and right now LJW he's on top.
It does get rid of his deathless game, but an execute doesn't count as a death.
No. I guess Kaiwing did get XP from it, right?
Oh, XP Shmee, man. He survived in my books.
Collector now onto solo kill. And a locket picked up by Kenny Chan. I think it's a good pickup.
Yeah. I think a lot of these tank junglers can just itemize into support items a lot
Look
of
at
the
the
time.
gold.
Yeah.
He's up 3.6k over Blaze. And remember, Blaze started this game with first blood. That's insane.
Yeah,
Also,
Kaiwing-
Philia's so far behind.
Oh, it's a heist.
Oh, they got it.
All right, stacking up dragons. WinCon secured.
They do have 2. Will it even go to the 3rd dragon, though?
Yeah, Baron spawns well before it.
This is the last tier 2 that Frank needs to knock down. The Shivler just destroys that wave. They can't even defend it.
No.
You know, they've got people here, and they're still not able to walk up to it.
Be another one claimed. 2 minutes now on Baron. I think that will be Frank's next point of interest is, oh, they're setting up something nasty. Chain misses. Kaiwing is eagerly awaiting over the side, but ultimately won't go back to that distortion.
It is now Rylai's on Pretender, so he just got a lot more difficult to deal with in these team fights. 1 minute and 30 away from Baron, and Frank, with their almost 10,000 gold lead, should just be able to start that one up, and there isn't a whole lot that Impunity can do to contest. Oh, Eminem, he's grabbing a red buff for himself.
Yep.
Okay, Sherry's got 2 items, and actually a pretty good timing. So I guess he's got a fair amount of gold in the side lane. But the problem is, it really is just too little too late. The very definition of it. I mean, you're strong as LeBlanc here, but by the time you're strong, it's like you're dashing into a Zeri who might just one-shot you for going forward.
Yep, certainly feels that way. 10k gold lead, Baron spawning in the very near future. Pretender does not have teleport available, and it likely will not be up in time, but maybe it is. It'll be very close anyway. It's just going to walk up, though, as Arashi again playing around LJW, trying to find anything in that side lane, but Frank, at least for now, will not be giving them anything. Rift Shield actually used, and this is going to be the base broken, but how much more than just the base can they get?
I swear if they get even just a couple kills, they will try and play for the end. Now, the Shiv wave clear, if Shera can reset, will probably keep the game from ending, but an inhib falls here for sure. I think Frank will probably just back up after this.
No.
Oh, they're going to try and play for more.
No, it's time to end. Blaze and, well, everyone really is here,
Now they
except
get-
solo kill. Oh, it almost gets
Gets
the
the
tower.
crash, and those ones definitely heal up. But they're pretty slow.
Oh, Shera jumps forward, finds some poke, loses almost his entire health bar.
Are they just
Ooh.
going to keep sieging?
Solo kill almost died. Honestly, all things considered, this felt like a terrible game to be in LJW. Really did just play top lane as his entire map lost.
Yeah, feels unfortunate. Baron is now up, though, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Frank pick this one up in the next couple minutes. There are pings onto Baron from Impunity. I think they're scared maybe that Frank are doing it, or maybe they want to try one-shot it. They do have good Baron damage if they're not so far
Oh
behind.
my goodness, it started.
Yeah, I feel like given how far behind they are, they're not going to do this in time. And now Frank
There is a
have to
cannon
know.
barrage available.
Yeah, all right, you have to get off it. I think this is a decent play if you're even somewhat close to even.
Yeah, maybe if Kaisa has 2 items.
Yeah, but just this far behind is never going to be a play, especially against the Gangplank. It's so hard to start up Baron against GP. You just take so much damage on the way out, and oftentimes, you know, you're forced to recall, and then suddenly the other team just starts up the Baron. BT now for Zeri. Eminem is out of control. There's no way that Shera can deal enough poke to, you know, force them out of the fight, especially not with BT.
Are they even going to look for Baron? I feel like they should.
Yeah, I think you just start it now, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, pings, a lot of pings, 30 pings onto it as Shera and LJW mirroring each other down the bot lane. But Solo Kill, realizing what is going on, will back off, in fact, walking up towards that Baron. And there is no response. At least Arashi looks like he's trying to get his 3rd dragon.
He is
Although,
going
I think,
towards it.
honestly, Frank can just give it and go push mid
Yeah.
or anywhere.
They might just base and try contest it just for safety's sake. There's really no need, but at the same time, if there was ever even a 1% chance of losing this game, it's probably through giving over the Drag Soul.
Oh, Arashi getting some counter jungling done.
Okay. He's got a camp lead.
He does.
Well, it looks like Frank will try and contest, and you say try, but it really is just contest. They
I
have
think
to
this
get
goes
through-
down too fast. They're quite
Well,
far away.
They might die on
They
the
might
way
just
out,
win.
though.
Yeah, they're just probably in the game here anyway. It is going to be 3rd dragon here. But
Yeah.
the ensuing team fight has already... It only just begun, but the beginning was also the end as Felia being chased down. Eminem gets a reset there on his ult timer. Is not going to be able to find Felia in the end, but it is ultimately both of the carries being one-shotted here. And with Baron buff, looks like they are just going to aim to end.
Yep.
Impunity did get the 3rd dragon, but unfortunately, I think that'll be all they get. As the Nexus now the target here for Frank.
Yep. Should be cleaned up here. The old Dragon for Nexus trade.
Yep, Felia getting immediately jumped on. Will be going down. Kaiwing finding a stun there. Onto that Jax. LJW going to find his first actual death of the game as Blaze respawns, but you're seeing his damage. All lack thereof. And it's Frank. It's a 23-minute game. I felt like Impunity had a chance picking up first blood there on the Kai'Sa, but it was not to be, as very soon after Eminem found himself a triple kill.
Yep. And I think that game, you just really see the difference in strength of those teams, right? Blaze starting with a first blood on the Kai'Sa. And I think if it's most of those elite bot lanes, you're thinking, okay, suddenly this game is going to be very tough, right? You think back to when Betty gets first blood as Kai'Sa, and you're thinking, oh, we're in big trouble this game. But you know, pretty much just a couple minutes later, Frank traded back a triple kill onto Eminem, who ended that game. What was the score? Like 7-0, 8-0, or
Yeah, I don't
something
know.
pretty absurd, which just should never be the case, right? If you give over that first blood. So, unfortunately, it just felt like a bit of a team gap, really. I don't think there was any big, I don't know. There wasn't any critical misplay. It just felt like overall, Frank and the better team, better players, and it showed.
Yeah, it did feel like that for pretty much the entirety of the game. I want to say, honestly, LJW, that must be the most miserable game ever to play. You're literally just 1v1 up on top as your entire map just gets completely destroyed.
That's what Jack's players deserve.
Oh, big call. Oh, what a hater.
Sorry, it's just facts.
Oh, there you go. Hot from shock, but I don't know. It did kind of feel like that. And I mean, honestly, I will say that earlier in the day, you would have thought the same about Duish team, and they
That
were
is
able
true.
to pick up a
Yeah.
win. And when I saw that first blood on the Kaiser, I was like, is there a
this be it?
chance?
Yeah.
Is there going to be two? There wasn't, but I mean, importantly though, I guess for standings, it means that Frank now are all but secured really for that 6th spot. I mean, they have to lose the next 2, and Halpigs and West Point, or West Point, would have to win their next 2. And I know Halpigs still have to face PSG, so
Rough.
we could just, you know, I don't want to be too critical, but we can probably write that one off. It feels like PSG are fairly...
They do feel on a different level,
They
really.
do. And so I know actually who West Point have to go against, but it does feel like now Frank have pretty much secured it.
Yeah.
All they have to do is win one more game, and that'll be it.
I think Frank have a somewhat easy schedule as well, right?
If I remember correctly, I think Duish team's in there, so they probably get a loss there.
Hey, Duish team,
That's
they
what I
beat
said,
CFO.
yeah. They probably get a loss against Duish team, but after that, we'll see. But yeah, this was really where this should never happen. I mean, you
Yeah.
even got mid lane priority on the roam. It's a 3-man stun from Felia, and then just, I mean, there's just no damage. Arashi being taken out of the fight so quickly, and then
Sure as well. I mean, this is just the same thing again with this LeBlanc build, right? It's definitely for scaling. You imagine if that's Pretender's Annie that was there first, right? It would be completely
yeah.
different to how the LeBlanc is. I don't know. I do think, I've said this many times, but I think LeBlanc and PCS is a bait. There's just too much that happens too early and too often as well. I really think PCS should just leave LeBlanc alone.
yeah, I'm starting to really want to see the LeBlanc and Varus win rates.
Combo.
We could see it in Champions League, but I didn't take notice of it. I'll be sure tomorrow to note down what those win rates are, because they can't be very high. It does feel like anytime LeBlanc's picked, the team almost always loses. But yeah, looking at damage, it is Eminem at the top. Now, who would you give MVP to? Because,
I'd maybe give it to Kaiwing.
see, I was thinking similarly, but he did die level 1.
That's
so that,
fine.
that like, takes it down for me.
Gave them the shutdown so
True.
that Eminem could get it.
True.
No, but Eminem, I mean, 8-0,
I think, yeah.
he's kind of your front runner, right? But I think Kaiwing actually played that game really
Yeah,
well. I
that-
guess he had that fail flash as well, but that was just for a good shot.
No, that was to get Hex Flash. I swear.
true, yeah.
Anytime I'm playing support and I have Hex Flash, you look for a fight level 1, use your flash instantly, and then you know all lane for the next 5 minutes. You have flash on an 18-second cooldown.
I don't know why Blaze did this. I think you
Yeah.
could honestly just walk away, but instead he walks back and
Into the cannon barrage.
Yeah, and he has flash, I'm pretty sure. So like okay, let's just say you're going to do that. You have to flash the Alistair combo. That's the only way you're ever walking up to that, and he didn't. So I don't know what the plan was, or if they even had one, but it cost them dearly, as they lost so much extra gold off this. And while the game was already firmly in Frank's hands, this just felt like they gave the game away.
Yeah, this was right after that triple kill was found, and then it's just another kill to M&M, as well as some kills for the boys. It did feel like that was really just, it cemented it. And from there, I mean, I think that was the point where you said, yeah, this feels like a 20-minute, and it was, so. Ooh.
I don't remember this. Oh, this was after the top lane fight. Remember when they took out Old Mate? Then I guess Zeri just comes in and cleans up.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't feel
Damn.
like much of a...
No.
I
The
guess it's just
slide
showing
was
that-
the highlight
It feels
for
like
me.
almost just to show off the cool cinematics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I think ultimately, I mean, let it run down from today, because I don't think there's a whole lot to talk about in that last game. But, I mean, the big one, I still just have to come back to it, because we witnessed Duish team win against CFO.
Yeah. And you got to wonder about CFO coming into the playoffs. See, they're I mean, falling down a Jewish team now on a 6-loss streak, currently the longest loss streak, I believe, in the PCS
Yeah.
for right
Maybe
now.
Impunity. I don't know when Impunity
Oh,
last
true.
versus Jewish team. It'll be either one of those two.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad sign. Everything else, though, basically went as expected. I think Beyond vs. DCG was surprisingly one-sided, but it feels like that also was somewhat because of draft. In fact, if there were a theme of today, I'd actually say it's teams not drafting to their own strengths. Feels like if every team just drafts standard, we can just give the trophy to PSG right now. But if teams play to their strengths, there is the potential for other teams to, show promise, especially as we head towards the playoffs. And we'll take a look at the standings
All
here.
tied, Impunity. And
Yeah,
Impunity and the CFO.
both on
tied
the
for
6
losses.
last streak. Yeah. But 2 wins ahead, it is pretty hard for Hellpigs and West Point to make it in. And I think if you came back to the very start of the split, this is probably what we'd expect for our top 6. But the order is maybe slightly different, and I also think the way we got here was very different.
Yeah, I mean, CFO, man, 8-2 to now 8-8. That is an atrocious turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Hellpigs and West Point are trying to steal CFO's spot rather than Frank's at this point.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't know who CFO have to face again.
Yeah, I
I
can't
mean,
remember.
we'll see tomorrow's very shortly, but yeah, I mean, insane. It does appear that we are likely to have a tiebreaker somewhere there, either in the top 2,
Top 2, 3, yeah.
top 2, 3, yeah. But I mean, PSG should just be first, but and then somewhere between 4, 5, 6, there's probably going to be one. Who knows though? I mean, at this stage, all bets are off. We just witnessed CFO lose against what was a 15-loss streak Jewish team.
Yep.
So I don't really know. I don't know what to feel about CFO because
Oh, they versed Beyond.
oh no, oh CFO, oh
And West
no.
Point versus Impunity.
Oh.
There is a chance, if CFO really can't pull it together, that West Point can force a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and this could be interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's
I mean, Jewish team winning that game really threw a spanner in the works,
Yeah,
right?
it did.
That was meant to be your free win for CFO, and suddenly, now you actually might have to work for it.
yeah. Well, I mean, West Point, you have to feel if things go how you'd expect, which they never do anymore in the PCS.
True.
But you'd have to feel like there will be 1 win difference between CFO and West Point, which coming into the final day of the split,
that's big.
That's so exciting. But honestly, we haven't even touched on it yet. The last game of tomorrow is J Team versus PSG, the battle between first, second. And importantly, if Beyond beats CFO and PSG beat J Team, there's a tie for second. So that's another big one coming in too. And honestly, again,
That would be the best timeline.
that would be a pretty exciting timeline. I think a tiebreaker for second is a very exciting one, especially when it is J Team versus Beyond. I mean, first time round, Driver giga smurfing up top, ended up losing, but made Lakai cry, and then insulting him the very next time they versed each other when he won. I mean, the story writes itself really between those two.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting pretty close as well to not only figuring out those kind of top 6 and where they place, but also, what those teams that the LCO is going to have to come up against first. They'll play up against our 3rd and 4th, and right now it still could be a bunch of different teams.
Yeah, well, you don't really know. It seems like definitely it's going to be, well, it definitely will be either Beyond. Oh, actually, you don't know the third one. It's Beyond or J Team.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of those two, and I think that might be a roughie.
Yeah.
That might be a roughie.
Yeah, that one does sound rough.
For the LCO, of course. But then, yeah, I mean, you don't really know who's going to come 4th. You don't know who's going to come 5th. You don't even know who's going to come 6th. Pretty much the only thing we know is who's first. I think PSG probably first. And other than that, who really knows? But that does us for the first day of week 6 here of the PCS. I hope you enjoyed the games because I think we had one of the most thrilling games of all time tonight. And we will catch you tomorrow for more of them.